Red to green moves across the board here for not only futures, but individual stocks helping back to the upside here this morning. That's the S&P 500, or the SPY, at least the ETF. Right now, back into positive territory just to start the morning off, coming off a big move to the downside. That's the NASDAQ, not quite there yet, but we're ever so close to positive territory. Banks under pressure here this morning on credit fears out of nowhere. We're going to talk about the banking sector all of a sudden to maybe take focus off of elsewhere. China also in focus once again this morning. A couple of White House representatives already making comments on the simple fact that, quote unquote, Scott Bessent coming straight out and saying China is not, or the U.S. is not in a trade war with China currently. We will have some representatives from China speaking with representatives from the U.S. coming up later today. So lots to look forward to as far as the global picture is concerned at this point this morning. But individual banks looking very similar this morning too. The futures had a look at JP Morgan early on, downside to the tune of about 2% at one point. Here we are back to not only positive territory, but then some. This comes out of nowhere, really. Yeah. That JP Morgan, the culprit here, making some comments suggesting that the banking sector as a whole could be in worse shape than everyone thinks.
Yeah, that cockroach comment, Brendo, resonated widely in the market. Really what Jamie was referring to is the Zion Bank Corporation and Western Alliance. They disclosed bad loans, which kind of reignited fears about U.S. lending practices. But analysts are coming out and saying, look, this is an isolated incident. It's not a liquidity problem, and the market really shouldn't be concerned. So we'll have to wait and see how that all pans out. But the KRE over here, which is the regional banking ETF, already up 2 1/3, bouncing back, Brendo, from the aggressive sell-off. But Bitcoin continues to sell off. IBIT down here 2 1/3%. Okay, Joe, in the pre-market. Joey's getting excited. He wants to punch in and DCA, Brendo.
Buying with both hands over there, Joseph.
Lots to talk about today, Brendo. Also, Pony AI, a Chinese autonomous driving company, looking to tie up with Stellantis, kind of help them move the needle a little bit. And then Apple is going to drop a touch screen MacBook Pro, something they said would never happen because of the overlap, obviously, with the iPad apparently coming out next year.
Ramin and I were talking about Huawei with a new product yesterday that it comes looking like a laptop, folded, laptop. Okay. When you unfold it, the keyboard is removable.
Oh, I've seen this.
And then the monitor is twice as big as a normal. Yeah. So yeah. Apple's got some work to do, I think, as far as China is concerned. Anyway, Scott Bessent still making a few comments here, guys, on China. Trump earlier also helping the market back to the upside, essentially saying that these 100% tariffs on China are, quote unquote, not sustainable, suggesting that it's not going to last. So, I mean, as Joseph is this morning, buy with both hands, I guess, at this point. So that also helped, the overall market. Oh, yeah. Big move back to the upside here. Not quite there yet for the NASDAQ, but S&P just going red to green. We have Obi in for Sean this morning. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Let's go Blue Jays. Well, Joe wants to buy things hand over fist.
Heard they did well.
They did well.
They did really well. Yeah,
they won the game. Who cares? Mad Max is my spirit animal. I don't want to I cannot use the words that man used on the mound to say that I'm not coming out of this game and it's my game. But suffice to say, the man is an absolute champion. I have no idea where that's been all year long. It was not there, but he stepped up in a big moment. And you know what? The buyers are trying to step up in a big moment too, because all you heard overnight was how scared everybody is. I don't know. I still feel like we could have rollover. So I have some shorts that I'm thinking about, but how scared everybody is over the regional banking issues. And then China issues. The funny thing about the president is, okay, so he did call the tariffs, the 100% tariffs, unsustainable. He did say that. But if you listen to the entire interview, it's not as if everything is an all clear. It sounds like that, but you listen to the whole thing, it wasn't some big all clear like I think the market is treating it. So there are some concerns still underneath there. You got to watch KRE today. Obviously, the chips will be back in play again. Micron's got some negative news after what was such a good long yesterday. Even so, like silver's down 1.5%. That pullback. Gold and silver maybe slowing up their run. So I don't think we have the all clear, even though you are getting a pretty solid bounce this Friday morning, Obi.
Yeah, I think definitely stuff to watch out for. See, I was totally a little. I knew the banks were kind of fading yesterday, but I was totally aloof to some of the catalysts that were happening there. So I got a bit of a miss on my part, but I was a little bit more focused on some other things like let's say Google yesterday. Google. Funny enough, I know technically not necessarily in play, but absolutely aggressive bid off of the open. I don't know if you guys were watching this one, but relative strength all the way up to 256 and a fade all day, 100% reversion. Now we saw some of the selling come back in, step back in. And for the past couple of weeks, we've been talking about how we've been selling a little aggressively at the ends of weeks, but this week was a little bit different. We got the tariff scare at the beginning of the week. Yep. Yesterday we got some aggressive selling for pretty much the rest of the day. I'm curious to know what happens today. Look at that. Google gap down. It's reverting a decent chunk of that gap down, pretty much 100% of that gap down back into some of yesterday's prices. But I'm really looking for some of these pops to not really be sustainable. That's honestly what I'm maybe more leaning towards, but I could very well be wrong. Again, at the end of the day, I just got to listen to what the market is kind of telling me. But I like that move on KRE. Bit of a gap down bounce that we're having. The NASDAQ, once again, maybe attempting to push right back into that 25,000. I keep talking about that 25,000.
All roads lead to it.
It's been a bit of a magnet. It's been a bit of a magnet. We're washing it. We're churning it.
Every day this week.
Yeah, every day this week. We clip it at least once. So I think it's something to watch out for, something to be, just to keep your eyes out for. But there's a lot of other stocks as well. I was just talking to you about how some of the rare earth stocks are starting to
caramel.
Caramel. CRML. But that one is looking nice. TMC, MP, all of those ones. Russell Jackson.
What up, Russell?
Thank you very much for the
shout out to Russell Jackson. Oh, is that the Vegemite from down under?
Is that who sent us the Vegemite?
Yeah.
Really?
We've had this for like 5 years.
That was some good stuff, man.
Don't even talk about it.
That was some good stuff. I don't know if you guys remember.
No, stuff is disgusting, bro.
It's all right.
Nasty.
Tolerable.
No, but definitely another day, another dollar. Like I said, like it's been a profitable week. I think yesterday was more of like getting away with some longs more than anything else. I think today, like the willingness to play in either direction is going to be key. But just to always point before we throw back to the desk, not throw up back to the desk, throw back to the desk. Like every single day on the Qs, I'm just going to throw the Qs up because it's easier here. Like we have managed to get close to about 2,500, but around the 604 area on the Qs. It's just resistance, and then a bit of chop around. When we lose it, it's been nasty. Every time we've lost that level. So if the NASDAQ gets to 2,500 or 25,000 in Qs, I'm looking to fade. And it's one of those things where as volatile as it's been this week, look at the week. Like this is Friday. And since then, we have bounced inside of the range, more or less. And every attempt to break out above on the Q604 and that 25,000 has been met with a rejection. Like it's been a false breakout. So I think we got to respect the range, especially on a Friday, and given what's happened this week. So when you get up to that top, I wouldn't be shy about turning on that fade trade.
Let's get into a couple other things moving around here this morning. Micron was one of the early ones to the downside this morning, right back to almost green. Green would be up here at this point, 202.50 and change. A couple of notes to deal with for MU. But I mean, the space in general this morning, semiconductors, some of the tech sector going to be, I think, the make or break for this day, whether or not we get any kind of positive momentum. I was just going through some of the weekly charts as well. I mean, we're right there. It's kind of a doji candle, really, for the S&P and the NASDAQ. Dow's still green at this point on the week, but the other two, it's going to depend on how today shapes up.
Absolutely, and we saw NVIDIA lose a technical level yesterday. It's down in the mid-170s, Brendo. But the Micron headline is quite interesting here. So they plan to stop supplying memory chips specifically, though, just to data centers in China. They're going to continue to sell in China, just not to data centers. This is following the failure to recover from Beijing's 2023 ban on its products, quote, for critical infrastructures. So despite the exit, as I mentioned, they're going to continue to sell to companies that deal in autos and smartphones, just not data centers. So this is one of the things where there's obviously retaliation here. So the U.S. has hundreds of Chinese firms under what they're calling the sanctions list. Very few American companies are under the Chinese sanctions list, but this happens to be one of them, Brendo. Much to their chagrin, Samsung and SK Hynix are going to pick up the tab where they're not selling. They're going to continue to sell in China.
Yeah, it's one of those days, however, when you zoom out a little bit, each individual stock looking very much like the futures charts at this point. Typically on days like that, really it's the market that's leading here, or the storyline for the overall market that's leading here. So just keep that in mind. Secretary Bessent and China's Vice Premier Liu set to speak today as well. So it's Scotty B once again maybe coming through here. We'll see.
Did you hear the comments he made about the Chinese critical minerals push, about, you know, trying to control the exodus of that? Scott Bessent, that is, saying that, you know, Western countries and that are more aligned are going to have to take a group approach to this with China, because the way the Americans are interpreting this is that the Chinese want to control the supply chain of critical minerals, and right. You know, that's not unacceptable, untenable position for the West. So be interesting to see how you kind of reconcile that in the negotiations. Yeah.
We were talking about CRM a little bit the past couple of days. They had their investor day going back to this day, 2 days ago. We had a huge move up. Started the day pretty positive yesterday, and then it was just a fade from there. We had a move down here this morning on the pre-market chart. There was a lawsuit. It seems minor in nature, but CRM coming back to basically break even on the morning. We had a whole bunch of things that moved early on in the pre-market this morning. All of that seems to have been kind of neutralized at this point, guys, but it's almost like a wait and see to what will be the next reason to move here for the market.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. We were literally just talking about like how like the chop that you've been getting at the open, where almost like randomly you could just look at CRM. We were just talking about it with regards to Micron as well, where whatever the initial move at the open is, it's like it's a trap. Like CRM was a trap at the open, and it wasn't. And the crazy thing about it is, if you sprung the trap, you won long. And I don't think anybody, look at a 3-minute chart, like is anybody really complaining if they took a long in the 52 range and got $4 or $5 up there? Sure, but then when this broke and showed, and the word Obi was using, which I like a lot, is structure. Like when it showed you something actually for real and then broke that structure, look at that trade. So yeah, absolute chop fest. And if you just take some shots in there, you certainly could have won long. But then look what happens when it breaks that structure to the downside. It's just, that's an easier trade. So I think, especially it being the third Friday of the month, end of the month, and the week that we've had, that's the kind of thing I'd want to be ready for. Like, I don't know that this is the morning where, okay, like the AMD 2 days ago was my best, yesterday was Sean's, and they were both like open style trades, and a similar thing with like Micron or like silver yesterday alongside. You got it one time off the open, and that was kind of your best trade. I'm not sure that's going to be the case today. I almost think you might have a little bit more patience, and then you might see something after 10 o'clock present you with the best opportunity. That's my gut feel for today, so I want to be a little bit more patient with it overall. And I was saying, like, you could apply that. Like, I'm using the example. Sorry, I meant to go to Micron. I was using the example of CRM just because that's what we were talking about. But then you look at Micron, like the same thing. Whatever the initial move is at the open, harshly, it just ends up being a reverse. So CRM did it one way, Micron did it the other. But once it shows you a little bit more certainty, and it can be after 10 o'clock. Like this made that bottom right there, at about 10 o'clock when 197 finally held. It's the level I like from yesterday, and it wasn't until 10. So the level of patience that you're going to need sometimes at the open is going to be key and certainly crucial. And then throw in all this regional banking mess. If you're not watching the VIX or KRE today, you know, I think you should be, because if we start to see some, you know, weakness over here, then obviously the market is prone to follow it. So it's not something that's usually an indicator, but you know, go back to 2023, we've seen it be a theme before.
Yeah, I think it's a good point you bring up on the kind of chop and just waiting for structure, man. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. And it's something I do want to kind of point out is, yeah, like if you guys have been watching, the VIX is above 22s, 23s, went all the way to 28s this morning. So just as a simple indicator, when the VIX is elevated a little bit, maybe we're going to be experiencing some more volatility. That may or may not be the case, but it's just just waiting for structure. And I was even saying this a little bit earlier to some of my pod members. It was just like, dude, like VIX is elevated. It's understandable, like regardless of what you're doing and what you're focused on, just know that things might be a little bit more choppy than usual, and giving it that room. Less is gonna be more. You don't need the same kind of size to capture some crazy moves, right? It's like let the structure form, let the kind of chop tell you, and then let it get somewhat clearer for participation. That's what I'm trying to tell myself as well. But yeah, just a reminder that we are a little bit elevated on volatility. So interestingly enough, we saw the chop in terms of, we're talking about AMD off of the open, and then Micron off of the open yesterday. Absolutely crazy. Like I was watching and I was like, I don't know if I want to participate just yet. But waiting for things to really kind of show you and being patient, I think, is very, very important in this market. And also sitting on your hands. We talk about like how many intraday catalysts are we getting, right? Just so many random intraday catalysts. So if you're sitting on your hands and not in any positions, you're not really taking on that catalyst risk. But you're waiting on the sidelines for when those opportunities appear. And if you're day trading, like those could be some amazing opportunities because you're just like, I'm just going to wait for someone to throw a wrench in all of this, and then I'm going to be part of the solution.
I'll show you Tesla.
Right? What's going on?
You'll love this on exactly to that point, and what we were just also talking about. Like in the middle of the day, you could find something which is making a nice move up. It's nothing crazy, but it's already put in, there's a lower high, so you're seeing a little bit of a reversal, and then you start to see it break that structure. You can be short anywhere like VWAP, and then it turns into just an absolute like barn burner. We've seen that almost every single day, those opportunities.
Very much.
And the other opportunity we have is to talk to our good friend Randy.
Did you say barn burner?
Yeah, I did.
Scherzer. He's a barn burner. I love it.
There's every adjective I want to use for Scherzer is not appropriate. That's all I'm going to say, because that dude was a bad shut your mouth last night. And as I'm a happy.
Age ain't hurting him none.
No. It would hurt me. Or 95, you can tell I'm a little bit of a Blue Jay fan. We got to handle business tonight, though, for sure. I got one little beef before we head back over to the desk. So how is it possible that every game in the series is at like 8 o'clock or like 8:30, and then the Friday night game, which is obviously the night that everyone's cool to stay up, that crap is at like 6 o'clock in the afternoon?
Really? That's early.
Sunday night they're playing at 8. Last night they played at 8:30.
That makes no sense.
Day before was like 8 o'clock, and then on Friday they're gonna play at 6. That's what happens when you play a West Coast team, man. You get some weird nonsense.
I don't get that. Sunday at 8, but Friday at 6? That's wild.
I don't know, man. Wow. Same reason nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense. And no, we did not get lucky. Bonkzilla, that's a good one. See, and I like this too. Yeah, lack of catalyst for Tesla. And I think this is the whole point for like patience. Ultimately, like you're going to have some things that are in play. Like we know like the regionals are in play. Novo is, whoops. Every time I type in one of these symbols that I haven't looked at in a while, like, I go to Blue Ocean first. Novo Nordisk is in play. Like some things have news, but for the ones that don't and might not be in play, if you like it, you don't have to overtrade it in the first 30 minutes. Like something that doesn't necessarily have something going on with it, you don't need to get wrapped up. As I said, it's the third Friday, so that means you've got major options expiration, and it gets a little bit choppy off of the open. So yeah, patience should be a bit of a virtue. Novo, that's still on Blue Ocean. Yikes. I don't know if this breaks down, but when everybody on both sides of the aisle wants drug prices lower, and then they specifically say GLP, it's not going to be good. And Novo does have a flat bottom break happening. I mean, it might happen at 53. I shouldn't say happening because it actually hasn't broke. Thanks, Randy. We had
Sean in the chat real quick there. What's going on, Sean? He's saying "Go Jays, go!" So yeah, definitely, definitely the city's celebrating for sure. And he's got a tournament today. So yes. Good luck with everything there. Yeah.
Good luck, Gia.
Is that an older banana? Okay, I was gonna say that banana is not ripe.
No, I always have a banana from like I grab one because they're never ripe. So the smart move, you're smart.
You just leave it there until the next day.
Yesterday's banana there, and then eat this one.
You're swinging the inventory until it becomes ripe.
Seems like that's not exactly going. It's not a crazy idea. It's just sort of obvious. Why would I eat an unripe banana?
It's not unheard of.
Yeah. Let's get back over to the desk and talk some stock.
Anyway, just looking at a couple of other things here to deal with. Starbucks, one of those, to the downside early on with the overall market. Not a lot of volume here this morning. Trying to go red to green as well for Starbucks. We mentioned this over the past couple of days. I mean, nothing significant to talk about as far as news catalyst, but they are dealing with this ongoing union. Will there be or won't there be a union? I mean, this comes on the back of a whole bunch of stores here just shut down once again as well. After we went through the same thing, or anyone who was working at a Starbucks in Toronto went through the same thing potentially. I think it was 2021. They shut down a whole bunch of stores and we're right back to the same place.
And they just did it again, Brendo. They shut down 4 or 5 downtown Toronto stores, and the employees there were completely flabbergasted by the whole thing because like we were inundated with customers. We were doing such high volume. They didn't understand what was going on. So this is clearly an issue for the company now, where there's a unionized push at the store level to kind of, to unionize. And it looks like, the group of investors here are encouraging the company to get something done.
Yeah, stock doesn't seem to mind at this point. It was one of those situations, though. I mean, one day I was walking to work, and Starbucks was there, and then on the way home at night, it was no longer there.
That's crazy.
Sign was gone, windows were covered, and this store was really, really busy.
And that's what they're saying, Brendo. They're saying, like, how could we shut this down? We were doing several thousand custom POSs per day, and they didn't really get much notice either. So it was not really a good look by the company.
It almost feels like they have a list, a P&L list, and the ones that are at the bottom. If it gets to that point, they're just gone. So something to think about, something to watch here, guys, for Starbucks potentially today.
Yeah.
Starbucks, we're for there. Everybody with China risk is going to be on my. I'm not convinced yet. That being said, all that being said, Starbucks has an awesome opportunity. I know we've said this before about things that I want to be swings but haven't been yet. CRM 100% comes to mind here. Where specifically, I'll get to that chart a little bit later. Like, I'm looking for something very specific to set up a swing trade, and it just won't quite get over the hump. Starbucks is very similar. It gets made the bottom. It's like you call it a quadruple bottom. I think that's fair. 1, 2, 3, and then give this one, and then call it like 4. So like that is legit. All you got to do is break out the 50 period, and that to me that's more technical than anything else. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm a huge believer in the turnaround and want to invest in it. I just think there's a chance for this to finally go, and I want to see confirmation about the 50 period moving average. Because if it's been respecting it to the south side, then like the day trader in you says, well, you should fade when it gets to resistance because it's been in a slight downtrend, and until it breaks the downtrend, then there's no long there. So short term, it's been a good long, but it's right up, like 86 is about that level you just saw. So I would respect that for today. You close above that 50 period, and obviously that couldn't happen until next week. And I think there's a good swing opportunity off of the lows here in Starbucks. But just to play a bit of a bounce. This is not a stock that I don't own it, and I don't know that I want to add it at all. But I think it can set up a swing.
Yeah, I like the idea here. It's just I like that it's bouncing off that 78. We can see that it's a bit of a demand zone here from earlier. Strong wipe on this earnings report from April. What is this? Yeah, at the end of April here. But interestingly enough, it's coming up into some levels. You can see this downtrend as well, bouncing up. Yeah, it's true. It's been on some espresso for the past few days with that little bit of a bounce, but it's coming right into that range high as well. I got a little bit of an anchored from that earnings report as well. You can see we're coming into some of those levels as well. That's at 86. So I like the idea. We're bouncing off of some support. Sideways consolidation, bigger picture though on Starbucks. But right now, Neil, let's see what these analysts are saying. Joe, take us away with some upgrades and downgrades.
All right, guys, excuse me, happy Friday. Let's get rocking and rolling this morning on some of the upgrades and downgrades. All right, on the top of the list, we have Advanced Micro Devices by Bank of America, getting that price target raised to $300, slightly negative on the session. Now, Interactive Brokers reporting yesterday after the bell some fantastic coming out of that brokerage. BMO Capital Markets raising that price target to $84. Now, CRISPR Therapeutics by Bank of America also getting the nod, raising that target to $93. Oracle by Piper Sandler, target to $380. Now, as for AST Space Mobile, we're going from an overweight to an underweight here by Barclays, and then Bragg Gaming Group, Citigroup giving that the outperform to market perform, and Comcast by Rosenblatt Securities getting that price target lowered to $33, and then Legend Biotech by H.C. Wainwright getting that target lowered to $60 there, guys. Now, as for some of the options activity on yesterday's options change, so this is going to be expiring today. Congratulations on some of these underlyings. You get those 0 DTE. That is only going to be on Fridays for stocks. All right, guys? So at that $200 strike price, we're seeing that we have 28,000, 900 contracts traded on that specific level. Open interest sitting around 12,900. Now, CoreWeave as well too, putting in a little bit of volume there, guys. 23,200 at that 145 strike price with 20,500 contracts still currently open. And then the fan favorite Robinhood at that 140 strike price, we have 8,700 contracts were traded yesterday, and the open interest lying around 13,000. Now, I bring you what I promised, so this is a little bit of a trial run, what I'm calling the call of the day. I think something that is extremely interesting. If we go back onto NVDA's chart, you can see at that 195 strike price on this week and next week's expiration cycle, we have some substantial volume and OI. One thing to note is that we had major issues breaking and holding 195 all week. So go and check out that on this week's expiration and for next week's expiration. You can see right now that you're currently collecting approximately $68 per contract, and then also the ask is around $70. So the spread is relatively tight, and the deltas and the gammas are relatively cool as well too. That is something positive. And the at the money IV is not overly heavy, 44.8%. So the implied volatility is not priced into the market. What I have displayed here is that specific strike price, the expiration of the 24th of October at 195, and what you receive for writing. This is a writing of the option. You have a probability of profit of 86%, and the max loss is a little bit higher. Why? Because you're writing and it's naked, but the probability of profit is something that you want to keep an eye out for. Just correlate that with the high levels of open interest at that 195 strike price, and you can base some trades off of that. That is up to you guys. That's the call of the day. I hope everyone has a fantastic Friday.
There it is, Joey Options, 195 NVIDIA next week. Shout out to Joey Options, our good friend over there. I like it. I want to flip back because we were just looking at the upgrades and downgrades, because ASTS, some people like to call it ASTAS as traders, but ASTS, this looks like a little bit of a back end of the trade. Like anytime a stock does this, like there's your big topping tail. It happened to fail at $100. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it doesn't really hurt either that you had that fail breakout just yesterday at $100, and now you're playing lower. Now, the thing is, there's a bunch of supply like here, like 90 to 93. It's almost like let it trade into that supply, confirm that it's headed down, and then play it to the other side. Like when I look at things that followed through yesterday, here's the example that I'm using. Something like what happened with MP, like fails a breakout of 100. There's your break of 100. There's your fail. So there's your supply zone, and this is it coming into supply and then fading, and then it ends up being a 2-day fade. So ASTS has that exact same setup. All it has to do is try to trade into that supply zone from 90 to 93. Because oddly enough, like I didn't have that one on the note, but this is 100% going on the iPad in like 2 seconds, the second I throw it over to Obi, and it's gonna go up on one of my level 2s, because that's why we do the upgrades and downgrades, and that's why we go through the rundown, and that's why we have Sharif's list. So maybe make sure, well, first of all, if you're not a member, then sign up right now. Like get your membership, click that button, obviously hit like and subscribe, but we'll go through all of these names, but get this. you're talking about $5, and you can grab this every single day. The global bank sell-off. I don't have to go through everything, crypto, but everything that you need as a resource is going to be right in here, and it literally costs you less than a cup of coffee every single day. That's why we give all this content free. Like, I wasn't looking at ASTS that heavily until literally saw it on the upgrades, downgrades, pull up the chart. I'm like, wait a minute, that's the same setup that MP Materials had. I should be looking at that for the short.
Yeah, so out of those upgrades and downgrades, one definitely stood out to me was Comcast, because I was just like, oh boy, this one's getting another downgrade. You can see what it's doing here on the monthly, coming all the way into some of these multi-year lows in and around 26. So right away, that's why we have that segment, because I'm just going to be like, all right, these are some of the things I might not have eyes on, and if and when this CMCSA gets all the way down here, I might want to keep it on watch. But you can see, even on a shorter time frame, we've been downtrending with a little bit of a downgrade. Does this mean that Comcast is poised for more downside potential? You can see we're already knocking on the door of, I guess, monthly lows here at 29.16s. We're trading at 29.35. It's pretty aggressive downtrend. And again, going back to the weekly or even the monthly, you can see a bit of a head and shoulders happening here, pushing back into this multi-year support area. So maybe, you know, if you took off the time frame on this and I saw this as a day trade, I'd be like, maybe, yeah, I can take a scalp down into this level. That looks pretty decent because sellers are coming in. But yeah, in terms of a potential stronger opportunity, maybe just waiting for it to come into this this demand zone that it's been holding since about 2018, Neil. Comcast might be looking a little head and shoulder. It might be a little backside, but we know what's happening in terms of changing industries. Is this the end? I don't know, but this downgrade might be some more fuel to the fire.
Yikes.
66.88, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract, with the overnight high basically being the same level, 66.72. So that's our first area of resistance. If we can't clear yesterday's close or the overnight high, that's the first level we're looking at. If we clear it, we're looking at 6,700 as the second level of resistance. If we start selling off, we're going to look to that. I don't think we're going to make it all the way down to the overnight low, which is 65.71, but we'll look at 6,600, Brendo, as our first level of support.
Happy Friday. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Absolutely free every single day. Comes to your inbox. Link is in the description. Top link, in fact, in the description. We'll get you to the sign-up page. As I mentioned, then all you need is your email address. We are starting the day kind of flat, but if you missed the pre-market, you've missed a lot at this point. So let's touch on a few things. Crypto to the downside once again in a pretty big way here this morning. This slide continues, multiple day slide. Again, just to summarize what has happened, there was some banking comments made by JP Morgan. White House, among others, comes in and says banks are very well funded, not a problem as far as credit is concerned at this point. Market goes up. Trump also came out and said, as far as China is concerned, these 100% tariffs, not sustainable, quote unquote, not sustainable. Market goes right back up. So everything kind of reset at basically flat here outside of. Yeah, crypto's definitely not flat right now.
No, Brendo, it tanked yesterday. So let's talk exactly about what happened. It slid sharply on Thursday. Bitcoin dropped about more than 5.5% to an intraday low of 104,853. The total market cap dropped by 5.9%. to down to 3.64 trillion. That's the lowest level, guys, it's been since July. The decline here triggered mass liquidations exceeding $1.09 billion just in liquidations, guys. It was really led again by over-leveraged Bitcoin and Ethereum trades, which accounted for 55% of the total sell-off. So that 1.09 billion, 55% of that were leveraged products that were forced liquidated, Brendo. The sell-off stemmed from a panic in traditional finance, as you mentioned, sparked by bad loan disclosures. The risk appetite weakened severely across all markets, and as we know, whether you like it or not, crypto still looked at as a risk asset. And I hate to keep saying this, but I'm really annoyed with the correlation between the Qs and crypto. I long for the day where they're no longer correlated. Because if I want to punch into the Qs, Brendo, I'll punch into the Qs.
Yeah, it's been kind of lessening, I think, over the past couple of years, but it seems to be coming back a little bit. Real quick on Apple, new deal here announced. I'm quite disappointed in this, but Anyway, Apple and Formula One announcing a 5-year U.S. media rights deal that will bring all races to Apple TV platforms beginning next year. It's not going to move the stock. No one cares. Apple's paying about $140 million per year for F1 rights over the next 5 years. So, okay, whether or not it'll just be a rebroadcast of the European broadcast or whether they'll set up their own team and everything.
Remember the headline?
ESPN had it. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, remember the headline we were talking about yesterday about Apple trying to get more sports rights?
Here we go.
And specifically, they were saying they're only going to pick it up if they can change the user experience. They want like unique views, interactions. Yeah. So we'll see if they actually do something with this because that's their stated goal.
Yeah, as I said, didn't really move the stock, but worth a note.
Oh, we know you care. Come on, you care, Brandon. You like F1. I think it's a theme. It's certainly a theme. Sean and I were actually talking about Apple TV's baseball, where it's like they do something really well and the broadcast is not so great in other regards. But the more important thing is they're expanding. But if we jump back over to crypto, because a couple people in the chat have you've already asked, are we bouncing in crypto? Here's the look at this. Look at Bitcoin right now. Like, what is everyone freaking out about? What happened the last time we took a couple steps up and then broke a prior support level? We just tested the prior breakout level and that turned into support itself. Like, this line is just drawn from here. This is not, like, to me, what are we freaking out about? So we broke this, and when we lost that support, you bounced, and then you took the stairs up, you even consolidated there, you respected this level. So we break this, then my expectation is, why are we surprised if we see the low 90s? And even worse, if you saw like the the mid 70s. But first step, you have a bottoming tail potential candle if we're able to recover. I tend to think of when you break down here, then that turns into resistance up at like 109, 110. So kind of with that in mind, like it takes a lot to get there. I don't know if we've got the juice to come in there and get to like 61 on IBIT. But I'm thinking you can get a potential bounce back into that prior support, turning into resistance. If you think something's in a short-term downtrend, then you short, like support turns into resistance and vice versa, and I like to flip that script around. So that's what my thought on IBIT today is to try to find some faith. And if we get them, we get them. And in the long term, as I said, like I'll be a buyer when we get down here. It's like 91, 91.5, 92 in that range. Just it follows that structure. You just have to be patient with it. It takes months for these things to play out, but over the long run, it tends to work if you're really, really patient and just identify the key levels here on Bitcoin.
Yeah, don't forget, guys. I think you've heard this before. You take the stairs up, you take the elevator down, and we got some elevator action last week or this week as well. But yeah, Bitcoin. I think in terms of structure, you can see that it's stepping up on structure. Even if it pulls back, maybe I'm looking for prior structure to kind of get involved with. And I really like the way that Neil has his chart set up with some of those significant support and resistance levels here. But I think something more interesting in the Bitcoin scene right now is, yes, Bitcoin's taken a little bit of a pullback, but take a look at what MSTR is doing, right? MSTR is cracking structure, kind of looking like it's potentially taking a beeline to down into here, 240s. That's about $40 away, currently trading at 283s. And yeah, it's got a lot of room to go, and it's already broken down. This is a weekly chart, guys. This is a weekly chart. It's already started to break down here on the month. On multiple months, you can see that base on top of 360s. That's been taken out as well. And again, simply, I don't know what kind of indicators I have on here. There you go. Not many, but an anchored VWAP from those wick highs, you can see we finally kind of rejected that at that 357. So that's what I kind of have on watch. And even if you want to put like an arbitrary trend line right here, you can see that maybe it's taking a beeline all the way down into the trend. If you say that the trend has accelerated already, maybe you can go like this. That's already broken. There's so many different ways you can look at this. But what I'm trying to point out is with Bitcoin kind of taking a little bit of a breather, pulling back in, and a lot of fear and anticipation for fresh lows on Bitcoin, maybe MSTR sees a little bit of that action as well, just into prior structures. So that's what I'm looking for. Pretty flat on the weekly chart. You can see this weekly, today's the last day of the week, about 7 hours left on this session to print. I'm curious to know how this weekly candle closes this week on MSTR. So that's what I'm looking at in the crypto sector.
All right, AMD and Micron, I was just keeping my eye on AMD here, already back to positive we're right there right now, we'll call it. We did get into positive territory. It dipped a little bit here. We'll see what happens. I mean, AMD and Micron kind of leading the way as far as the, if you want to call it, semi group is concerned here in the pre-market so far this morning. What happens, as I said earlier, what happens throughout this day could depend a lot on these.
Absolutely, Brendo. Micron's been the strongest semiconductor microchip name in the year. I think it's well over 100%. But today had a bit of an interesting headline. They want to stop selling memory chips at data centers in mainland China following, that 2023 ban on its products because it was labeled as critical infrastructure. So the Chinese don't have too many companies on the ban list, American companies on the ban list. This happens to be one of them. Despite the exit for data centers, only data centers, they're going to continue selling Chinese clients, to Chinese clients, I should say, in autos and smartphones. They employ guys, over 300 people at their China data centers. So they're still looking at getting involved some way, somehow, just not currently. And that's obviously going to buoy some of their competitors like Samsung and SK Hynix, who also deal in HBM.
Among the most active here, definitely for volume-wise, anyways, in the pre-market, guys, AMD and Micron.
Yeah, AMD looks so strong, and I get it. Let's not. We've hashed this. We talked about it yesterday. The disparity in PE and forward PE between AMD and NVIDIA, and certainly AMD's gotten a little bit expensive relative to NVIDIA. But if you just look at what's going on here, here's just draw out your daily chart, and this prior high, which really had a crazy wick, but let's call it like 210 to 212, was that top. What has happened this week? Oops, I went too far. We dipped, and when we challenged that level, the downside on a pullback, look at the rejection. Instantly buying when it challenged into the prior high on the daily, and then the next day, clean breakout. So like there's been two just absolute monster long days this week, Tuesday and Wednesday, and it all started with holding that 210. Now the only downside is the next step of that breakout is getting through 240. Well, guess what? We got a bit of a walk to get to 240 today. So unfortunately, you got some resistance up at the 240 level. What I do like about AMD is at least you can hold on to the Wednesday high, the Wednesday low, higher low at the 230 level. So if you can hold on to that, there's room for a long into 240. But I didn't pull the trigger on a fail break of 240 yesterday, and I think that was a bit of a mistake, just because we're talking about both of them. Micron, 200 is such an incredibly key level right now. It's showing you how important it is. I think it's I call it like an over-under. If the opening range holds over, then you grit your teeth and go long. If it holds under, then I grit my teeth and go short, and just price action is price action, and you have a double bottom at 195. So the levels are a little bit more obvious here on Micron. It also happens to be a Friday. But that AMD is kind of where the mind goes immediately to, well, you got to respect this 240 top until it breaks. And one day we're going to take that breakout, and maybe it'll be next week. You never really know. But for today, at 230, got to be willing to play it in both directions. I was not yesterday. I will be today.
Yeah, in terms of AMD and Micron, I'm watching it. Yesterday, I had eyes on it off of the open. It attempted to push that 200 break. I like that, but kind of a straight chop off of the open, very, very aggressive, and it finally kind of gave you that breakout much later on in the day after about 10:30. We finally break the opening range, which is no longer, the 200 is no longer the level there. It's about 202s, and that 202s gives you a high of 206 on the push. Their prior highs sitting at 201s. You can see that that's coming in at from the beginning of the month here, October 6th. That was the high. We're attempting to push. The break is not over. I think bigger picture, this thing is still kind of going there pretty strong. So intraday, the breakout was not clean, but multi-day, you can see how well it's holding up above this structure that we made for over, I guess, over about, how many days is that? About 7, 8 days, 9 days. So right there, 9-day consolidation, holding above that 200. Let's see if we get that continuation. We know that AMD is looking hella strong as well. Gapping up above and into its all-time highs, now holding and consolidating with higher highs and higher lows. Pretty much every day we're making a higher low, relatively speaking, on AMD. So both these stocks looking relatively strong. I'm curious to know whether or not we print some fresh highs. We already talked about how like AMD this could be a total flip of the script on AMD because now they're finally being accepted and almost like, given that stamp of approval from OpenAI being like, all right, these guys are good enough now that we're going to main some of these chips. So I think it's an interesting story that's forming, but AMD, Micron, definitely on watch. I got alerts at some of those highs. If those come in today, I definitely want to have eyes on.
All right, Oracle, another one we can take a look at this morning, back to the upside right now. I was going to go out to a daily chart here if my chart will load, but anyway, I will refresh that. We're coming back into significant levels once again for ORCL, one that ripped yesterday late in the day.
It did, and then it sold off, as you mentioned, Brendo, in the aftermarket. So let's talk about what happened. Executives at Oracle defended profit margins in its AI cloud rental business, and then it fell 2% as long-term financial guidance kind of took focus. So you recall that the rally here yesterday was because of Oracle's pushback against a report from The Information claiming that their AI server rental margins are only 14%. Just to give you by way of comparison, when we look at competitor CoreWeave, they reported 51% gross margins. Now, Oracle clarified that their gross margins across full contract life cycles is 35%, not 14%. So disputing what was said by The Information, but also markedly lower than a competitor at 51%, Brendo. So, that 2030 revenue guidance, we kind of chuckled a little bit about that because it's so down the road, but they reaffirmed it again yesterday.
Yeah, so good luck for Oracle. I'm going to talk about Microsoft a little bit here, or Windows specifically. So Windows forced this computer that I use at this desk, and Adair uses as well throughout the day, to upgrade from Windows 10 to Windows 11 yesterday. It just hasn't been the same since, so I may have to restart my computer, guys.
Fail. Gotta do those restarts overnight, son. No, just it happens. Annoying when it does, but hey, we're live. That's how you go. Oracle has the same setup as a lot of other things today. Maybe it's a little different. Like, since it had the crazy, and we know the guidance and the target that they put on their back with this gigantic guide, and maybe a little bit of pushback coming from that, certainly, and starting to taper off because it's all reliant on OpenAI. But that lower highs have been put in very cleanly. Like, it's got a trend off of this top. The good news is, hey, it's an upward trending stock where if it breaks that trend line, then technically it's great. And then you're looking at a big time breakup, but that's on the daily chart. For now, I think any false break of 310, you're looking in the other direction because it's been putting in those weak highs. So and I have a lot of other things on the list that look like that. Like if that were to happen, then probably AMD 240s come into play. ASTS has a similar setup that I was showing you guys earlier. So that you can't do all of them that have that same, if we pop and lose this price at in the first like 10, 20 minutes, I'm shorting this level. Well, you can't do them all, otherwise you're just gonna, you're asking for it, because if they all break out, then you're just getting screwed like 5 times instead of twice. So I'll probably stay away from that trade, but that's the setup that it looks like to me, where wick highs through like 310 should be reverted. And then if it closes underneath here, I think you're just one more day, another day of this trend line proving itself. Great if it breaks out, but until it happens, I think you're fading those spots.
Yeah, I think the Oracle bigger picture, the way it's setting up now, I have a lot of things on my chart here, but a couple of indicators I do want to point out. These horizontals, like they were great day 1, day 2, day 3, but I think it's pretty, maybe keeping an eye out there for that. But an anchored VWAP from the initial event, you saw that aggressive push up, nice little pullback. We got an anchored VWAP from prior here as well. I don't know how far back that one is, but regardless, that's where kind of the bid steps in on the catalyst as well. Interesting how some of these things happen, but we'll leave the tinfoil suit out of this one. But you can see how we pulled back in, made a bit of a low here, and I haven't anchored at that low because strong volume drop intraday picks right back up. right? And then now we're kind of holding and consolidating. Not only that, this bigger picture downtrend that we've been making, we've broken that and now start consolidating sideways. So yesterday we attempted to push pretty aggressively intraday. I don't know what this was, but a little bit of an intraday maybe move. On potential catalysts, we attempt to push. We got 322s, and we're still holding on the drop back in. So I'm watching this consolidation. This is looking interesting. It seems like anything right now is trying to push a little bit higher with that little bit of catalyst we got yesterday with the bid stepping up. It seems like to me it's trying to push higher. Let's see if it actually can. And I'm watching some of these prior days levels as well. If it can get above that closing price, which we're trying to in the pre-market right now, I think that could be interesting. But if we fail as well, I think definitely watching some of this trend, some of these trends as well on Oracle. Sideways consolidation though, Neil, it's holding up quite well from that initial catalyst just at the beginning of September on that open AI bid on Oracle.
Yeah, and I see this in Ronnie's. Oh, wait a minute. Shoot, I just put the other one up there. I don't know if there was a second super chat, but this is from Adam Jones here. Big deal, money up front this morning, sizable market cap increase with potential for deal to be up to $1 billion, a 30 million float, though. Yeah, that 30 million float, it's done 100 million shares. They've run it multiple times. This does fit the bill. I know Sharif will be looking at this 100% because it's a gapper that's doing volume and it's above the volume weighted average price. And it's shown you strength above VWAP and it's been able to break out that high. Just keep in mind, you lose VWAP early and things can get very, very nasty. Coot the other day, like 2 days ago, try that one off VWAP and it just trended down when it couldn't hold it. So I would not fight this if it loses the volume weighted average price. Remember we had Luis on yesterday, remember what he says. You do not want to get caught on the back end of these when they are not showing upward structure, because then you're just fighting it. They short those, and they do very well when they make that play. So looking at that 125, now obviously if it breaks VWAP, there's the dollar level for just that psychological support, but I'd be looking at that 120 off the open. Ronnie, it's very, very clearly got a 160 kind of bag holder level, and if you zoom out, like 190. So there's a little bit of room to go from here, but certainly if it gets to VWAP, that does give you a good trade, risk to reward at least.
All right, bank trouble, question mark, possibly not. White House comes out this morning, essentially says banks are quote unquote well-funded, and this is really a non-issue type of issue, but that's a daily chart on XLF, just to highlight what happened on the daily time frame yesterday. We are now back to basically, I mean, this is green, but some of the individual names basically flat on the morning. But if you're looking at anything banking related, you're going to see a huge gap to the downside and then a retracement back higher. And this comes back to JP Morgan once again.
Absolutely, Brendo. Again, Jamie Dimon, the CEO, making very interesting comments saying, if there's one cockroach, referring of course to the bankruptcy related to Jeffries, there may be others. And yesterday we saw that there was more than meets the eye after Zions Bank Corporation and Western Alliance disclosed bad loans, which reignited a worry about risky U.S. lending practices. You had the KRE, which is the regional banking ETF, drop 6% with only one component of the ETF actually finishing in the green. Zions, for their part, they dropped 13%. Western Alliance, Brendo, 10%. You guys get the point here. But analysts coming out and saying, look, there's no evidence of, institutional problems, much in the same way that we had during the great financial crisis. And let's just be even more pragmatic about it, Brendo. If one or two of these small regional banks actually is in trouble, like what we saw in 2023, March 2023, bigger banks, much more liquid banks like your JPs, your Morgans, they will buy these companies, they'll absorb them, and they'll take some of their clients and kind of reshore their balance sheet.
Which is also what he might be pointing to or thinking of at this point. ZION, like some of the better ideas or possibly potential opportunities might come from some of the smaller ones. Here's ZION right now, up way more than anything else at this point, guys.
Yeah, I'm probably just going to look at KRE itself today. I think that's what I put in my note. But right before we get to that, the early look on the imbalances, it's 9:20, so I mean, these will firm up pretty quickly. We have 7 minutes till the open. They're all sell side with a few tiny exceptions, BITB and BTC, but mostly small sell imbalances, which is kind of indicative of what the morning has felt like outside of a little bit of rally here in the future. But as far as KRE goes, you lost the 200 period moving average and went right into what would be like that last ditch support level. So on a bounce here, I'm just sort of squarely looking back at support to turn into resistance for KRE. And it's in and around that supply zone of 60. I think if it gets over, then you can confirm the relief rally and all that good stuff. And congratulations if you happen to get the bottom here. But we've seen afternoon or late morning flushes pretty much every single day this week, and I'd be inclined to at least want to go to the well in the place where most of the concern is and take a shot there. So I have KRE on the mind. This is why I'm not looking at that Oracle as an example. Just too many other things to be looking at currently. So you have to sort of parse it down. You can pick individual names if you like, but I've traded KRE before and haven't traded many of the other regionals personally. So this is the one I'll be looking at. Bit of a spread, but it's starting to tighten up. So I think as the open comes, trade just like a regular stock.
Yeah, I think KRE is the one to watch. I think I definitely agree with Neil there. Strong volume yesterday, I guess, on those fears. You can see some extended bars there at the bottom of the chart. But in the pre-market session, man, we've already recovered about 50%. So we've reverted about 50% back into some of these prior levels here. Now the question becomes, we had sellers on Wednesday. We had sellers on Thursday. Coming into today, after about a 50% reversion of yesterday's price action, which was the most selling that kind of happened over the past couple of days, do sellers step back in? That's the question. I think bigger picture, we've made a high at 67s. We're kind of making a lower lows and lower highs since about the beginning of September-ish, and we're starting to curl a little bit lower here as well. So just bigger picture, if we are to kind of drop 56, we're already bouncing off of that, but just going down to the hourly, you can see here, yeah, we're kind of looking like it's rolling over. Let's see if there is follow through, and just to reiterate, sellers for the past 2 days, let's see if we see more of the same if they do step in today. I'm going to be watching VWAP, and I'm going to be watching maybe this little consolidation from prior day just above that $60 level as well.
Right, Meta, the last one on the list here this morning. We'll wrap up quickly. Still 5-6 minutes to go here before the open. If you zoom out on Meta as well, I mean, yeah, it's a $700+ stock, but huge levels coming back into play here. It's been consolidating over the last week and a half, week or so, around this 715, 720 area. Holding up better than most here, I think, as far as tech is concerned.
Absolutely, Brendo, and it's another big check that's going to be written by Meta here with respect to data centers. So let's talk about this. Meta's finalizing a $30 billion financing package for its Hyperon data center that's going to be in rural Louisiana. It's a large private capital deal, the largest, I should say, on record, according to Bloomberg, of course. The financing includes about $27 billion in debt and about $2.5 billion in equity. It's structured again, guys, through this new vehicle we've been talking about, a special purpose vehicle led by Morgan Stanley. So they're going to own the site, not Meta. Meta is not borrowing directly. Instead, of course, it's using this SPV to handle the debt while Meta acts as the developer, operator, and tenant. Completion is expected in 23. They're also going to be in cahoots with Blue Owl Capital, which actually owns the real estate site. And just a day earlier, Brendo, Meta already announced another $1.5 billion investment in El Paso, Texas for a data center, the 29th globally.
Zuck has all the cash, that's for sure. Whether or not it'll equate to an opportunity today remains to be seen. However, we are just teetering on positive territory once again here from Meta, guys.
I was just saying though, I don't know that you do anything with this unless you're trying to get like a trade back through 700. Like, and it did that on, I guess it's Tuesday? Yeah, it's Tuesday, where it breaks 700, and if you just take it back through 700, you end up getting like 10, 15 bucks, which even on Meta is not that great. It's because it's a $700 stock. So this one feels like a little bit of a pass. I know you're looking at Alphabet more likely than, I'm just making a guess out there because that's what you were talking about, than Meta. And if you look at just maybe a stronger stock in the Mag 7, like upward trending, so if a similar dip buy came in, you'd be pulling into a prior resistance, like 247. It's already bounced there. So I'd be more inclined to be there. But for myself, you've already seen, like I kind of had these pop and fade ideas going on here. And whether it's at ASTS, which I like to call ASTS, if you hear me say ASTS, you know what I mean, ASTS, AMD 240, and obviously we talked a little bit about IBIT and KRE as well. So I don't know if I'll be looking at Meta or Google myself.
Yeah, no, I think Meta, Neil pointed out this level here where we keep on bouncing off of 690, 690. So yeah, I'm watching that consolidation a little bit here as well. But bigger picture, bit of a downtrend, pulling back off of that 800 push. But interestingly enough, Neil, it's holding up on top of some an old anchor I have here from the beginning of the year. You can see from all of these dip lows that we had in April, that bid that did give us a strong push all the way towards all-time highs on some stocks as well. So we're coming down into those levels, and that's where we're finding the bid here. So that's interesting to me. This is an anchor that's pinned to one of these lows, the most recent one of these lows down at 480. And the first time we pull back into these, into that average there, you can see how strong the buying keeps on lifting it up. But Gotta notice that we're making lower highs into this level. So yeah, interesting area that Meta's in as of right now. Strong question mark is very, very valid. I think if it holds these wick lows, I think it could be very, very interesting. But Neil, we only got about 30 seconds here, man.
Less than 30 seconds to go. Final bell before the open. Don't forget there's that small capper Ranny, which is rolling around. Mostly selling bounces, but nothing really stood out on the bounce. I know it's a third Friday, but notice you don't see anything significant over 1 million shares. So as we drop this countdown for the final time this week, everybody, and get this party started, I'm going to first have ASTS open because I think that could maybe move the most right away off of the bat, but you absolutely never know. So just be a little bit nimble. Be patient, everybody. Is the market's trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Okay, maybe KRE is trying to go. No, KRE heading immediately to the downside, so no pop and fade there. Advanced money destroyer or advanced money doubler for most days this week, not doing much. Right off the open, holding VWAP, kind of going to the downside a little bit, but nothing too crazy just yet, so not into anything. And I said maybe be patient, especially when we come to me, the third Friday. I always want to be a little more patient off the opening. Here comes ASTS. See if that one can get and maybe press into the high 80s and 90s. That's the fade zone that I was talking about.
Yeah, I think I'm watching some AMD here, AMD with a little bit of a pullback, watching some CRML as well. Market's pulling back in, so we did have a bit of a top there at 24,800. So I'm watching that, being patient, right? Being patient, waiting for things to just kind of fall into my lap. I think that's been working pretty well for me as of recent. Prax, that's the one that's going right now. I know PRAX on a lot of people's radars. That high from yesterday is at 206, and oh boy, that thing is blasting off to the races. 195.20 is currently on PRAX, so that thing is going absolutely nuts, man. Okay, you know what? Now I gotta pull it up. I was trying to avoid putting it on my main screen because I was like, sometimes I get pulled into some of these crazy movers there. There goes Caramel looking a little sweet to the upside there, but let's take a quick look at this Prax and see what's going on here. I know a lot of people are buzzing about it in the chat as well. So we'll go straight up to the 3-minute chart and see what it does in and around that 206 from yesterday. I'm pretty sure I need borrows for this one. I did not get borrows, but that's, again, still very much front side on this and coming into some of those fresh highs. Is this almost halting? Maybe, potentially. I think it's coming into those areas where, yeah, this can potentially halt even before that 206 mark here as of right now. So 206 is potentially incoming. 203 is currently on Prax. Oh, boy. That thing is blasting to the upside. Now, Oracle going the other way. Oracle is getting sold off here, back below that 300 mark on Oracle. So we'll visit this one in a second here. Oracle pulling back in pretty aggressively. So sellers from yesterday, after hours, maybe potentially stepping right back in to some of these lows. But we pointed out, we did kind of break that downtrend, and we're consolidating sideways. So the question becomes, if the buyers are still there on Oracle, when and where will they show up? But buyers, oh boy, definitely here on Caramel and Prax as well. Let's see what else is going on. AMD chopping sideways. I know a lot of people were looking at the in vivo.
It's rejecting fertility. Specifically 234 on AMD.
Is that a key level for you?
100% it's a key level.
All right.
234 was support from yesterday, and it's chopped it around in the pre-market. So it doesn't, but that doesn't necessarily matter because that's just a pre-market. But right off the open, I've already seen on the tape a couple of times 234 has been rejected. It looks like ASTS is not really moving as much as I thought ASTS was going to go. But AMD, this fade off 241. If we don't get to 240, that's the only other key level out there. So if I'm looking for any kind of a short underneath, make sure I have a stop to protect and see if I can't, the next time it pops up, get something in the high 30s. And see if we can't get our first one on of the day. So just want to respect that structure. And IBIT not really doing much of anything, but keep in mind, we've seen this before where it's a little bit of chop fest and a little bit of lack of direction early, and you're just waiting to pounce on something. I've seen nothing really go. Apple's trying to break out a little bit here, Obi, and as you said, maybe Oracle's moving. And that Ronnie, whatever we're calling it, bounced clean off the volume weighted average price and headed to the upside. Hey, maybe it just has to be a small capper day. See, yes, like that's the thing. I'm looking for one of these big caps to actually make a move, and it's Ronnie clean off the volume weighted average price and already heading into 150.
Yeah, so I'm watching this GLD here as well, a little bit below 195. Nice, 395. Let's see if it can crack a little bit lower here. Pre-market lows at 394. 15s, but I'm going to give it a little bit of room here, maybe some time. CRML is ripping to the upside, so it seems like some of these rare earths might be catching a little bit of a bid here. So MP, let's take a quick look at some of these guys here. Maybe looking for sellers into some prior levels if we are going to catch a strong bid here as of right now. Okay, so GLD is popping back up. That's okay. I'm fine with that stopping me out for now. TMC, let's take a quick look at that one here, the metals company. Okay, not as strong, but that may be potentially
quick
finding
update,
some
Obi.
levels here. What's going on?
Like that whole thing, so the other day you were talking about AMD swiping. Yep. All over the place.
Oh, yeah.
They just did exactly the same thing. I got first fill at 233.50, and then they swiped to VWAP, got everything out because I was just sitting there, and it swiped everything. Then it came back, did not get filled on the offer again, which I'm going to try and do because it looks like it's just kind of bouncing back and forth between 232.5, which is VWAP, and 234. So it's giving you that back and forth. That smells so good. Sharif got his food there. So I'm going to play this 234 again and try to respect the range because it's not really breaking out of it. So short in front of that 34 seller and see where we can get that to go. The NASDAQ is trying to break out. So there is upside movement here in the market as it's trying to go. So I want to be respectful of that. This is NVIDIA breaking out as AMD. It worked, so 1 for 1. Just keep in mind, the NASDAQ is trying to go here. So you got to be a bit careful. I don't want this breaking out that 234 on me.
Yeah, so Neil, that gold came in so hot. So we were talking about 395s.
Where is it?
As you were talking, this thing slammed down to 392s. So for almost $3 instantly to the ground. I'm just like, oh boy, you know what? Okay, damn. I was posted a little too much. I'm like, no, it's coming back down. I go to cancel my posts. And those get filled. So all right, cool. We have what we have, which is now absolutely nothing. Oh my God. All right, so that's that there. Let's see, where is the next trade potentially? CRML maybe a little bit poised for a bit of a pullback here. So let's take a quick look at this one, maybe take a stab at that and see if that potentially comes in. That's the first sign of a little bit of selling coming in here on CRML after some strong push. $18 all the way to 22s. All right, buddy, let's see how much further you can do. If we are actually squeezing, now this thing can continue to go, right? So I got eyes on watching it, but that gold came in so hot and so fast. I was not expecting that at all. Absolutely crazy here. Let's see if CRML can give us something similar with a little bit of, caramel with the sweetness, man. Let's see if we can pull back into some of these moving averages, maybe the VWAP as well. But if it's going to come in pretty nicely,
ASTS is finally taking off here.
That 19.5 is also pre-market highs as of right now.
CRML is not actually caramel. It is, well, okay, fine. Critical metals, we can call. And ASTS is, of course, not ASTS. We just talk that way sometimes, AST Space Mobile. It is trying to take off, and I'm trying to be very, very patient about this to try to get back into this high 80s and wait for it to make that top. Like, don't want to catch that runaway freight train, but the second we start getting back into the highs, then I want to try to respect it. So we'll see if we're able to get this one. I have it up on a secondary. AMD just popped right back into that resistance. So it's still swiping up and down here from that 232 range into the 234. Let's go over to the desk. First update from Adara of the morning.
Nothing major, but I'm just seeing a comment coming from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, basically saying that the House and Senate Democrats continue to hold firm. I bring this up because this implies that we're unlikely to get immediate resolution here when it comes to the government shutdown. I also want to let you guys know, too, no economic data at 9:45 or 10 a.m., as has been standard with the shutdown. But Fed's Muslim speaking at 12:15. That's really the only economic event of note to be aware of today, guys, as we head into the first 10 minutes of this trading session. Back to you.
I am the liquidity.
I am the liquidity. I will provide the liquidity. That's what I like to say.
Oh, my bad. I got it wrong. I messed up Obi's quote. I will provide the liquidity, says. Yes. Well, hopefully the liquidity is to the downside for now and we head back down because the AMD's trying. It's loud. It's louder than it usually is. Just throw that out there. Usually it's not quite that loud, but resistance still holding at that 234 to the downside. I got to go back over. And again, I'm just watching the names that I'm focused on here. ASTS showing the first signs of curl. You guys saw that candle. Someone just swiped the bid heavy on ASTS. Let's see if I can finagle my way in at 87 and not swipe all the way down like that. Like this person just swiped all the way down like almost a full dollar to get the short through 87. But that pre-market high looking like it's being respected. AMD curling, the market's also curling, but I want to get into ASTS before it is too late, and I don't want to have to chase it, everybody. ASTS is not a trade, says GoAC. Hey, to each their own. You've got to trade your strategy, right? Like maybe some people think AMD's a long. Perfectly respect anybody that wants to disagree. AMD, my target is 230. I believe we mentioned that in the pre-market. I think 230 is a support level, so you know how I roll. If I can get 33 half into 230, then I'll be more than happy with that trade. As so far, we've had more or less of an opening kind of range-bound trade here, Obi. But if you can pick your spots, I think you do just fine.
Oh yeah, definitely. Picking spots is you got to be precise, right? That's what matters here. Okay, so maybe some selling coming in now on Caramel there, as we rip all the way up to 22s and then slam all the way back down. I'm like, all right, well, maybe I could have had better prices at 22s, but you know what? I got to pull up some other charts on this and make sure I'm watching the right kind of stuff. Because if this starts to consolidate, we could very well go right back to those 22.33 highs on CRML. But where is a VWAP right here? 1984s on at VWAP right here. So that's a little bit lower than the P8 VWAP I have here, which is sitting at $20.28. So let's see. Sometimes you have multiple indicators. Sometimes they're giving you different kind of prices. But at the end of the day, you got to remember it's just an arbitrary line on the chart. I like what I forget what the username was in the chat. Called it ACA, arbitrary chart art. And that's what I'm going to start calling indicators from now on, because that's exactly what they are, arbitrary chart art.
Well, the chart art's starting to head to the downside.
The chart art is definitely starting to head a little bit down.
Well, apparently, Astus wasn't a trade, but it did just get to VWAP there, 87 to 85. Like I said, I didn't get it. I was trying not to chase that move down because, ultimately, it's a different trade if you have to short it at 86 with risk to the high than if you're shorting it up there at 87. AMD goes right to target. So it goes right down into that 230. It bounced at 230 and a half. So that's the opening range. And I thought it's going to be a choppy morning because it is Friday. So the play of action is there's key level, there's key level, there's VWAP, trade only where it matters. So if it gets to your level, you short it, and then you take it out only at the levels that matters. When it breaks down, wait for it to get to 230. I'm looking for what the next trade's gonna be at this point. Don't need to rush to anything. AMD was already pretty good. And oh goodness, we did not. Well, I did not. Didn't say we. I did not go back over to KRE. Lost the bid at the open and still trying to recover. So all of that work that was done in the pre-market starting to unwind here in KRE. I thought maybe we'd get up some of those highs in the 60s. But if the trend is going to be down today on the regional banks, then I want to respect the volume weighted average price. I want to respect the trend. So it's already shown me failure at VWAP. I guess I'm semi-chasing here. I'll just give it to the volume-weighted average price. Kind of a tight stop, but it's not trading exactly where I wanted it to in the first place.
Yeah, VWAP's always an interesting area, and I'm starting to use it a little bit differently. Because like I really like anchored VWAP. You see me using it a lot. Shout out to Mr. Brian Shannon once again. But I think it's absolutely solid. It depends on how you use these indicators, right? I always use the analogy of it's funny enough, like as much as I talk about university being a great business and nothing more, but it's kind of like the classroom setting, right? I always see it like the classroom setting. Everyone has the same textbook. Everyone has the same learning material.
Do they though?
We all see the same charts. We all look at the same tape. We all have similar books, right? If you have the market data. But the thing is, everybody gets a different grade. Your ability to interpret information is different. It's going to be unique, right? And your ability to process and really kind of understand it is going to be a little bit different as well. But
I don't know what textbook you have, but you got to get that like the magic textbook. You know, the one with all the answers in it.
Oh, that one? Yeah. Here's the thing. I usually was the guy who was scribbling in my textbook anyway. So, that's how I like to take a look at it. And it's always interesting to see how other people view indicators and how other people view price action and how they read it and what their interpretation of it is. I always find that very educational and informative as well. There's VWAP. There's the first P8 VWAP here on Caramel. Let's see if I can get down to the other one as well. 1996. Is that sweet spot of that other VWAP I got going on that's the one from my trading view here, just below that $20. So just giving you that area, 19.5s is that pre-market area as well. So we'll keep an eye out on both of those levels. Maybe post some down there as well. Maybe I don't know, but this thing is kind of choppy, right? VWAP could be the place where players step right back in, or it could be the place where I want to reassess and look for a potential continuation back down through that VWAP, because the like bigger picture we've been kind of holding. We hold to some prior days levels as well in and around there. So yeah, maybe. I have no idea though, but that worked out. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. Market falling?
The market is, I don't know if tanking is the word. BP in the chat. Hopefully you have enough buying power for all of your trades, BP. But the market is not. It's not tanking, I wouldn't say, but we are falling down pretty decently after a lot of work was done when the president kind of said things aren't as bad in China as they seem and the tariffs are unsustainable and a lot of that other stuff. Just jumping right back over. AMD really did not bounce off 230 and is continuing. Am I still offering at 234? Yeah, I didn't get everything in front of 234, but there's no need to leave that offer out there, because then the worst thing that can happen is I forget that it's there like hours later and you get a fill that you don't want. But what is going as well is Micron. Micron fails 200. As far as I'm, like, if Micron's under 200, then it's a short. Set at the opening range, can't break that price out, then I'm going to short that one back into the volume weighted average price. So I'm in KRE, but I do want to get one of the chip names back and take a second salvo if it's going to be AMD or NVIDIA. We'll see. On any other day, I'd be saying the market is cratering. I don't think I say cratering very often. I don't know. I feel like
that's a bit of a stretch.
No, like you got to be down well over 1% for it to be that bad, in my opinion. But that's to each their own. I can tell you one thing that is making extreme moves any way you cut it, and that's that Rani stock, RANI. Like 150 to 120, it just lost VWAP. We've seen this story before, like, hey, small cap stock loses the volume weighted average price and then turns into a short for the rest of the day. So just be very careful with this. I know when it's under VWAP, Sharif doesn't like these, and I tend to be the same way. If it's not going to be able to hold the volume weighted average price, then I don't want to participate in that short. In the long at all. But if it's under VWAP and I like the short, then I take it. Like I'm going to be into KRE here. So working into KRE, still waiting for that opportunity, maybe to short a pop in Micron as well.
Yeah, so I'm kind of watching this consolidation here on Caramel and see if that kind of holds. It's holding that VWAP pretty decently as of right now, but I want to give it a couple of minutes here as it consolidates, kind of works in and around that VWAP. If it comes back into the highs, that's perfectly fine as well. Gold caught a little bit of a bounce. That was nice. I accidentally flipped long because I overfilled on the longs, and I punched out on 393s, but it seems like that did come in pretty nicely. Good reasons to buy, but that VWAP is continuing to maybe look like it's a bit heavy underneath that 395 as well. So I got eyes on. I'm watching. I'm being patient. I'm trying to be as nimble as possible here. Caramel back to 21. So if that comes in and stops me out, that's perfectly fine as well. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. But guys, exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders.
What would that be?
Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs, offering 3 times bull and bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, U.S. Treasuries, and even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of this year, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn some more. Oh boy, so Caramel coming in and stopping me out, that's okay.
The market's trying to take a bit of a turn here.
Yeah, there's a turn. So
I think that's why you stay in scout mode. So look, KRE broke that volume weighted average price, so you have to wait, or I have to wait. Anyone can do whatever they want to do. I have to wait for it to get to the next resistance spot, or maybe confirm that we still have the resistance underneath that volume weighted average price. Micron just came in. AMD, good out at the bottom, because AMD is right back above that 230 level. Micron, the 200 is the key spot for myself, so jump in at VWAP. Hey, 88.88. I don't even think I did that intentionally, to be honest with you. But I'm in at 88.88 anyways, as the market tries to go. We are at resistance on the Qs, however. Let me flip back over to show you guys, or I can just put the black chart. Forget about the Qs, I'll show you on the NASDAQ, same levels. We wicked the top. It was already resistance at 24.8. Bigger level incoming at 25, but 24.8 going to be that first stop. So Micron want to wait till that 200 level to make a definitive decision if we break out from there. I'm willing to be long on Micron, but if you ever hear me say over or under, it just sort of means if there's structure for a trade, like fail break there, short into it, or if it breaks out long and puts in higher lows above that price, I'd go long. If it puts in lower highs under, I go short. I try to keep it that simple at a price like a $200 level. So my eyeballs are in the same places: KRE, AMD, Micron, maybe a little bit of that Ronnie if it can get going. But yeah, Ronnie it's struggling here at the volume weighted average price. I don't know if this is going to be one, unfortunately. It's not looking as strong as it was in the pre-market. Sometimes the pre-market is your best shot for these. But I'll still have it up there in case it starts to show a bit more of a bid.
Yeah, sometimes like, we talk about pre-market having some of the best opportunities and some of the best competitive prices may not last very long, and you can see that happen in the pre-market very often here. So yeah, watching that gold hold that VWAP is looking very interesting to me. I might want to dabble in a little bit of that piece there. If we can hold structure and hold a little bit lower, maybe a little bit of a pullback as well on this name. Let me know in the chat what you guys are watching, because I'm curious to know. Tesla high a day saying Sharif, thank you very much. So that's potentially coming in as of right now, 430.60s on Tesla. So good call out there. Thank you, Sharif. NVIDIA as well coming into high a day. So Tesla and NVIDIA out of the megs.
Wow, Tesla.
Very, very strong and definitely pulling the market up a little bit higher.
Are you watching Google
back in. I am watching Google. Google is a little bit down. Yeah, a little bit weak there. So those sellers from yesterday, I guess they stepped right back in the morning today. So yeah, interesting look there on Google. I was looking for a potential interaction of that.
I got to remind everybody
we're doing that right now.
I see everyone putting your symbols in. It's great that everyone's chatting and throwing the symbols that they want in the chat, but just remember, type $sign and then whatever it is that you're interested in. Like Tesla, make sure you do $TSLA like I'm doing right now, so that you'll be able to, it should show up somewhere. I just did Tesla. There you go. Tesla shows up, and then you can see as all these symbols come in, Ronnie, AMD, Tesla. Haven't looked at Tesla till just now. Ronnie we have, AMD have, SoFi, Lays, both of them are going to be of interest. But what the heck? I was just on Tesla. We'll be able to revisit that throughout the day so that we're paying attention to not just what I'm interested in trading in, but we're always interested in trading in, but what you guys are interested in. And Tesla, on no particular catalyst, seems to want to go. It's Friday. Maybe the catalyst is Friday and it's Tesla, which is fair. I think that's perfectly fine. Yeah. Why not? But remember what Tesla did yesterday at the 440s. So congratulations if you got it. 440's been an absolute brick wall lately on Tesla, which at least I would be respecting. But, you know, like that's me. Like everyone can sort of do their own thing. You get to 440, I would tend to think fade, but I do like this. Anytime you bounce off 420, who doesn't like that? Only a hater wouldn't like the 420 support level.
I mean, if you're not bouncing and getting high off of the 420, what are you really doing? Isn't that the case? I thought that was... I mean, I know I talk about supply-demand mechanics and price action.
It's not bad.
420 might just go down in the books.
420 is a thing because people make it a thing.
Yeah, of course.
It doesn't...
Like, just like everything else. Literally just like everything else.
I would
right? It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Right? It's like... The dollar is only the gold standard because everyone agrees on it.
And the second they don't, oh, good.
Oh, boy.
Oh boy,
I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon.
AMD might be a long.
Everyone loves their dollars.
The market is going. AMD might be a long.
Our market is absolutely blasting.
Where's Nvidia? Because I'm getting out of Micron, and I'm thinking I should be flipping at this point, because that looks like a bear trap. Someone just said that too. Who said that in the chat? I can't. Gayu. I saw it flip really, really quickly as I was starting to think the same thing. When you have wick bottoms right off of the open and then V-shape recovery, a lot of times you're starting to think breakout above that top. So I'm wondering what's setting up like that particularly. Also, Ozan says, I disagree with people making a thing. For 420, these are clean GEX levels. What? Sure. I mean, I don't know. You know better than me. I just see it this way. If it lines up on a chart and it's at a price that people think is cool or significant, like $100 or 420, it just maybe gives you one other reason to like the trade. Maybe it's a thing, maybe it's not a thing. It ultimately doesn't matter. But if the price action supports the level for like 3 days in a row, and it happens to be 420, then maybe you like it a little bit more, right?
Well, if the chart is telling me, then like, who am I not to listen?
And it's Tesla. You think Tesla traders don't look at levels like 420 and 69? And I'm just saying.
Come on.
I'm just saying.
I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. Sometimes when I see it coming in, I'll just hit that number even harder just for the lows. Because I might be price ignorant in that momentum, and I'll be like, oh, I'm just gonna hit that 69, nice, or hit that 420, and see if we can get a little bit higher, right?
No,
it's just like so.
No,
that's what I'm talking about. Sometimes, yeah, it does kind of implement, and maybe it has to do with the generation as well, right? But I don't know. It's interesting. Market lore is always interesting and fun.
Something
to talk
going on
about
with Intel
as well. What's going on with Intel here?
Intel on a spike. I was listening to you at the same time that I heard it. So unfortunately,
whenever you say Intel, it definitely perks my interest there. Yeah, Intel's blasting. So is Nvidia. SMH is pushing to the upside. Micron is pushing day highs right here. AMD not yet. SMCI is going, and ARM about a 50% reversion of the downtrend that it's had. There goes the Nasdaq and the ES. Oh boy.
Okay,
question comes, do we hit that 25 once again on the Nasdaq?
The story here for Intel is it's Intel Foundry, and this is speculation from Semi-Accurate, which is a publication. Semi-Accurate saying Intel Foundry has a large AI client for, I can't even read that, 18A. So, okay, we'll see. I mean, a large foundry client is exactly the headline that Intel has been, like that's what they need. Like the foundry business has needed a large client. We'll see if we can get an update there from Adair for more specifics. Intel breaking through high today as we speak.
So Semi-Accurate, if you guys aren't familiar, kind of how it works is almost sort of like a gossip column. Like the individual who writes it will tease something out, but then not actually tell you what it is. So they're saying, let's put this to bed once and for all. Intel has at least one volume foundry customer for their 18A/AP process. Semi-Accurate thinks there are more, but we can finally name this one AI player. They don't actually name it. I'm guessing this might be for subscribers. But then the article ends with, since this is just a name with a little analysis, nothing above the fold story. So this seems really speculative. And the story is from Semi-Accurate as well. That's not me adding that. So this is really speculative here for INTC. Back to you.
Well, I mean, price action is price action, and it is absolutely flying. If it wasn't on your watch list now, before it kind of has to be now. That's just how the market works. So you, in real time, try to do some work on Intel. I wasn't even looking at this stock this morning, and all of a sudden, I'll keep my eyes on AMD because, like, so far that has been, like, AMD's just been a good stock all week, pretty much every single day that it's been traded. But Intel, I don't like this breakout after $1.50 on speculation on Intel. A breakout at 38 doesn't seem like the way to go. So how about 37, like right in here? Prior close, 37.25 looks like a bit of a spot. Rather play some, just try to play some dips with the news until it gets to the 38 level. It's still good news, man. It's still good news, even if it is just speculation at this point. We've seen this before with Intel. It draws your attention, and half the time it falls through. The other half it doesn't. The way I see it is if you can find a good entry point, I'd rather play the trend than try to fade this thing.
Yeah, I'm watching this GLD just holding on VWAP right now. The market is strong as well. At the same time, I'm still in this CRML, just kind of teetering in and around that 21. So we did pop up. We made a lower high. We're technically kind of making a higher low here as well after a strong bid. So kind of flat on top of that 21s as of right now. So nothing too crazy. Let's wait and see what potentially comes in. Wow, there goes GLD after holding that VWAP pretty nicely there. That 395 we could not trade above that for now, and we're pulling back into 393. So are we poised for day lows? Maybe. You're saying that
silver is also fading hard.
Silver fading? Yeah, we know that one's been kind of moving around as well. So we can keep an eye on that one there. Yeah, this is a 395 hold. It was very, very nice. I think I just had to continue taking the same kind of idea, the same kind of trade as it showed me that, yeah, sellers might be in charge here on the day today after a strong kind of a run up there. So, yeah, GLD is looking pretty nice. What else are you guys talking about? SoFi. Okay, we can take a quick look at SoFi as well. Let me pull up the chart here on SoFi. Let's see what our friend SoFi is up to. So far, SoFi, because it's just trading in its opening range right here, 26 to 27s right here. So nothing too crazy. Strong selling yesterday, gap down, reversion back into prior day's closing prices, and now just chop, 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 chop. So maybe the question is it leg consolidation? Leg, no idea, but that's a good look on SoFi as well. Palantir is saying Roberta's. Palantir, okay, all right, some relative volume in the pre-market session, holding that 175. I love psychological levels, especially when the market shows me that this could respect in the pre-market, a little bit of a resistance. In the open session, a little bit of a support. So interesting look there on that 175. Let's see what's happening now with Adara.
Now let's take a look here at this market. Here is the NASDAQ. We did have a nice little push at the open, and we recovered quite nicely from this gap down during the pre-market as well. So there's been quite a lot of commentary from the Trump administration, including President Trump himself, that kind of shows a bit of a softening maybe on this hardline stance in China we've seen, especially within the last week. Trump, during an interview with Fox Business Network, was asked this morning if the high China tariffs are going to stand. He said no, and that he also believes these tariffs are unsustainable, and he's still going to be meeting with Xi in 2 weeks. Then about maybe half an hour after that, Kevin Hassett on the same network doing an interview saying that the U.S. is not in a trade war with China and that he believes that they can get back to a place that is good for both countries. And last but not least, we have CNBC reporting that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is going to be speaking with his Chinese trade counterpart on Friday. Let's talk about these tech names because they are very much still in play. This is Intel's chart, but MU is certainly something to watch out here for. Reuters reporting that the company is going to be halting their server chip sales to Chinese data centers due to some regulatory issues, but Mizuho actually still raising their price target on the stock. Then we have AMD on watch here, getting a price target increase of its own from BofA Securities. Of course, this company has been, I guess, with heightened attention since they had their OpenAI deal last week. And last but not least, an earnings play on watch here, IBKR chopping around a bit, but these earnings are really strong. nice year-over-year increase in net income and their tradings volumes for most of their assets, and a double earnings beat. So IBKR, one of the earnings names. Another one you can look at would be AXP or CSX. We're going to send you back to the guys. Make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. NVIDIA flying, the market flying, AMD about to reverse. Oh, come on, AMD. So AMD, that 234 that was a short before, I'm kind of thinking breakout on it now. So I have a stop. I have like a stop limit order in case it breaks 234. I thought we were about to just test it. It looks like we're stalling out just a little bit at the volume weighted average price. With the market going though, it feels like you said, like a little bit of an early bear trap on some of these semis and then right back to the upside. Look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA just went green. I feel like AMD should be following, at least suit. I finally got into ASTS. We had mentioned this one earlier, kind of missing it at 87 before. So it curled back up in 87, did a topping tail candle at 87, so I shorted it. Going to play this one back into VWAP, give it to the high sort of standard play. So hopefully AMD breaks out. Like Intel, now 2.5% to the upside on Intel. Sheesh, Intel.
Yeah,
on that story, look at the wick when it holds. Give me a break. Like the wick is a full percentage point on that 3-minute candle. And now right back to the upside. Intel is moving in just a different way. So you kind of have to adjust. When Intel's moving like this, like it's not normal Intel. You know, getting fills on Intel is usually really, really easy. And obviously today with it moving like this, it's just going to be a little bit different. So Intel's going to be built different today. 38, potential breakout at 38. I told you I like to dip buy more. It doesn't mean I won't take the breakout, but I would take the breakout for like a quarter of the shares that I would take the dip buy. If that, maybe 20% of the shares on a breakout that I would take at that 37 quarter dip. But we didn't get it, so it looks like the breakout could be happening.
Yeah, this breakdown is happening here on gold, man. I was just talking about 390. 390 are coming in now, so $5 lower. Oh boy, what a fumble on this one. There was one place to get in a little bit more, and that was this VWAP, and maybe through the opening range low / day low as well, through 392s, and that gives you $2 into 390s. But oh boy, gold with a strong pullback here as of right now. So, man, a bit of a miss on my part. But I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait for the next trade. This thing is falling like a waterfall right now. 389s.
And you don't go chasing dollars. You don't go chasing waterfalls.
You don't go chasing waterfalls, man. But here's the thing: when it gets like that crazy, when we're dropping down 50 pennies at a time, best believe the rip back up could be just.
If you think gold is moving down, look at silver.
Oh boy!
If gold moves a little, silver moves a lot. Everybody. Yikes. Okay, just got.
Move, you move.
ASD just went to VWAP, so if it bounces off VWAP, I reloaded at 86. If it bounces off 85, I reloaded at 86, and then we're going to hold for a little bit lower. But look at this move. It is absolutely pandemonium. The market's not red, but the metals absolutely are. The NASDAQ's breaking it out, and this is the juxtaposition we're sitting in right now. So, you know, your flight to safety is having its pullback day. Look at this uptrend. What happens when you break a trend like this?
Oh, yeah.
Usually a hefty.
And what are the kind of participants that usually trade these vehicles?
That's a great question, Obi.
I think that's a great question.
I said it because we're focusing on the move that was happening in the metals. Because obviously, look, it's great. ASTS went to VWAP like I was expecting, so great. We get a buck out of it. But when metals are moving like that, we have to go cover it for you guys. So if we break the volume weighted average price, or if ASTS breaks VWAP, then I want to play down in this low. It's already a double bottom at 83. So my style, I'm going to respect it and transact down there. I'm going to try to reload that 87. Missed it the first time. Paid down. I did chase a little bit more because I didn't chase here, so I chased a little bit there for half and never got the full fill. So we'll still see if we can hold on to that to the short side. Intel is still blasting, however, everybody. Still blasting, 3780 and continuing to go. So this is holding this nice uptrend on Intel on this speculation that they have a large AI foundry customer. Speculation. It's nothing firm, and it's not the first time that we've heard rumors regarding Intel, and sometimes they end up being something and other times they don't. It's still the same names, everybody. Like I see, I got to zoom back in here. There we go. Tesla, AMD, which we've covered. Ronnie, which is kind of moving down a little bit there. HIMS, SoFi. HIMS was tanking earlier, by the way. Tanking. Let's go to Adair. We have another update.
Okay, so I'm seeing some more updates potentially with this intel, and I want to be very careful here because, again, I don't have any details and I couldn't see the entirety of the Semi-Accurate article, but I'm seeing now people speculating here on social media and citing Semi-Accurate that Microsoft is apparently a customer here of Intel's Foundry Services, saying that the Microsoft Maya 2 chips, potentially here with INTC. Again, super speculative. I'm just letting you guys know because this is what I'm seeing here. If and when I get more details, I will keep you guys posted. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Shout out to, oh no, that site crashed. Okay. Oh yeah, there it is. There we go. It's good again, Fabian, thanks. Palantir is another name worth watching here. I'm just looking for something that isn't Intel, ASTS. AMD refuses to break out. It just turned into a short off that 234 again. Palantir is trying its best to get through a key 180 price. One thing to like about Palantir, check out the daily on Palantir. If you like the 50 period, 170 and the 50 period have been respected by Palantir. So if you're looking for continuation, you could do worse than that. But going long at the top when the market's struggling at the top is not my cup of tea. That's why I'm in one short right now. It's like you get the resistance on a day that I expect to be a bit of a chop fest early, then I would short tops and long bottoms. To each their own for sure. And it is HIMS. Yeah, it's now SSR down 11%. Just 2 days ago, this stock was going meme crazy. It was at 65 bucks. It's given all of that and then some back here on HIMS. The good news, if you like the stock, you're at support right now at 52. So maybe you get a possible SSR bounce. You won't see me catching that falling knife, however. But for anyone interested, you might get one there. AMD still sort of channeling its inside move. And no, seriously, it's just not really doing much. ASTS holding VWAPs. We're bucking the money, but it's holding the volume weighted average price. If it bounces, how about this? I should not be reloading. Why? Because that'd break a rule. What is it doing, Neil? Holding higher lows and bouncing off VWAP. So yeah, it's bucking the money, but it's holding higher lows and holding VWAP. If it bounces off VWAP, then that's actually long structure, and I should be covering. So if it breaks down, I hold for 83, maybe even short some more. But if it starts bouncing off VWAP, I got to cover. Market's in an uptrend. This is showing uptrend. Even if you get a win on a short, it doesn't necessarily mean you're the right way. Let's be real.
Yeah, I'm starting to think I might be the wrong way here on CRML. Some strong buying coming in back up through the 2150s. We've been consolidating on top of VWAP as well pretty decently, and I guess the market's coming in as well. I think the one of the better trades on the day was that GLD. Even if you didn't have it off of the open, that VWAP hold was quite nice, all the way from 394s, 395s, all the way down to 389s, catching a bit of a bounce now here back into 391. So interesting look on that one as it kind of gives us some strong momentum off of the open. So now I'm asking where the next trade is. I'll have eyes on gold, but maybe back at VWAP or maybe back at 392s where that prior structure is kind of sitting at as of right now. So Caramel is still watching that one. That's still kind of we'll let that. I want to see if it melts. I want to see if it melts here, if we just hold on to it. I'm just looking for a little bit potentially of a continuation of the prior couple days worth of action. If that's not going to happen, that's fine as well. Let's take a quick look at some of these mags here. Oh boy, actually no, I meant chips. So Intel continuing to push higher here. NVIDIA is very, very strong alongside that. AMD now finally catching up.
Look
as
at
well,
Oracle,
Neil.
though.
Oracle, what's Oracle up to? I got to pull that one up here. Wow, Oracle with the fade. That's nice. That's really nice. So sellers came in yesterday at the end of the day, and I was just like, I'm curious to know what we do in and around prior day's closing price. Pre-market, we couldn't even hold that, and we fade even lower. So it's a great look there. IVF is trading a little bit lower here as well. We know that one was moving around due to I think Trump had a special announcement.
In vivo
yesterday.
Veritas.
In vivo Veritas, yeah. There's also, I think, PGNY was moving as well, I think. Yeah, PGNY, Progeny.
He has no idea what I'm talking about.
Wow, Progeny coming right back in as well. So that's looking great. I think, yeah, a little bit of a pop and drop on these names here. PGNY, boom. So a bit of a shake and bake on some presidential talk overnight, and strong flush. So kind of giving it back and then some on that news here. And the other stock was IVF, I think.
I mean, Tesla looks like it's the one right now.
Tesla is blasting, dude.
As I said, I was going to follow my rules, and so the market's trending up. Just because you're in a short that makes money does not mean you're in the right direction. So I just jumped out. Higher low got respected. The trend line got respected on ASTS. So I can want this to go further down, but until it breaks that trend line, then what am I doing? I'm covering in front of VWAP, and I'm waiting for the next trade on ASTS. Why? Because it is not doing what I'm expecting. So why would I be sitting in it forever? It makes absolutely no chance. Yeah, yummy Thai foods, Todd. I do speak a little Latin. Now I really hate them. Tombstone is the greatest Western movie of all time, and Doc Holliday is probably a top 5 character in any movie ever done. Val Kilmer, may he rest in peace, is an absolute legend of an actor. So there goes AMD. I came in with pretty much 100% short ideas. So if you're up, when the market's going up, and you went short in pretty much everything that you traded, then you should be happy, but it doesn't mean you should be staying short. You just got to be looking for a little bit of a flip. So some people have asked, I just saw in the chat, where's the next level for the NASDAQ? 25. 25.
There it is.
Like, this has been all roads. We've traded 25,000 on the NASDAQ every single day. At some point, we've traded 25,000 this week. Now, sometimes it abjectly rejects it right away. Other times it fails a breakout, then rejects, fail a breakout and reject. The difference that I think matters here is you've got it doing it in the morning and false breaking. And now we'll see. Because this is right off the bat, right off the open, and sometimes pre-market when we're fading that level. It's built a little bit different. But I did just see a super chat flash on the screen. Maybe you can put that again. Or Andre, if you could. BTCC, thank you, Derek, Celestine. Prior runner bounced off the 52-week low. BTTC. It's easy for me to make that mistake, Black Titan, instead of, I think BTCC, because that's a purpose Bitcoin. It's an ETF here in Canada for Bitcoin, which I'm invested in. So that's where my mind went. Untradeable. If you send a super chat, I'll look at a stock, we'll talk about it for a split second, but it's not 100,000 shares. It's a $5 stock. You can't really trade this. So yeah, you got yourself a little bit of a bounce on a dead cat bounce. Great. I don't know what you do with something like that. Because on 140,000 shares, there's something that a trader told me years and years ago. No matter how good a strategy you might have as a trader, if you're doing it on something that's not scalable, then you're wasting your time with it. So like it's kind of like if you're trading things that are so illiquid that you'll never be able to just scale your strategy up, because you want to get to the point where you don't even care about the shares. The only function of share size, a trade's a trade, and share size is just about how much liquidity is available in the stock and your buying power. Well, with a stock like this that's done 150,000 shares, you'll never be able to scale a strategy. So it's almost pointless to develop a strategy on it. I know that's a bit of a harsh thing to say, but I found it to be true because I started out as a penny stock trader, and that was very true in penny stocks. Sure, I could win on some ones that did less than 1 million shares, but you could never ramp up those strategies. So you had to find something that worked on the ones that were doing millions of shares. So I know that's not what you want to hear, but whatever. Oftentimes, the honest opinion is not what you want to hear.
Yeah, I think scalability is huge, especially in a game where like you want to have the ability to grow almost endlessly. You want to look for places that don't really show you much of a ceiling. So liquid names definitely are great targets. It's partially the reason why I like some of the mags the most, because I'm just like, if I can formulate strategies over time on some of these names, these are some of the most liquid stocks in the market and very scalable.
It'll be transferable to like if you traded Cisco back in the day, it's transferable to Microsoft, which is transferable to Apple, which is transferable to Nvidia, which is transferable to whatever the other one might be. Like that's 100%. Sort of the idea.
I mean, it's very, again, it's very, I think it's very hard to do, but that's why I love doing it, right? I think is it really worth it if it's not hard, right? That's how I like to kind of look at things. But at the same time, I also want to go for the easy money trades as well, right? Which might be like that GLD short, where it's holding that structure. This thing dropped all the way down to 388s now, Neil. So absolute craziness happening on gold. Potential backside move here on this name as it comes a little bit back in for a bit of a breather here. Again, Neil talking about that break of trend earlier, and yeah, that break of trend definitely coming in nicely. So we got all the way up to 22s here on CRML, maybe a little bit of a wick shimmy dance all the way up to 2211s here. But with the range this thing's been doing, you know, I gotta give it a bit of a risk, right? Gotta give it some room, appropriate risk. We talked about where real risk is.
I don't mean to interrupt.
No worries,
two things.
Man.
One,
what's happening?
ASTS broke trend, so when it broke the trend, I got into the trade, which is what I said I was waiting for. But Tesla's at 440.
Oh boy.
So this is Tesla. It's up 2%. Tesla has been an absolute rocket ship. But this is what 440 has looked like the entirety of the week. I don't have orders out on ASTS. Let me just, I should do that right away. All week long, and even going into last week, 440 has been resistance. That's a bogus print, just some kind of crazy, silly dark pool, so it hasn't been there. But every time it's gotten up here, it's acted differently. Sometimes it rejects underneath. Sometimes it false breaks 440 and pulls back underneath. It does either one. So open-minded to either of those setups. If I see like massive size or something, you might see me hop in underneath 440. If I see a topping tail candle, I'm also willing to short that as well. Already some sellers starting to come in. I just rang register. Ooh, I have a button for that. Down underneath 84 on ASTS. This is what that looks like while I stare down Tesla. It broke trend. I went short, took some out when it just kind of battled the 84 level. Gonna wait for low of the day again here at 83. This is what it didn't do last time, which is give me the follow through to 83. But I said this was just a stock that looked like it was a short if it failed to break out the high today on ASTS. So it did not break out the high, so I'm short the stock. Here comes Tesla. There's your wick up to 440.
Continuation, man.
The continuation is crazy.
Like we're about to break. Is this weekly highs? Is that Monday? Yeah, this is weekly. Weekly highs are coming in at 440 halves. So the week goes red to green.
Exactly.
The week goes red to green at 440 half. So that's definitely an interesting look. All the way up from 420s. We were talking about 420s. Can we get much higher? Yes, we definitely can. On a day like today, 415s was the pre-market lows at 4 a.m. And yeah, opening prices, let's see, where are we opening up at right here? Opening prices at 930. We're at 425.40. So absolutely crazy. Absolutely solid here. Tesla, now I definitely got to pull it up because I'm seeing this move, Neil, and I'm like, we're coming up into a supply zone and we're straight green line up. Guess what? It smells like a reversion might be brewing here. What's going on in the small caps is what I'm wondering about right now, Adara.
Let's start here with CRML. I know this one's been discussed a lot. A little bit of a bigger market cap, but we know we still do have these mineral names in play, and this one is a decent short float too. We have a roughly 13-14% short float here for CRML. Next up, Ronnie Therapeutics, RANI, another one that's been discussed a lot this morning, and they do have a catalyst. We think the deal valued it up to $1.085 billion here for oral biologics, and they also announced a private placement. Last but not least, PRAX. Praxis Precision, this is a day two mover. Yesterday, they had some positive news here with regards to their elixacaltamide for a tremor treatment. So nice look there for them. Then after the close yesterday, they announced a public offering. Either way, it hasn't impacted the stock too much. As we mentioned earlier, it's actually near its high from yesterday. Before we send you back to Neil and Obi, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, You can now trade with someone else's capital. No more fear of losing. No more moving your stop loss too soon. And you actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. You can aim for big profits, not just a couple $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. Go and trade the pool, hit the profit goal, 70% of your profit. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Adara.
Right, Tesla's at that 440.
Yeah, Tesla's
the
at that
first
440
time,
half.
the first time it went through, just for everybody out there, it flushed a very fast $2 and they bought it right back up. So you had to be super, super quick to have gotten that.
So fast.
That like if you wanted to get like I have like 97s right now, but if you tried to get a price like 439.97 the first time, no chance. Absolutely no chance. Like you swipe down, you're chasing to 39. So I'm giving it to the high of the day as we speak, with essentially a 440 flat short. So this is the wick I'm looking for. Definitely want to play that 38 level. Just given what happened the last time it got to 38, I think I should be respecting that. If it gets to 38, respect that. And then if we get to like 34.5 right in here, like respect that level as well. Tesla, super strong. When you break 39, if we break 39 downside, I don't want it slamming back up through 39. So I'm going to be pretty nimble with it once we break the 39 level here on Tesla. ASTS is still working. The NASDAQ didn't get to 25,000, but it got pretty close. So that was the level we're looking for. It's like if the NASDAQ gets to 25,000, look for a bit of a fade. Brian Thompson, it's not about keeping my word. He's like, Neil keeps his word. He said if he gets to 440, he'll fade it. You know what? Yeah, if it sets up, I'm going to trade it, and if you lose, you lose. That being said, you shouldn't be prideful about trading. Like if it gets there, and I said this morning, I'm going to short Tesla if it gets to 440, and it gets there, and you're like, oh, I don't like the way this is looking, then you shouldn't take it. Just because you said you would. I know in most forms of life, like you should do what you say. I tell my daughter that all the time. But at the end of the day, like if I lose on this, and maybe I should have sniffed out not taking it. So just because I said this is an important level that I would fade today this morning, it doesn't mean you have to be in it. Anyways, it's cool. And I appreciate the compliment. I just think that's a really bad reason to do something as a trader, because you said you would. You know what I mean? Like make sure, like is it doing what you want to happen in that moment? Is it look the way you want? Is it the trade setup that you want? Then take the trade. Is it not? Then there's nothing wrong with it. And say the reason why. Be like, I'm now not taking this level because reason X. I don't have a reason, so I'm in it. But like, imagine a reason, and if it's legitimate, then you shouldn't be in it. And this 39 just keeps on washing. If they wash 39 again to the upside, these buyers at the half dollar are kind of nuts. Okay, again, I'm going to follow a rule. I'm like, if it can't bust this, then I got to take something out. So it couldn't bust through 38 and didn't prove to me that the buyers still aren't there. Usually when you get out like that, it slams down, but they're still holding 438 on Tesla. So I still think 35, not VWAP. It's Friday. On Fridays, every $5 matters a little bit more because options expiration and all that good stuff. So I'm going to respect that 435 level. Still going to give it to the high of the day as well. And just let us know what else you guys are watching here, because let's be real. How many people I know you guys were looking at Tesla. Win, lose, or draw, I was not looking at Tesla this morning at all. Wasn't on the list, didn't have a catalyst, didn't care to trade it. And you guys were the ones that were saying, Tesla, you got to look at this stock. And so we did, and maybe I wouldn't have noticed. It went to my level, and now we got to trade on. And win, lose, or draw, I think it was the right place to be at that price. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, so I do want to let you guys know there were a couple things with TSLA, neither of them major, but I think maybe we should address it, or I want to let you guys know just in case. So Tesla yesterday actually announced this new FSD update, but there is some worry there could be scrutiny related to the FSD update from NHTSA, which is the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Then we also had a price target increase here for Barclays, but it's worth noting we're trading about $90 above this price target. Barclays raising their PT on Tesla from $275 to $350. That is all I'm seeing. And again, FSD update, I looked it up this morning. It happened yesterday, intraday. Back to you.
I was literally just telling Obi, like, I love Adara. Because like I'll sit there and there's only so much you can look at and only so much you can cover and only so much you can pay attention to. So, my dumb ass is like, well, there's not really a catalyst on Tesla. And always make sure you take Adara's word for it when it comes to news and not necessarily. Like I'll give you news as coming, but don't expect me to remember absolutely everything that I read in the morning or came across. I don't. I'm getting old, but Adara does. She has an eidetic memory. She literally remembers everything. Like if I tell you,
I think by far one of the best memories I've ever.
No, but if I just name like a random company, or I can name 3, I could say Boeing, Oracle, and Intel. Who are the 3 CEOs? She'd probably just off the top of the head.
Okay, so Kelly Ortberg, Boeing. Prior was Dave Calhoun. Then we have, what was the next one? Oracle. Oracle, they just switched the CEOs, but I know the former CEO was Safra Katz, and the 2 new CEOs were former C-suite executives at the company. Then the last one there was Intel. Intel current CEO Lip Bhutan, prior Pat Gelsinger.
I give up.
Boom. Right there.
I promise you that was not scripted. I promise
you know what's crazy as well? Like memory's crazy. So sometimes we talk about charts, and she'll be like, "Oh, this chart looks like this one from the past," and that skill is absolutely huge, right? It's just like being able to recognize real time. Oh, this pattern, like it's just pattern recognition, right? And it's just like if you have if you have the memory for that, oh boy, like I wish I could do that where I could just look at a chart and be like, "Oh, this reminds me of this stock from 6 months ago when it did this." That's a huge edge. Think about how much
speaking of
you're
charts
one-upping
this or that,
the other participants. Yes.
Are you seeing 438 right now?
I'm participating. I'm in there, dog. I'm just like, yo, I'm risking to the high.
These guys aren't. So what's happening on Tesla? Like the buyers are legit at 438. So this is the decision point. It's like, okay, so that's a place. Either you like. There's 2 ways to play it. Either you're short the top and you cover some here, or you're looking for an entry to give to the high for a bigger move. Either way, this is a decision point. Or you're like a long trader and you're buying here and scalping the top. You scalp the top or you could scalp the long, either way. But 438, if you're trading the stock, you've got to be eyeballing that like a hawk because it's going to do something big off of this level. So if you're short 40, you're holding for the break. If you're long 38s, you're holding hopefully for the break up, which I hope for everybody out there that, you can get a winning trade on for yourself. I got to at least watch. This went to Blue Ocean again, and it's not a Blue Ocean moment. Come on, load so I can flip. There we go. That was an interesting aftermarket. So I reloaded ASTS. I got out a couple times and reloaded at VWAP because that one doesn't seem to want to break more than $1 either. So I've been short at 86. I'm now short at 85. I've been short at 84. I've shorted every single dollar level and just kind of taken a buck each time on the trend to the downside. However, you got to respect, if it breaks this upward trend and I lose VWAP, I should jump out of the trade. So while it's working for now, got to be able to respect that bad boy. And shout out to Willis Addison for the super chat. Respect you, appreciate you, and I can't find it, so I had to do this. Adara's undefeated oracle of Trader TV Live.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the support for the show and for the kind words.
I don't even, like I said, like I had, none of that was scripted, and I just threw, it was the first 3 companies that came to mind. I don't know why Boeing came to mind. Maybe someone had just typed it or something like that, but yeah, it's legit. That's why you're here, everybody.
There goes that Tesla a little bit, man.
Oh, the market's starting to roll over too. Remember 25,000, everybody.
Here we go.
25,000. Place to look for some shorts. And place to hammer the shorts like somebody's hammering over there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking to hammer this. I wasn't paying close attention to
Randy.
Tesla here at that 440. Shout out to Neil for having that 440 snipe. That I see you, Neil. 439.98. I see you. That's a snipe fill right there. Oh boy, we'll be right back from Adara and continue to talk about this market pullback.
Yeah, let's talk here about this market because we have commentary coming from Trump trade advisor Peter Navarro. As I mentioned earlier, we've had a lot of Trump admin officials speaking all day. And Peter Navarro here saying that we, meaning I guess the administration, do not see tariffs raising the cost of manufacturing. But the other thing I want to mention here too is he said they're not going to see manufacturing jobs until capacity gets built. So maybe, I guess, this manufacturing growth in the U.S. could be slowed, is maybe what's being suggested here. But either way, Peter Navarro's talking. He doesn't tend to be supermarket moving, but be aware, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, always be aware when you've got anybody from the admin talking. Yeah, I mean, you don't see terrorists raising the cost of manufacturing. I mean, I don't know how that works, but maybe they don't. Hopefully they don't. All that kind of good stuff. Intel, by the way, does not hold $38. Tesla's getting to that decision, the next decision point for it, but Intel broke the trend as well. So you could have shorted a lot of things up at the top, but Intel through 38, just for everybody out there, also a place where you could be looking. Maybe this can hold VWAP. Again, speculation, and only speculation that they have a foundry client. I know you just jumped into the short on Intel, but the market's coming back in, everybody. And if you're looking for kernels of strength out there, I would posit to you NVIDIA, which is barely pulled back. So it's got almost nothing. It's consolidating at yesterday's high. So I'm always looking for like what is next. And because Tesla's at my next decision point, I think the next place I'm going to look is going to be NVIDIA. Consolidating off yesterday's high when everything else is pulling back means it's relatively strong.
Yeah, I'm kind of watching this Tesla. I'm just like, I don't have enough. I took a starter because I didn't have the 440, and this is one of my issues. It's like when I know I don't have that price where I'm just like, that was the snipe, I either walk away or I size down and I just start to fumble it. I might get a little tilted sometimes, and I start to be like, all right, well, I missed that trade. Now the next trade is the reversion, so I'll just go for the reversion. But
here's the way I look at it.
Yes.
If you look at the top end of the range, because I just jumped out, I said this is my decision point level on Tesla. This is why. Like if you draw a line here, and this is what, oh no, I didn't have the right tool up. See? If you want to draw the line tool, you actually have to click the line tool. So if I'm playing this, then I know if you fall apart underneath here, like that's its own level with like $10 worth of range. And then you've got this up top, 440. So it's more 36 than 35, but that's a distinction without too much of a difference. So play that range. Like play it from here to here, and then down to there. If it breaks down underneath 36, there's all kinds of other short opportunities out there for you. And if you can only trade, build like PDT or something, I get it that it probably doesn't work the same way. But for us, that's the way that I like to play. Like I tend to play more like from level to level. I know where I'm getting in. I have a decent idea where I'm probably going to cover all of it, and look for the next opportunity. So 440 gave it to you, but this is still an upward trending stock. And I said the next place I would look is NVIDIA to see if it's going to hold up. So NVIDIA was consolidating prior day high. Not so much anymore. Now NVIDIA looks like it is also breaking trend. So it was, and now, and this is my thing, like I'll just go from one, and then I get out of one short because it goes to target, and then immediately sort of identifying another one as it's breaking trend, and I can kind of hop over to NVIDIA. This is why I end up trading more symbols than the average person. Because I'll get out, and then something else is setting up in the same market move that gives me a clear structure of a trade. So I'll hold this because I felt like that was going to be an all-day short, despite the fact the position board just went. I'm sure it'll come back on the next one.
I'm just singing to myself here, you know, baby, don't hurt me no more. As you know, Caramel was pretty sweet off of the open. We got that reversion down into VWAP. Intel's looking great as well. That's working out all right here. Like we said, 38 was the snipe, and even then I chased 77s, being like, all right, what's the likelihood we pull back a little bit, if anything here? Yeah, I think it's pretty decent. 37s potentially coming in here on Intel as that's pulling back into prior structures as that reversion cometh. The reversion is here, both on Tesla. Tesla, I'm not holding anymore. I'm just like, I held on to like to 436s. I understand that VWAP's all the way down at 432s, 433s maybe, and then this prior structure is coming in at 433s at the same time.
Can I ask you a silly question?
What's up?
Do you actually know the name of the song that you just sung?
No, I don't. I actually don't.
I had a Assassino knows the name of the song.
Okay, yeah,
What
yeah.
is
See,
love?
if you say it, then yeah,
What
of
is
course.
love?
Yeah, yeah.
Hadaway.
Okay.
Hadaway.
Hadaway?
Hadaway.
Hadaway? Like,
Now, do you know the movie? Do you know the movie that it's from?
no.
Now you know.
Oh, well, I know of the movie. Yeah, yeah. That's a very iconic meme. Yeah, yeah, yeah. for sure. No, I'm not too familiar. See, here's the thing. I know. Like, if it's like a popular snippet of a song, yeah, I might know. I might not know the whole song as well. Wow,
in Obi's defense, obviously that song is that's my age group, not Obi's for that song. Not even close.
I mean, we're not that far away, dude.
Yeah, you are. For that song, yeah, you are.
Okay, well, I don't know.
Hathaway, What Is Love? Are you crazy? That's not.
Yeah, that's definitely before my
What year
time,
is that?
For sure,
Hathaway.
for sure it is. But yeah, okay. All right, so what's happening here? I'm seeing some numbers.
That was 1993, bro. You're not even born yet. 1990. Come on, son. Come on, son.
I don't know. I might have been. I might not have been. I don't know. But what is Andre saying?
When
yes,
you were
I
born,
was born.
The last time the Jays won the World Series.
Intel here. Let's see where Intel's going to come down into. I need a chart. I'm only staring at the tape here, and I'm like, where is prior structure? I'm just trading the rainbow here. Shout out to LeVar Burton. But yeah, Intel. Let's pull up this chart here. Intel pulling back. Wow, what a beautiful reversion there, Neil. It's coming in real hot. Over 50% right down to VWAP. Thank you very much. Come again. It is a reversion in the market here. Tesla is reverting. Intel is reverting. Caramel, bigger picture, it is reverting. Well, I'll give it that. But yeah, no, good reversions happening in the market as of right now. So looking pretty decent. Where's the next trade? I'm looking for those aggressive initial moves, and I'm sitting on my hands being like, all right, when these guys are done, I definitely want to participate. And that's what we said for Tesla. Didn't quite hold it into 435s just yet, but we'll wait for more structure to form. Intel, though, Neil, that was a great call out by you. That's coming in real
Yeah,
nice.
but I didn't take it.
What's going on, Adara?
I'm too patient.
Really quickly, first, I want to mention Goldman Sachs. Not moving too much on this, but I've seen this headline proliferate around a lot in the past couple of minutes, so I want to mention it. Wall Street Journal reporting that Goldman Sachs expanding into AI infrastructure financing with a new global banking team focusing on data centers and AI projects. So DS going to be on watch here. Now let's talk here about this sector board. And this technology services is fascinating here. Really flat for a lot of these names, including all three Mag 7s. But then we've got relative strength in Netflix and Intuit, and then Oracle down 7%. So this is a really mixed bag, this sector. Talk about electronic technology, though, with the exception of Apple and, oddly enough, Cisco, there's a lot more weakness here. NVIDIA flat, but Broadcom down 2.5%, AMD down 1%. Then finance, a little bit maybe faring better. We've got AXP to the upside after their earnings report. Capital One Financial, which reports next week, also positive here, as is MasterCard. Then retail trade, a little bit stronger looking as well. Consumer durables, consumer services, energy minerals, consumer non-durables. Health technology, Eli Lilly to the downside. Now, if you're wondering why Lilly, Novo Nordisk, and Hims and Hers are all to the downside, Donald Trump yesterday said they're going to be bringing prices way down, quote unquote, for these GLP-1s. But yeah, like long story short, these tech sectors are really not moving together. You've got some names that are really strong and some that are just as back to you. Oh, and Woman Boss. Thank you to our friends at Woman Boss, because empowered women change the world, and you can help make it happen. The Woman Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, we've reached over 10,000 women and girls, and your donation today can launch the next great entrepreneur. Scan the QR code on your screen now and join us in building a brighter future. Back to you.
Thank you very much. This market's coming in, man. We attempted to push up into that 25K level. A lot of anticipation, right? I was like, oh boy, we keep on kind of knocking into it. We already hit it there, I guess, over in the overnight session, pulling all the way back from 25.2s, 25.150s and some change. Let's see, let's get specific. Bar high is sitting in and around 25.179. So we'll say 180, 25.180 in and around that. Those were the highs, pulling back pretty decently. And then a nice little quadunk as well in the morning session, about 3 a.m. Or 4 a.m. We get all the way down into that 24,000. Strong push right back up. The reversion. And now I'm asking, is this the reversion of the reversion? Yesterday I saw Tesla do this. Sorry, yesterday I saw Google do this crazy move. Crazy bid. And when those guys were done, bang, oh boy, reversion. Today, we see Tesla, crazy bid. When those guys are done, boom. Intel, crazy bid. When those guys are done, oh boy, slam back down into VWAP right there. I love symmetry, Neil, but the selling here, this is a classic example of maybe taking the escalator up, because it wasn't necessarily just the stairs. You took the escalator up, and then maybe you just jumped out of the window back down to the first floor.
Just
here,
make sure the escalator is working.
All the way back down. Yeah, just make sure the escalator is working, right? Yeah, so that's coming in nicely. CRML, let's see what that one's doing.
Some escalators are actually like, you know, people tamper with them so that you get embarrassed when they don't work.
Yeah, sometimes, excuse me, what's that? Oh, they get embarrassed when they don't work? Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Sometimes I'm just like, okay, well.
Whoa, just very quickly, aggressive buyer just popped in on NVIDIA. Distinctly different from the rest of the price action that was going on in this down move, just showed up here at 182.3. Someone was walking, see this topping tail candle? Someone was walking it down in this topping tail candle, and then right in here, they were holding it at 182.30 and just got swiped. So there was kind of like a decent sized seller that just got swiped on NVIDIA. So I thought you could go to VWAP, but I don't think it anymore. Starting to look a little bit strong. You know what? That might be a decisive turn in the market.
Yeah, strong bid.
Yeah, strong bid coming in. I tried to hold for more on that, I guess the third short on ASTS, but I might flatten out, because that's a strong bid coming in, and you know where it comes in on the futures. If you're into this sort of thing, which is what charts look like, pre-market highs were 24.8 for resistance. We just did a bottoming tail, and we're doing a wick candle on the 15-minute as the Nasdaq is bouncing at prior highs. So it's upward trend. As great as the shorts have been, like, I get it. Market is overall trending up. I've pretty much only been short, and it's worked. I always say it's like you're getting away with shorts because like you're just shorting the right stock at the right time and then maybe getting out at the right time as well. But it doesn't mean that you're with the trend. And if you're not with the trend, you should be extra careful and look for every possible signal to confirm that, hey, okay, well, maybe the trend is reversing, or in this particular case, maybe I need to jump out. So I'm not gonna reload ASTS. I'm going to break out. This candle up here was like 85.10. I'll maybe risk 20 cents on the last little bit here and then jump out of the trade, because ultimately if that 24.8 holds, we could be heading back into the upside. Remember, hit that like and subscribe, everybody, if you've been enjoying the show. I just heard a stat.
Right there.
Fabian, it's right there.
It's right there.
21.7% of the viewers are not subscribed. That means you're not getting notifications. That means you're making Joseph very unhappy. I heard Joseph, like, he actually whimpered.
Don't do that.
Like, some people might be like, what the heck? You guys aren't subscribed? He literally whimpered. Like, you made a grown man almost cry with that number.
Oh boy.
I'm keeping it real. I heard that audible whimper coming from Joe.
Don't be getting the boys into their feels. Don't be getting the boys into their feels. You gotta hit that like and subscribe, you know.
If that number ever gets to 50%, Joe will eat an entire apple pie.
Oh boy. Apple pie.
Right, Joe?
Yes. There you go, right there. See, he's up for a challenge. He's like, you know.
How about this, Joe? I will tell you this right now.
Let's make a pie bet.
The day Joe says he's willing to eat pie, like however many slices of like apple or pumpkin pie, I'll double that live on the show.
Okay.
Straight up.
All right.
I don't care.
A pie eating contest?
Oh, dude. I will whoop his butt in any.
Let's go. Dude, pizza with pineapple is tolerable.
Okay. No. Let's stay back on topic. I'm not talking about pizza and pineapple. I'm not eating pineapple on pizza. I'm just talking about apple pie, pumpkin pie, whatever you want. If Joe wants to challenge, I can eat twice as much as him. Promise you. Bet that. Might be an old man, but
believe that.
I will handle my business when it comes to a pie eating contest.
That's awesome, yeah. No, last pie I ate was an apple pie. I think just a couple of weeks ago.
Classic.
Yeah, classic apple pie.
What is that?
It's pretty solid. Market taking a little bit of a bounce here. Tesla's coming right back in.
And they started with NVIDIA.
Came into yeah. So you're saying the bid started off with NVIDIA?
The bid started with NVIDIA.
That's good nuance to notice there. Thank you. So yeah, let's take a look at some of these mags. Amazon's down at its lows there, so that's the only one that's looking distinctly different as of right now when it comes to those names. In terms of my watch list from this morning, let's see how some of those stocks are doing. Oracle to the downside. Oh boy, a little bit of a miss on my part on that one there. AMD sideways chop, so nothing crazy just yet. Progeny, PGNY, that one faded off of the open, so that one might have been a little bit of a miss on my part. Rigetti, sideways chop. Gold, that was nice. Took that trade off of the open there. That was pretty interesting on gold. Strong up move. A little bit of a potential bigger picture reversion happening there off of the open. But now we found a bit of a base at 387s on GLD, right? That's what I'm looking at when I'm looking at gold. So GLD, finding a little bit of a base and now bouncing up as well. The question becomes, is this bounce going to follow through? Are we going to get through these highs? Or is this aggressive selling going to continue back down into some chop? What I'm seeing so far with the limited information that's been printed is that we attempted to push that 24.8. We got pretty aggressive all the way through 24.950s and then pulling back into that 24.8. Yeah, maybe that resistance turning into support.
You cover Tesla. Right?
I'm done with, yeah, I got done with Tesla a long time ago. Am I still in this Intel? Yeah, no, I'm done with Intel as well.
Yeah,
the only thing I'm really in right now is Caramel. So just letting that one, I just want to see if it melts in my mouth, you know?
Not in your
hands.
hands.
Got to take some time. Not
in your hands.
Yeah.
I think the short's done. So I'm looking for, like, the next trade, kind of looking for maybe some of the downtrends to break. Like I said I'd jump out of ASTS at VWAP, so that's what we did. I was kind of wrong about that 36. It ends up being 35, distinction without a difference. But Tesla now catching another bid in there. NVIDIA catches a bid off 182. So that was not, like, NVIDIA was a bit of a too late. Should have been short here instead. Was short like 182.6. Should have been short like 183. Missed about 50 pennies of that move, but still pretty valid. NVIDIA looks a little stronger than the rest. I'm double checking what's going on with AMD. Ultimately, AMD is kind of a nothing burger. Like, there was an early short in there, and then you're getting some higher lows. I'd say that's disappointing. But you know what? Oracle, ORCL, is the, well, it's not the bell of the ball. Whatever the opposite of the bell of the ball is, and I actually don't know what that is. If there is, there probably isn't even some kind of a phrase that you can say. But Oracle down 7%. This is a problem. Oracle, you are a problem now. You are officially a legitimate problem. And the reason I say is just this. From the highs on an insane guide, right? Like huge guidance, all relying on OpenAI, lower highs put in, another wick top, that's a rejection top, and you're losing 300 on a Friday. And this is with the market green. NASDAQ's still green right now and bouncing higher lows. And Oracle's doing this? Well, that's a problem. And it's a problem that's probably headed to $270, in my opinion. So the bell end of the ball,
what?
It could work. I don't know. I don't know if anything works against like the opposite of bell of the ball.
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to think of it. I was like, okay, what's the opposite of a bell? I don't know.
No, but in this, yeah, but it's not like a bell that you ring.
Yeah,
it's like
yeah. Okay, that's what.
Yeah.
See, I don't even understand. Bell of the ball, like
ELLE.
Okay.
So like bow, it's like bow and bell.
Yeah.
But that's not really an opposite. Like I want like.
Okay, so the bell of the ball, as in the prettiest one at the dance, in a sense. Okay, so then that makes it much easier. Because I'm thinking like, what's the opposite of like a bouncy ball? I'm just like, I don't know what the opposite of a ball is. Yeah, then we can definitely come up with something.
The dog of the dance, the beast of the ball. The dog of the dance, maybe.
Let's be right back from Madeira.
I would actually argue that you could go the beast of the ball because Belle is her name in Beauty and the Beast. But either way, let's talk about the U.S. dollar because that's what we're here to talk about. And U.S. dollar is certainly not the belle of the ball this entire year. But I wanted to look at a weekly chart and kind of zoom out and show you guys maybe there is this curl. We've talked a lot, or I have discussed maybe ad nauseum, this curl on the U.S. dollar on the daily, but I think in the weekly you see this as well. There's some clear support, almost a double bottom at that 96 level. And we're trying to curl back higher here. Now, obviously, some resistance here on the weekly is going to be that $100 level, same resistance we've seen on every time frame for USD. But if we can get above that $100 level, it does seem like the DXYs may be poised to push a bit higher. So I want to talk about that. It's a little bit hard because we don't have a lot of, or really any economic data to discuss. But guys, next week, we will be getting CPI, and that is confirmed. CPI coming through on October 24th, so next Friday, from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That'll be, I think, probably the first big piece of economic data that we get, unless we get the shutdown resolved earlier. Though, again, as I mentioned earlier, comments from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries suggest they're not likely to get any resolution today. Either way, though, CPI Friday, October 24th. Stay tuned. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
As always, I love this idea, and I'm going to try to find it in the chat. From Anit, and if I can't find it fast enough, here it is. I'm using the tool, everybody. I can use technology. Fabian, where are you? See, I'm absolutely capable of doing this properly. Neil, Trader TV should do a meet and greet so we can take pictures with our mentors. You have no idea how much you guys helped me with my trading journey. You probably want a picture with Obi and Joe.
Definitely want a picture with Neil. Come on.
Tara and Sean. Not my old.
Dude, I used to sit at home watching both you and Sean.
That's cap.
For the longest time.
That's cap.
So if we're talking about men, like the strongest mentors, like I've learned so much from Neil and Sean. And I hope you guys are doing the same as well. Because these guys have been sitting, we talk about seat time. Seat time is unmatched.
It's actually bad for your back, too.
Seat time, yeah, it's pretty bad for your back. But seat time is absolutely unmatched. And who has the most seat time on this floor? Bar none is both Sean and Neil. So when they say something,
he at least goes for walks. I don't.
You gotta heed the advice. You gotta heed the warnings. You gotta see what the decision making is. You gotta see what the mindset is. And at the end of the day, you decide for yourself. I say this all the time. The show is amazing for learning, right? So analyze, reverse engineer, and figure out what you should be doing and what you should not be doing. Because we're bringing it to you here live. That decision making is happening live. So it's a great tool for you to use to the best of your abilities, right? It's up to you what you do with it.
Like every trader learns from other traders, but traders don't get good copying other traders. You might make money for a while. I've seen it happen before, but you don't make money in the long run copying somebody else. You have to, the mentality of like, why did I find this level? What's my entry strategy? Where is my exit? Why is it my exit? And all that kind of stuff. That's what it's all about. But just getting back to the meet and greet thing, we've talked about this a lot. I know we've thrown ideas out there. We've just never gotten it off the board. And obviously the big part of it is if you're tuning in for the first time, as by the way, the market is trying to bounce off that 24.8. I'm watching it, so I have to let you guys know, back toward that 25,000 resistance. We're in Canada. So we're in Toronto, Canada. I know a lot of our viewers in the US, which makes it tricky because the other thing that we're absolutely committed to, bar none, is if the US markets are open and trading, Trader TV Live is here for you, period. And that means we only take breaks when either Obi fills in for one of us or the market is closed,
show doesn't take
which
a break.
Makes us incredibly busy. And it's really tricky to do other things when that's the case. Like, we would never ring the bell at the TSX because we have to be here, and we have to be here doing a show for you guys. That's the tricky part. We'd love to be able to figure it out. Logistically, maybe we could. But the show, our number one priority is making sure that we are here live when the market's open for you guys. That's it. That's number one. Everything else kind of ends up secondary, so things like a meet and greet are really difficult for us to pull off. We only have 4 minutes to go, and I'm disappointed to say I didn't get the email for this week for lunch.
Oh boy.
Derek, can you just send it to me so I can do the what's for lunch? So I actually don't have the email. I was trying to find it. I messaged Brennan. I'm like, I don't know if he has it. So Derek is going to send it to me. But and we just broke 24.8. Shoot, 24.8 just broke up.
It's coming in hot.
Oh, yeah, that's nasty. So the market just did a huge left turn. Like the split second, I still don't see it. The split second that we broke 24.8, that's the candle on NVIDIA. What did Tesla do? Can I join Tesla? Tesla, same level. That's not going to be the one. I know where I have to look. I have to go back to the well because I'm just going to re-enter ASTS, which is one of the I said I wanted to be in this stock all day, so the futures are going to confirm. I'm just going to jump right back in on this one to the south side. AMD's losing VWAP, so everything's starting to go back down in. And why? I'll demonstrate it with the Qs. This 600 level, right? Like we had basically been holding here and then bouncing off that level. So you have the pre-market high with early support. It bounced here again. Once you lose that, everything starts making another leg to the downside. And you might be looking for some short re-entries. That's what we're looking at here. Now I can do what's for lunch when I pull it up. I don't have the button for it. Somebody must have the other. Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Whoa.
It might be Friday, but it's Taco Friday today. That's what I'm talking about. We got tacos, Mexican street coin. You got lettuce, red onions, tomatoes, cheese, jalapenos, sour cream, and Chef's Choice salad, because we always get Chef's Choice salad. So if you're into tacos, it is Taco Friday here. That doesn't mean you guys have to eat tacos. I just get rather excited when we have something that's different. So I'm just saying. We eat a lot of chicken, and we get like fish once a week. And the tilapia is getting a little bit old. So I'll be pretty excited for the tacos.
A little bit old.
I'm sure you like tacos.
Yeah, I love tacos.
Okay. Everybody likes tacos. Everybody can get, and yes, Mike Peter Ryder.
Boy, I want to talk about
I rather
this
enjoy
reversion.
food. I believe you should enjoy food. I have a healthy relationship with food.
Oh my God.
I think there's nothing wrong with that. I eat pretty healthy, but if I'm eating something I enjoy, then trust me, I'm eating something that I enjoy. And I'm very much about that. If I'm eating a burger, I'm not eating a bad burger. I'm eating a good burger. If I'm eating a donut, I'm eating the best donut.
Yeah.
Not like just any donut. Well, I mean, I'll eat any after.
If you do it, do it big.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, why do it at all?
Oh, there it is. We just got a super chat, which, tilapia fish tacos. Hard pass. I love fish tacos. Thank you for the super chat. I love fish tacos, but we've eaten so much tilapia. Like, we've gotten tilapia once a week for the last 2 months now. Like, I'm all tilapia'd out at this point.
Yeah.
So that's a hard pass for me. Just way too much, man. Way too much.
Fishy business.
It's not bad. It's not the best.
I don't know. I think it's
not the best.
Almost had more fish last night, and I was like, nope, I'm gonna get some pizza. So.
Right?
Get some pizza instead. But no, I'm excited for tacos. But I want to talk about some of this reversion follow through right here, all the way back down to VWAP. We were talking about the lower high here on Tesla. Oh boy, sellers slamming it right back into VWAP right here. So consolidation lows 434.70s. I can't number sometimes. Yeah, pulling back into VWAP right here. That's sitting at 433s and some change. So oh boy, was even better on the lower high. Literally, I'm like typing out to my pod. I'm like, yo, lower high on Tesla is looking enticing. I say that. I look back at it. 10 seconds later, slam all the way back down to 435s. I'm like, I can't.
Damn.
Like, you can't even wait on these things.
Yes, you can.
If you see it, you got to take it, because you don't know how much longer it's going to stand around. We talk about some of the best prices and some of the best action being competitive and being, what do you call it, kind of crowded. It's not going to stick around if prices are competitive. You have to fight for some of those prices, especially if it's going to get competitive, right? And
you know what else you have to fight for? You have to fight for the right to Ronnie. RANI is halted to the upside, just opened up. I have a 99% chance of being right with this comment that Sharif is going to be on this stock. Because why? Because it's gapped up 260. It just hit another halt band and did not halt, so it just got to the band and is not halting. But it's above VWAP. It's a huge gapper, which means Sharif is contractually obligated to trade it. Trust me, I've read the contract. It's about to halt again. We are Opie filling for Sean and myself. You know who I am.
Sir.
I don't even know why I just said that.
Oh boy,
now let's go over to the midday. We got Joey options. We've got Sharif. Get it on Ronnie, Sharif.
Get it on Ronnie.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. That right there is your boy Joey, Stone Cold Options. And I'm Sharif. And what's up, everyone? I got to concentrate over here. LBRT is on the warpath to the high side. Here we go, 1328. I've got 1269 on right now. Here we go. It's moving up, breaking out as we speak through 13, keeping my eye on this one. But shout out to Buffalo Soldier and High Vibrations. We got Game On and Brown Lightning. Shout out to Danny Patel. We got Gabriel as well as Julian. Ichiro's in the house, and so is Laura, Ox Long, and Be Free. Shout out to Sloth. Love you, Joey. You're getting love in the chat. Joseph Option. Shout out to Evan and Vanessa Arnold. Brown Lightning as well as Why Not. Shout out to Denise. Michelle, you're always throwing love in the chat, Denise. We love you right back, girl. Shout out to JG and Haley, Nichelle, Victor Ty, and Mike P. D. Ryder. Shout out to Be Free, Vanessa Arnold, Sean Woodman. A lot of new names. I like that. Bob Smith, Liquidity Knots, Farmer Bob, Steve Knight, and Nygaard. Shout out to the OG Unreg and Hangry Wife. We got Whist, Chunky, Trades, and Dijon Mustard. We got, who else, man? JG, Boo Hater, and Johnny. Come on, Benton C, come on, you Gunners. Finally, we're back. The Prem is back this weekend. No more international break, Joey. One more here. Big 40 nephew, and I lied, Patrick Riley's in the house as well. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Rob Banks, daily, no, I usually go a couple weeks out on the old C spreads there, whatever they may be. All right, guys, rocking and rolling this morning. Let's see what we got up to. A couple temps on the short here on Tesla. Attempt 1 stopped, attempt 2 super tight stop. Boom, we get a move, that's a break even, and then we get a nice little move to the downside there. Nothing substantial, still slightly red on this name. IBIT is another one that we were trading today. We go long here, aggressive, and I was like, at this point, you know what? There's no longs in the crypto space. What am I doing? And then we flip short, pop, take that move to the downside, and then we get stopped up, break even, small amount there, and we try one more attempt at the hold of some key support levels on IBIT, and then we get stopped out. So we'll go 1 for 3 on IBIT. And I mean, this one was a decent trade, so we won't complain about that. And yeah, now we're starting to grind, but this is all chop. For me, I don't think we are ready to climb. And then what else did we trade today? Oh yeah, advanced money destroyer for me today. This was doing everything and some. So we try a long at the break of some key levels there, get stopped out, but then we flip short at the snap of 332. Bang, we get a nice little couple point move to the downside, so we'll take that all day. And then one more on TSM. There we go. We got it. No, we don't got it yet. There we go. So yeah, I mean, just a small scalp on TSM, so not too bad. In and out on that one. Bang, we take up 50 cents there, a little bit more than that on that specific trade. No real longs, to be honest with you, in continuation. I'm just kind of stuck in scalp mode right now. And yeah, slightly red on the session, so we'll be able to sort that out here momentarily. So sitting on the hands, being patient shape.
All right, guys. LBRT is really going here. It's not up big yet. It's only up 13.4%, but look at this move. So we get in on the 10 EMA pullback. It's getting awfully extended now, having taken out the $0.50. And by I say extended, I'm making that assessment based upon where the 10 EMA is versus where the price is. So we're about, I want to say 60 pennies, give or take, away from that 10 EMA, and that is, that's not usual for this name. As you can see, this was really hugging the 10 EMA. I'm talking about LBRT. So in order to get back into this one, I need it to pull back in a little bit. I don't have to have it come back in and test 13, the breakout level, or the 10 EMA, but it's got to pull back into a little bit more of, an appropriate area for me, because I'm not going to punch in at highs. So we're keeping an eye on LBRT, very interested in working back into this one. Separately, we've got RANI on watch, because, where is it? All right, RANY, show yourself. LBRT, just let me organize myself. Yeah, we're gonna have to take off this one. There we go, RANI. This one's still halted, showing $1.78. So we're about 8 pennies away from the halt level. Now we're open on RANI. Keep your eye on the bid side of the level 2 to see if there's any big buyers backstopping any price descent. Looks like we're going to drop down. The breakout level is between 150 to 155, but it does look like it's going to be a halt parameter initiating here at 163. If we stay at this level for a little bit longer, about 4 more seconds. We should halt, and we'll get the gray out, and it will be looking like the first down halt on the day for RANI. Big move for it, 246% in Greensville. We'll see how this one does once it is reopened. But right now, as I see it, it is all gas on LBRT, 13.25% now. Looking for a pullback. I'm just not going to punch in at highs, guys. Lastly, DUST, we got this at 92s, waiting now at 95s for a print, showing me 94s, looking for a move past 10. Again, this is not a big mover on the day, about 13% and change. And I should also warn you, this is an Amex stock. So if it does, for whatever reason, start getting parabolic and it halts, we'll have to fly blind during the periods when it is halted, as we will not be able to see the theoretical auction price, so we won't know who's in charge, buyers or sellers. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now, but I've got more on the side chart, so let's get right to them. We've already spoken about RANI. Thank you, Neil, for that, by the way, because I didn't even have eyes on that. REKR. I'm keeping an eye on this as well. It's not parabolic either, but it's respectful of the trend, and it's picking up, finding a bid at the 10 EMA. Having a lot of trouble clearing 310, but we're getting certainly higher lows in an accumulation for a possible 310 breakout. This interests me greatly. ACH, are you kidding me, bro? Look at LBRT still going, man. All right, I'll get to that in a second, but ACHV had a big day yesterday in the aftermarket around 5 o'clock. You get a parabolic breakout. We're not above, sadly, the aftermarket high, which is trading around 480, but we are above the pre-market high. So, I'll just take that, and I'll pick it up off the 10 EMA. It looks like it's finding support, possibly VWAP at 405. I'm talking about ACHV. Going on here, another multiple halter on the day, STI. Let me just add that in. It's about 21.6% up. This is trying to hold trend here. I don't mind picking this up at around $21. It's much more spready, so you're going to have to, make sure you're trading that appropriately. And yeah, man, this is Joseph. It's the LBRT show, bro. This thing is all gas, no freaking brakes. Look at this.
All right, dude.
I mean, I took the breakout through 13. It always has a way of making me feel awfully freaking silly. Look at this thing go, dude. Dang. Here comes 14, Joey. 13.85. You're getting the squeeze right now on LBRT. It's still not even that big of a percentage winner. We're knocking the door 16%, but it feels like this one is destined to hit that whole dollar at 14.
Yes, sir. All right, yeah, let's take a look at what we got going on here this morning, guys. Some of the names on our radar. Lots of chip names. What are you guys thinking about this setup potentially right here? Excuse me, shoulder 1, head, shoulder 2 potentially there, so keep an eye out on that. Bitcoin slightly choppy this morning here, guys. Now heading into the top end of this resistance zone. You can see that downtrend still fully intact. We have those consistent lower highs on that one there, so keep an eye out on that. We did catch the top on Tesla, but we didn't hold it long enough, so shout out to Obi and Neil for catching that one as well too. AMD heading towards some key support levels, so we'll keep an eye on AMD. With that being said, let's pull up the old chain and see what we got going on with advanced money devices.
Duplicator. It's been duplicating lately. I know it's destroyed out at one point, but
bang! It was getting, it was slack, but it's duplicator now, for sure. Totally. So there it is, guys. Like 225. There's a little bit of a put wall, so you can classify that as a potential bounce area. With that being said, I like it. We'll go back to the chart there momentarily. Let's go to the most liquid chart here and pull it up to see what we got going on. 240, 22,000, 37,000 contracts traded on this session. Let's pull up this old chart. Bang, bang.
74.
And see what we got going on. And this is what I'm talking about. We want to see some liquid contracts here. This is the 4-hour. We're going to zoom into the 5-minute for all my intraday scalpers. And bang, from $5.29, essentially worthless at this point there, guys. So writing, you're cashing out on that. So that's back in October 60. I mean, it's still only yesterday that this thing was worth $5. Now not worth very much. And that iron condor that we were talking about not too long ago on Tesla with that 407 and that 450 range, really coming into play. So some beautiful stuff. Is the options pricing chart e-signal? It is not e-signal, my friend. It is something else. But yeah, it is not e-signal. So I'm curious to see if we get that break. What was the high on Tesla? 440. Let's actually pull up that chain to see what we got going on. If that was a specific level that we wanted to keep our eyes on, 440, 28,000 right there, 124K. Wow, 124 contracts traded at that specific level. And then we can correlate that with the high of today. That's going to be around 440.81. The volume and the open interest is displaying itself. So maybe we can continue that move to the downside on today's session. I'm looking for a further breakdown on AMD. Want to catch the top end of the range, not the lower end. So we'll continue to monitor that. And what you want to do is essentially post up, don't chase. And I like what someone else in the chat was saying. Put those stops in, widen it, less shares, set and forget. See if that price target hits. One thing or the other is going to happen. It either hits your stop loss or it hits your profit target, or you just get sick of sitting in there and you cut it out for whatever it may be. But there goes AMD snapping that 231.18 level, Sharif, heading back towards the downside. Bitcoin rejecting that trend line once again. So let's see if we're going to get a continuation in the fade on today's session.
All right, Joey, we're back in here. LBRT, we're taking out levels. We're in at 83. We went the beak up there into the 96 penny level. I've got planned DCAs here to get more shares. I don't know if they're as valid as they were about a few minutes ago when I did put them on. So let's continue to watch the price action here as it develops a little bit further, as we, I don't want to say consolidate, as we accumulate into that $14 area. Still no prints above said $14 area with 97 penny high. We're going to keep tabs on that one separately. We're taking more prints here on DUST. Get it, Dusty. We're taking this one into 10, looking for a $10 break. What do we got on this one, Joey? We got 82s, showing me 96s. We're looking to front run this with a beak wetter here in front of 10, and then we're going to hold for the break of 10. But there goes LR. Come on, get it together, Chief. LBRT again into 97s. I'm going to go ahead and post now above 14. I'm going to post, let's go ahead and wait at 12s. I'm looking for a liquidity spike or, it's the squeezing of shorts into that $14 area. That's what I'm looking for there. Separately, opposite trade is we get more shorts entering in at 14, a critical level of resistance that overwhelm the bids, and then we drop back down, in which case hopefully I'll get printed at my dip trade there. There goes 14.05 now, the high of the day. I'm waiting at 7s, no print, liquidity grab here into 14, back down below 14. Again, we go, Joe.
Yes, sir. Let's go. Nice little move to the downside here on TSM. Let's keep an eye on the tape. What we want to see is those continuous flushes at the bid. All right, guys, let's go over to Adara, see what she's got for us.
Yeah, what I have here is gold. GLD, as we know, has been a little bit weaker. And now we have commentary coming from Bill Gross, an investor who's worked with most recently Janus Capital. But he's saying that gold has become a momentum or meme asset. So if you want to own it, wait a while. Bill Gross, maybe a little bit short-term bearish or cautious at the very least on gold. Also, we have comments coming from Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico. She's saying that Mexico's trade talks with the U.S. are going very well. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Bang, there we go. We piece a little bit out there. We're getting the move. We're cracking through some key support levels, and that's exactly what we want to see displayed. So there it is. We don't have too much size on this because I am selling the lower end of the range, and we have to be cautious of potential bounces. We'll take a little bit more off here, Sharif, as we put in a new low there. So we want to kind of just lock in these profits as we're continuously bleeding. That's 40 cents, just like that. That's a fact, Jack. Mike Peter Ryder. We like that one. Continue to sell. If it comes back, I have one more out on this name, and there it goes, the break of support. This is exactly what we want to see. Now, AMD, same thing. I'm like, okay, if these chips are going to be relatively weak, let's get involved. Haven't even looked at MVDA today, so let's take a gander at that name. Exact same setup, potentially. If it cracks the volume-weighted average price here, let's pull it up here so we can speak about it. If it cracks, I'm going to be looking for the exact same play. That's the support level at 231. That's that support level at 297. And we have the exact same thing at 181 on NVDA. I brought to you guys the call of the day, the new, I'm not going to say the hottest, but I'm going to say it's the hottest trick, the new one. It's the new call of the day. Let's see what we got going on with the NVDA options chain. I mentioned, oh, Jesus, not him. Jumping Jehoshaphat. All right. Yeah, see, there you go. Oh, my days. So here it is, guys. 185 is that next level. 200 has a high concentration. Well, guess what? That level at 195 really starting to come into play. But those contracts are starting to close. 94.60. Yeah, guys, everyone coughing. It is that season here in Canada. As the temperature starts to change, it just goes around. Like a bad habit. So there it is, 195. Not too bad there. Let's get out of this TSM as it's coming back to our break even there, Sharif. But those fades, high levels of open interest on all these chip names, looks like a good time to fade them.
All right, Joey. We're out of LBRT, trying to work back in as it did. I was using prior bar low as my stop placement, so I did get stopped out, but it ended up holding 75. So I'd like to get back in over here. Let's see what we can do. We're going to get back in. It's not letting me in. I'm having to chase it. There we go. Now we get the break and a beautiful fill, man. Through 14. We got 94, so we did get that $14 break. We got shares on here. So let's see if we can get a bit more on 14. This is the second time we've been through 14. So I'm posting ahead of 14, and then we're going to wait for a break of 14.10. I'm not waiting at 13s. That's crazy. So keeping an eye on that one. 14.05 high a day, 75 buyer, but there is, a candle of indecision, the one that closed at 11.10. This current candle is not a candle of indecision. So I'm trying to pack my patience on this one with a beak wetter through 14, looking for a little bit more. Separately, we're still holding shares here on DUST. It is, it's consolidating in front of 10. I did anticipate this, obviously, knowing full well 10 is going to be an important resistance level, 998 area high. The trade that I've said very little about is REKR. We're break even on it. I've got sixes. It's showing me sixes right now. What I'm getting involved with this 4 is a hold above 3. It had a whole lot of trouble breaking through 3. In fact, when it broke it at around 10 o'clock, it lost it pretty quickly and dropped back down into about 2 low 90. So I'm looking for continuation here and a retest of that 316 high of day. Back now again to LB, RT. Here we go above 14 again. We're still getting selling though in the low 14s. 1404, 1405. Let's see now as the tape starts moving a little bit more, and you can very much see that there's a bit of an equilibrium right now between buyers and sellers. We're not able to clear that 14 decisively, so I have to be alive to that in case the bid drops and there's a whole lot of selling as the people either take profits and or get short. So that's my look right now on LBRT. I'm looking for continuation. I don't mind adding into this position if it's warranted. In the same way, bang, on DUST, we get the print now at 999s, and now we're gonna look for more, man. Let's go ahead and wait. I'm gonna wait for above 10, I'm gonna wait at 10.15, so this will be a decisive break of 10 if I'm gonna get printed on this. I don't mind adding. I like 990 as an area to add. Take a gander over here at what we did at 990 on the 1, area rejection, area rejection, area rejection, reject, finally clear, and then we get into 10. So if we lose 10, I'm looking for 990 as an area hold. So that's my look there, but there goes Dusty. Get it, Dusty. Where are you at, Dusty? We're now well above 10, and that is 10.02 high of day now on my friend DUST. Looking for that 10.15 spike. Last but not least, LBRT continues to dance in front of 14, Joey.
Good look there, my friend. All right, let's see. We're in another chip short here, breaking of the same support levels. There goes NVDA cracking at that lower end of the range. Maybe we'll get involved some small size on NVDL to see if we can get that potential breakdown here, guys. It looks like it wants to start rocking and rolling. We're going to be patient to see if we can get this MU trade to start cooking up for us. But now NVDL looks like it wants to head to the south side. So we'll start relatively small on that one as it's continuing to slowly bleed. It is bouncy. I think it's going to be a more tricky one there. We got a little bit of a move there on MU. Nothing substantial, only about 10-20 cents or so. We want a little bit more. We're looking for them dollars. The dollar is what I need. So shout out to that. There it goes. We're starting to break down a little bit again. Let's get involved in some of these chip names to the downside because we like these potential support level breaks. As you can see, there it goes on NVDA. So there it is. All right, come on, MU, breakdown. There goes NVDA to the top side. So bouncing off of that VWAP level, let's see if that can be sustained. If the market wants to curl over, we're going to be positioned relatively well here for this potential breakdown. I mean, we were running up into that 183.5 level and then now starting to come back in. So let's be patient to see if we can cook something up. Same thing, there it is. Let's just pull up the charts here so you guys can see significantly better. MU, no, don't do that to me. NVDL, you're starting to slowly work. But MU, bouncing off that level, as long as the buying pressure stays relatively subdued, we like our chances here for continuation. So we'll hold on to that. AMD still bleeding. And then we had the likes of Bitcoin starting to break through that downtrend. Now 5-minute candle opening on the back side of that, so not too bad there. But the market is most definitely starting to bleed a little bit more, guys. Are we going to seal that wound, or are we going to let it bleed out? Let's let it bleed out. Sell everything. Yeah, let's rock and roll. There goes NVDL to the downside. Let's pull it up on our chart here so you guys can see. We're rocking and a rolling here this morning. Bang. A nice little move there, and you can see what we're in at on NVDL, 87.16s, and then we top into 50s there. So as quick as you like, Sharif, we get a nice little move. And then now we got MU working for us too, my brother, and it's starting to bleed. Support levels cracking. Let's rock and roll.
Atta boy, Joey. All right, we're going to shout out Joey Options and LBRT. We get the print into the high of the day. I took exactly 12s. That is the high of the day, now showing 11s. So it does look like it's going to take that level out and up 18%. LBRT has got the juice to let some of this loose, baby. But I got a new position over here, RANI. So I see a bit of consolidation above a previous technical level. I'm talking about this 150 to 155. It's more 150 to be fair. Look at all the close or the wicks that did reject that 150. Only one print breached it in the pre-market at 9:15, and then it had to be about 10:50 before we took out 150 decisively. At 10:50 a.m., we took out $1.50 decisively. So I've got now 167s on. I've wet the beak into 171. I'm looking for more, though, man. RANI, I'm looking for a price spike into 183. We've got more over here waiting at mid-70s and then low 80s. So packing my patience on RANI. This is much more volatile than any of the other ones that I'm trading. So I did give the stop a wider spread in case it finds an area of illiquidity and my stops don't trigger. There's the other print now on RANI as we continue to head up. Now waiting in the high 70s. Let's go ahead and also post in the low 80s. We're going to wait at 82s for a nice price spike up there. So keeping my eye on that. And then my boy Dusty still doing well here, holding 10 for now, but it's going to have to get up to 10.15 for me to take out the print. Our EKR is the only one that is just annoying the hell out of me. I don't like the way that this is finding topping tail candles into 310. That's going to end the trade. We'll take a 3-penny loss on this one, and we'll move on. If it sets up a bit better and it cleans up its act, we'll get back involved. Until then, it's on, you know what, my crap list. So we're going to keep tabs on that. LBRT continuing to print higher highs, man. There has been no red candles on LBRT on the 5-minute chart since 10:50. It is 11:25, so you can do the math there. We've got a lot of strength on this one, but it behooves you to keep an eye on it. And there goes Rennie, RANI, Joseph Wilson into the high of the day. And we take out the high of the day print. Let's go ahead now and wait a little bit higher here at 88. Shout out to my boy CD Lamb. Hopefully the Cowboys can straighten up their act. And we're also going to wait in front of 2 Joey, RANI up 275%. Looking for more.
Bang, more. I need more. Small potatoes, small potatoes. There it is. Almost a dollar club on that one there on the MU short there.
Joey.
We'll take a little bit more off there, guys. We only have 10% remaining, and we'll hold on to this for the Drizzy. Yeah, I'll never do that again, I promise. But yeah, in all seriousness, guys, there goes the market starting to come back in a little bit, cracking through some key support levels. We've seen that yesterday. I mean, hey, Gorb, full disclosure, man, still slightly red on the day, but we're rocking and rolling, man. We're just slowly chipping a chair. You guys know what I say, just chipping away, chipping away, chipping away. So keep real, not show. Sharif, yeah, I mean, Sharif is as real as it gets, which is why you're allowed today's profit taking. Yeah, for me, I'm full on scout mode. A little bit more of a dollar 50 cents. I'm looking to take it out. I'm not going with any crazy continuation. Control Alt Escape. We live today for sure, man. We're excited. We're going to play some hockey tonight. McCormick's Arena, 9 p.m. Check your boy out there. McCormick?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a barn, brother.
Yeah, it's a barn?
That's
sick.
Yeah,
That's
well, no,
so
it's not
sick.
literally a barn. It's just like a small,
That's an exaggeration.
small arena. Yeah, but it's where the real dogs go to play, man. You can't be a small puppy coming around the McCormick's arena because you'll get bullied out in that neck of the woods for sure. So it's only for the big dogs and big dogs only. You know, I'm obviously being sarcastic. Oh, hold on.
My bad. Oh.
All right, I'll stop. Take that key away from me. Take that key away. There goes Sharif. There goes Sharif. I'll stop. I know.
You're killing me,
I'll
bro.
stop just for you. No, but in all seriousness, guys, a nice move on MU there. A bounce off of NVDL. We got all out of that trade. Tapes was slightly flipping. Let's take a look at it right now. And you can see we're just chopping around. So we're just in between. And then the flush will come to the top side. Bang, there's a nice little move. And you can see the size really starting to kick in. So I'm totally happy with getting out right there. Also, Gorab, we're going to bring it down to the 1 minute. Okay. Ooh, this might be an absolute dangerous play right here. A nice indecision print off of those lows. Repeat offender. It's done it on multiple occasions if you're trying to play that. But, guys, what does this look like to you? If you ask me, this looks like exactly. So, I mean, by all means, if you're cracking some of these necklines, watch out for some more potential downside. But other than that, MU, we might get stopped out, break even our last little move, but we caught $1 on that one. Bitcoin breaking up, so not too bad there. I'm not going to grab anything just yet. I'm going to be patient on this one.
I punched.
You punched?
I punched
Let's go.
at $60 today.
Oh, that's a good play. That's a good play.
And
that's
to me, like, I don't have to have the bottom, but I'm going to get, I wanted to add, I've been wanting to add for a little bit now. So I'm going to add, right?
I think that's a good opportunity.
In the long term, though. I want to make that very clear. We're not swinging any of these.
Not swinging any.
I have no Bitcoin in my swing. None.
Okay.
It's all I'm looking.
It's all other equities there. Yeah.
Exactly.
Cool. Yeah. Keep that in the long term for sure. And I mean, if this candle closes like this, I think we got a good chance of bouncing. I wanted to see it below key support level. Sorry, 1 second, Sharif, before I send it back to you, brother. I want to actually pull up a better chart of Bitcoin because I think it's really important for us to know for all my crypto individuals out there as well too. You know, I'm as bullish as it gets in the space, but I also like getting things at better prices as well too. Why? Because I can start rocking and rolling, and we can get hefty. Carter asked me if I'm grabbing contracts. I don't think I'm going to get off the jump with contracts just due to the increase in volatility, but here it is. This is the support level I was referring to earlier. This was just pure a bait. I'm so surprised at this move. This was the ultimate bull trap right here, and then sure enough, they just tanked the underlying, and now it traded to a low of around 103.82. If we get another indecision print, we consolidate around these specific levels, I'm most definitely going to be looking for a potential swing tree.
All right, man. I'm still holding RANI. It's dealing here with this mid 180s. I want to say low 180s, to be fair. High 170s, low 180s, hanging out around there, 186 high. My next print, by definition, will have to be a new high a day. I'm waiting at 88. 86 is the high, as I mentioned. Packing my patience on this one. It's neither an area for me to take prints or add into the position. So I'm going to stay clear, hang on. Look at this. It's not moving. It's chopping, churning millions of shares, and the price action isn't moving right now. So a little bizarre there. The other position we've got on Dusty. Dusty continues to print highs above 1004 high, new high there, but much slower of a mover than its counterparts. Lastly, Joey, I hate getting out of trades early. I hate it. Look at this. I want you to see this. Entry, scalp, entry, scalp, scalp. I mean, bro, and I don't have enough shares.
I know.
And we're continuing to print highs. So LBRT, guys, this is the one today, I think, because it's not really putting any red candles. And I wanted to wait for a 10 EMA pullback. It's not giving me the opportunity. So I've got to adjust my style and pick it up off what I see as a 50% retracement on the prior candle. That's the only move that I've got in my arsenal. Where else am I going to pick it up off? That's not random. You know what I mean? So that's what I try to base my entries off. If I'm going to get in near highs, 50% retracement off the previous candle. That's what we did with the print that we've got. But look at it, take out the $0.50 now. LBRT's all gas, no brakes. We're going to have to pack our patience for another entry on there. And then back into RANI. Keeps price spiking into the mid 80s. I'm trying to think about how to deal with this one. Should I give it to prior bar low, which is at 73? because we got a doji candle that just right now, and a candle of indecision, and this one is turning red, and I don't really want to be DCAing into a multiple halter, quite frankly. I'm going to want to take the directional trade, the sort of the breakout trade, if I could call it that. So I don't think I want to give it to prior bar low. I have 67s on. It's showing me 64, 65 as the 10 EMA, of which has been quite respectful. So here it is. It's dropping back down into my area now. Let's watch. Let's see if I can get in here. I might add a little bit more. If it drops back down, I will flatten out if it loses the 10 EMA. I don't have to wait for a closing print on that. So that's what I'm waiting for. RANI, price spike up again. Let's watch. Let's watch. As it dip back down, give me another entry opportunity. RANI. Yeah, this one is, I think I'm going to get in a little bit more here, Joey.
Okay.
I think I might, because it's a higher, well, it's holding trend, saving except for the doji candle that just closed on the 5. But that candle did print the high of the day. That's what concerns me, right? It prints the high of the day, 186, and then it ends up as a doji candle, and then the subsequent candle is a red candle to make a new low. It's not what I want to see. It's not what I want to see at all. But I'm going to get in over here because it's still holding the 10 EMA, and I like my entry. So we're going to give it to the 10 EMA. If it loses the 10 EMA, I'm done. Simple as that. What do you got?
Into play just yet. All right, Adair, what do you got for us?
What I have here is crypto, and I want to take a look here at the weekly chart on BTC because we've looked at the daily. Like this, we went from all-time highs last week early last week / late the week before. Now we are, the low of the week here is 103. So we moved like over 20,000 in this period. Lots of volatility for crypto. And as mentioned, talked about that daily level of 108,000. You can see it's very clear in the weekly as well. And it was that previous all-time high resistance level. So this level that we're at is significant. Let's see if Bitcoin can break this 2-week losing streak tomorrow. But I do want to mention, it's not the first time we've had a bit of a slump after making all-time highs and then recovered really nicely. I think when we had these all-time highs in August, pushing up into 120 or just below 125,000, then we sold off for 3 weeks, including that week that we made that high, and then we came right back up to new all-time highs. So this could be all fine and dandy for Bitcoin, but I did want to contextualize it a little bit more. Here's Ethereum on the weekly, ETH on the weekly, much like Bitcoin, still in an overall uptrend, maybe struggling a bit. We'll take a look as well at Solana. Solana, as I've said previously, I think holding its uptrend a little bit better maybe than some of these other crypto names. And I would say that seems to be the case even on a longer term chart like the weekly. Take a look at Cardano to end things off. Cardano on the weekly looking a lot weaker, no pun intended. There's some clear support here around that 0.5 level, but these lower highs could end up being a bit of a flat top. Bottom breaks that out here for ADA. So quick look here at some crypto charts on the weekly level as we end this trading week. Back to you.
All right, you got anything you want to cover?
Yeah, watching Randy, we got back in, scalp up into 77s. It's still holding the 10 EMA, so we did add at that area low. I like my entry, but I just need this to continue above 180. So I am concerned that it does lose that 63 penny area. It's still holding above said 10 EMA, but definitely not finding the same kind of bid that it had to the upside. But I also want to bring your attention to the other one here, LBRT. It's still continuing to print high at days, 1463 now, the day's high, and still no red candles on the 5. So you still got a lot of strength in this one. And then last but not least, one that we've been seeing a lot of lately, STI. Look at this thing, up 24, 34, up nicely on the day to the tune of 32.33%. It is more spready and less liquid, but it's got a hell of a chart pattern here with significantly, well, very, very good, clean, higher highs, higher lows, save and except for these pullbacks over here. And there only have been 2 on the day so far at 10:35, 10:40, those 2 candle pullbacks, and then one at 11:05. Other than that, it's been a symphony of green. We're going to continue to watch over here and see what we can get on a pullback here for LBRT. That's what happened. So, I sent in my old, my 13 Pro Max to get as a substitute, as a trade-in for my new phone. Yeah. So today they sent me a message of like, your phone doesn't qualify. And they're charging me $450. Yeah, bro, just got rinsed. And no explanation as to why my phone doesn't qualify. So I'm just going to sell that bad boy on the private market.
All right, yeah.
Get it back, I'll probably get more than 450.
Yeah.
It's just like so random
Get
out of nowhere.
Here. Get those guys out of here, man.
Yeah, and so a firm is charged. Look at this. Look, we're on the same day. Since the original trade-in date that was given at the time of purchase no longer applies, we're going to charge your Visa $450 today.
Yeah,
Thank you for letting me know today that you're going to charge me
right now,
today.
Right away.
Like,
yeah. And then when they owe you money, they take years to give it to you. So yeah, I don't know what's up with that. But anyways. Yeah, never mind. Oh, the Xiaomi phone is sick, man.
It's sick, but you know that they're not proliferating here, right?
No, you can't get that.
Absolutely.
I like
Xiaomi made its bones copying Apple, right?
100%.
It calls itself the Pro and the Pro Max.
Yeah, literally everything.
They don't try to hide it.
Even from like the interface and everything is like the Apple. Wow, there goes. NVDA to the downside, guys. This is what we were talking about, a big time move. I'm happy to get out. There goes Bitcoin fading off a quadruple top. So these fades are most definitely coming into play. I'm looking to fade the black here, guys. So shout out to whoever sings that one. I have no idea. I don't think, Sharif, I don't think you would know fade to black. Who would ban sings that?
You always set me up for failure.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm sorry, man. I was trying to. We'll
all right, Joe, I got to interrupt.
Go ahead.
I got to interrupt. RANI is breaking out, guys. Here we go into the high of the day. We just took out some there at 86s. We're waiting for more, Joey. We're waiting in the 90s now. It printed a new high of day, 88s, but true to form, retracing, and now I'm going to have to be careful. This thing is crazy, dude. It prints a high of the day, then immediately retraces down. So I'm happy with the second ad. We get in, scalp out, get back in, scalp out, but I'm greedy, man. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that, because then the trading gods are going to look down upon me, Joseph, and not in a good way. I jest, of course. But what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to be ambitious for the price that I get here in front of 2, but you know, it keeps retracing off area highs, so I have to be careful with this one. I'm keeping a close eye on it. I'm moving up my stop as I take more prints, so we'll see what we get here, accumulating into 82s, looking for a little bit more. And Joseph.
Yes, sir.
You know, it was your birthday not that long ago.
Yeah.
But there's another birthday today. And it's a person that we talk a lot about. It's not Ram. Her birthday's on the 22nd, so we're still waiting for that. Your friend Ozan's birthday is today. Can you hit the cash cow? You got the cash cow there, brother? Because Ozan loves the cash cow. Happy birthday, Ozan. Throw your love for the OG Ozan in the chat. Happy birthday, brother. I'm willing to bet he's at the very young age of probably like 54, 55, something like that. All right, shout out to my boy
Ozan.
Ozan.
Shout out to Ozan, man.
Shout out, give your love to Ozan in the chat, guys. It's his birthday today. Shout out to the OG.
Ozan's 23rd birthday today, man. Yeah, let's go crazy. We're cooking up a storm. Hoping you're making some cash money on your $1,000 cash money on your birthday, my friend.
Calls on Ozan.
Calls on Ozan. Yeah, absolutely, man. Big time birthday, calls Ozan, on that individual. There it goes, the market putting in a little bit of a bounce at those support levels. Let's see if we get another rebound, construct a lower high, and then maybe we continue this fade. Who knows what's going on? I mean, let's pull up the SPY and see how we've been trading. And I think we're still within that previous Friday's range. A whole month. A whole week. Sorry, a month. Come on, get your act together. A whole month. Just again, I said it again. A whole week. Just trading within this range here, guys. And the way this candle's looking, I would not be surprised if we crack through those support levels. Anything south of that, we're looking for potential dip buys. But as for the SPY, April lows, we're going to go to Liberation Day over here. Bang. Shout out Liberation Day. 37%. So that's an absolute beautiful move on the SPY, and the exact same thing with the Qs as well. So I'm sitting on my hands right now. They got the additional fade on NVDL, starting to get a little bit of a bounce. Gorev, I know you're looking for those inverted hammers, those hammer candles at lows. Let's see if we get anything cooking up, and keep our eyes on the tape. If that tape continuously displays weakness, I'm going to continuously look for those fades. But right now, a whole lot of continuing and continuation on my end. Joey. That's what I'm looking for, because I don't want to go against the grain right now. This week hasn't been the best week, but that's okay. We can turn things around. All it takes is a couple solid trades, and then kind of just switching switching up your mentality a little bit. If you've gone through the cyclical effects of the market, then you know you have to be able to adapt really, really quick. The quicker you adapt, because there will be edge erosion, right? So your trade system is not always going to work, and then that's when you have to go into that alternative system, and that's kind of what I'm doing right now. You see me go through multiple scalps because what I was doing before hasn't been giving me the risk to reward that I'm looking for. So let's change things up. Let's see if they work. So far, so good, Sharif. Let's continue on the path that we're on right now.
There goes Randy. Come on, give me that print, bro. I'm just waiting at 91s, man. Nah, it goes up into 90, doesn't give me the print back into 89. It's still making higher highs and higher lows. It feels, there it is, now 94. Here we go, guys. The second entry on RANI, $1.94 high. As we accumulate into that $2 breakout, we're up 300%. It's got the juice to let some of this loose, baby. We're going to keep an eye on RANI. And look, I don't mind adding more here. It just has to be at the appropriate levels. But Joey,
yes, sir.
You know what I just noticed?
What?
You know how Ram and Ozan have a lot of beef, right? You know, he got banned multiple times yesterday by our friend Fabian for talking smack to Ram. I just noticed that they have very, very close birthdays.
When's Ram birthday?
She's on the 22nd, bro. Yeah.
Oh.
You gonna do Ram like that?
I'm not gonna do Ram. She's not even here right now. Yeah, she's not even here right now. Yeah, she's doing her own thing.
Fabian, I can't hear you, brother. You remember my thing isn't working. Fabian, if we could maybe do that during the break when Neil's doing the lesson of the day, because I still can't hear Assassino. And I think I messed it up on my side, to be quite honest with you.
So it's Taco Friday.
Here we go, Joey. 94 highs, 95. We're back into that area high on RAN9. 95, large size here at 95, but it's just getting decimated. We took off a lot of size there at 95, dropping back into 94. Here we go again, looking for that $2 touch and drop. I expect resistance at $2. I mean, it's a whole dollar level. So what I've done is I'm looking to front run it here with a possible beak wetter at that 98 pennies, and then we're going to hold. We're going to hold for that $2 break and pop. And there's 95. Huge size came off the side of the book there at 95, but the hidden seller, the iceberg order, comes in and definitely prevents us from ascending anymore. So we're going to pack our patience on this one and just, wait for the print. It is a 96 penny area high now, not 95. Shout out to Tisha. If I felt comfortable shorting, I'd short at 202. Shout out to Tisha, but Tisha, I don't really short these small cap gappers, and if I did, it would be my same rules, but in the inverse. So it would have to be below the volume weighted average price for me to get short, in the same way that it has to be above the volume weighted average price for me to get long. I did short these in late 2023, in early 2023, excuse me, because they didn't really have any go, right? Remember, we know 22 was a horrible year for the market, as well as obviously these small caps. 23 wasn't really a good year either, at least the initial part of it. And so then I started taking some of them short, and those were my rules then. Since then, I haven't really been shorting the small cap gappers. And there it is, Joseph. We take it out at 99s now. We got 72s in the second entry. We're going to pack our patience and wait for a $2 break. Boom.
Bang. All right. Shout out Chief Keeping Company, NVDL. Again, I like what someone in the chat was saying. It's a bull trap. It's a bear trap. It's a bull trap. It's a bear trap. Yeah, I mean, by all means, it's a little bit choppy, the guys. A lot of overlapping candles on today's session. Keep your eyes on the tape. If you have access to the time and sales, it's going to help you wonders. I have some quote highlight on the L2 as well, but the tape, ooh, we like this one here because essentially, right, like you get the spoofing, you get people lifting orders on the level 2. Can't do that on the tape because those are real-time transactions, all right? So go with the flow, see what that's telling you there. I know you got something cooking up there, Sharif. I'm not in anything right now, waiting for that next potential scalp opportunity. Do I want to fade Bitcoin? As it's been touching on the exact same levels on multiple occasions, not just yet. We're going to pack our patience. Jedi. Are you hoping to Amazon ahead of earnings in options? No, sir, I will not be. Let's go. Can you pull that super chat up there? Thank you, Dominican pesos, for that one there. Let's pull it up. Let's pull up the options chain on Amazon. Again, guys, I'm really selective with my options contracts. Ozan loves being in them. Me personally, I like to use it to leverage a quality system. But as for, I'm not saying yours isn't, obviously that's not what I'm implying, but with mine in particular. So at the end of the day, guys, there's a lot of open interest at 230 on Amazon. I haven't looked at it just yet. If I was going to hop into Amazon, it would be via just shares because I don't want to have to worry about certain things, and I want to slowly allocate them. And then once the thesis is working, or I feel that we're ready to turn around, then that's when I would look to grab some contracts on AMZN. Now, as for that, let's pull up the daily and see what we got going on. And this is what I want to see. Keep cracking lower. Are we going to break through this key support level? I used the comparison with Amazon and Google's antitrust. Sharif, remember when we're like, hey, we weren't really taking into factor how much this was weighing on the stock. I'm looking at Amazon the exact same way with China tariffs. Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely.
Oh,
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
I'm
cool.
just digesting what you were saying.
Okay, all right.
100%.
Yeah, what's
100%.
Up? Is our guy Wayner over there too? What's up? What's up, Wayner?
I'm involved. We're in the halt right now. Upside halt on RANI. So I was going to get to it, but you wanted to talk about Amazon, so yes. I have to go ahead.
Okay, well, go ahead. So, yeah, so as we crack 211 right there, anything south indecision prints around that neck of the woods, I'm going to be getting involved on Amazon.
Here it is, Joey.
Yeah.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Bang. Bulls. What's that guy's name again?
Which guy?
The guy on the left. I was going to say.
Which guy? The black guy or the white guy?
No, Woody Harrelson.
Yeah, Woody Harrelson.
That's what I was like.
All right, here we are on RANI, guys. Halted 206. So let's do a little bit of halt housekeeping here. So the halt time, 11:44:34. The earliest this will be open is 11:49:34. The price that it halted at 206, the tap, the current theoretical auction price, and we will be able to see the tap because this is a NASDAQ stock. So we're showing lower, man. We're showing 204s, 205. The halt level is, as I mentioned, 206. So let's see which way this cookie crumbles. We're still holding some here. We're looking for the continuation. I like the way that RANI has been trading. This is a good looking pattern, guys, and let me make my case as to why. Sure, there were a lot of wicks that probably annoyed you, but there's an established range. It's very clear that the initial area of resistance is $1.50. I mean, how many rejections do you need off that $1.50 to see that? In addition, it seems like it had, for the most part, support at VWAP, save and except for a very brief moment over here when it did lose it and held that 115 area. Once it got above there, it really didn't look back. And it's been holding the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 since 10:50. That's almost an hour as it is now 11:47. So I did like the way that this was trading. In addition to that, once it broke the $1.50, take a gander at the support level that it was using. Yeah, that $1.50, right? It makes its way all the way up into 182, drops back down. You get a double support. Why? Well, you got price action support at 150, formerly resistance, of course, but it also conflates with the 10 EMA on the 5. I love to see correlation in that way. It gives me a bit more, I want to say, confidence, conviction in the trade to see that you know that there is possibly 2 levels of support that get to backstop me there. So that's what we're keeping an eye on right now. We're going to keep an eye on RANY, and there goes Dusty into another high of the day, 10.07. We're still waiting at 10.15s. It's going to need a price spike up in order to get me printed. Dusty, not a big one, but up 15%. Joey.
Yeah, good look there, guys. Yeah, Gorev, nice work there on some of those hammer candle prints, man. Those are really working out today. I wasn't thinking that, so I'm glad that you got to participate on that front. We're short a little bit of Bitcoin. We gave it 10 cents, but we're giving it 10 cents, but we got to give it a little bit more to the break of this high, and it looks like it's going there right now. So I'll get out early. We'll take a loss on that one. That's okay. Bang. We're not worried about it. We don't want to stand in front of these shorts, so we'll sit on our hands a little bit longer to see if we can find something potentially to come into our favor as it's breaking through. The reason why it's because, like, look at the multiple occasions, multiple touches here, and then you got the rejection, but now it looks like it wants to continue to climb higher. Let's head over to the higher time frames and see what we got there. 15-minute. Okay, so might fill the gap, head up into the 61 level. I think that's going to be the case there on IBIT. Glad we got out of that one. It was not going to work out, and we don't want to hold on to these losers whatsoever.
Here we go, Joe. Here we go. Boom! boom into 14s. Ranny open, 220 high. We took it out there at 15s. Excuse me. There it goes into 21. I should have been more alive to the open time, but I was trying to deal with this super chat for your boy Joey Options. Yeah. We're in another halt parameter here on RANI. It showed me 21s. We need a few more seconds here, and then we're going to get the gray out. RANI is him. RANI is him today, baby. Yeah, 369%. Okay, halt time, 11:50:13. That is the last print there, 11:50:13. So earliest, 11:55:13. We're going to keep tabs, certainly, on this one. But look at this, Joseph. Yo, my AMD options spread is holding up well. Sold 253 calls for 960 credit, bought 200, I don't know what PX2 means, Joey, at 160 debit. Thoughts on whether I should roll my covered calls. P.S. Sharif, love the morning note. Love you right back, brother. Give him the look on that option.
Let's take a look there on the AMD options. I got to pull up the super chat one more time just so I can get some more details on that one there. There goes Bitcoin starting to come back in once again. I don't think I'm going to trade it because my accuracy hasn't been too great on it. We got a nice trade to the downside there. But as for my guy, Party Next Door, Party P.
I like Party Next Door.
I love Party Next Door. He's one of my my OGs, good, Mississauga guy.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. Straight from Mississauga. Yeah. Straight Mississauga. Break from Toronto.
Man, Giveon is growing on me too.
Giveon too. I love it.
Yeah, he's like old school R&B.
You like him?
The old.
You like his voice?
I like his voice. I like the lyrics.
Yeah,
There's a whole bunch I like about
Heartbreak Anniversary. Okay, Joey, my option spread is holding up well. So 235 calls for $960 credit. Brought 200 puts times 2, 160 debit. Thoughts on whether I should roll my covered calls? P.S. Love the morning note. Thanks, Sharif. I'm glad that you're liking that one there. Sharif puts his hard time. He's here bright and early every single morning. 235s. You're writing those. I think you'll be okay, to be honest with you, P. I think you'll be okay. You can roll those over. I mean, you're good right now. I'm not too sure when you sold those or when they expire. You can allow them to do so. Or if you think that you have the ability to catch a little bit more credit and continuously roll this, I like our chances. Maybe even give yourself a little bit more room, 242, 245s. I think you're still going to be collecting something half decent. But other than that, I do like that potential fade. I like that credit writing. And I also like how you're buying those 200 puts as well. So you're essentially just setting up yourself with an iron condor. I like that play. That condor that we were talking about on Tesla not too long ago was really nice as well too. That's going to expire worthless. So fantastic stuff. Adara, talk to us.
Just keep an eye here on Taiwan Semiconductor. We have a comment coming here reported by Xinhua, which is, I guess, a Chinese news source, saying that the Chinese, defense ministry is warning the U.S. against, quote, perilous attempts to arm the Taiwan region. So more tension here with the U.S. and China, specifically with regards to Taiwan. TSM actually has already kind of been pushing a little bit higher here off of its lows, but either way, just be aware that this is happening. Back to you.
Oh, okay. I thought it was going to get tight. All right. Yeah, I mean, I think you're okay, man. The thing is, though, is that the volatility is kicking in. And with this market, anything can happen. Obviously, in any market, anything can happen. But I do believe that we're slightly frothy and we see some chop for the next little bit, maybe running into that Christmas rally. But there goes Bitcoin starting to grind a little bit higher there. So not too bad of a look on that one. And way to go, Gorb, man. Way to take those hammers. I think from now on, just don't even tell me which ones you're taking so I don't hop in them and then they don't work. But when you take them on your own, they work out absolutely beautiful on the Qs. Bang, all the way 598 up to 600 right there. So beautiful, beautiful stuff. I like that one. And a lot of these names are starting to bounce. NVIDIA was such a beautiful indecision print. I go short and then those prints come. So maybe I'll just do that more often. Go short, wait for those prints to come in, and then flip long. Bang, now who's playing who? Market can't trick me. No way. Yeah, exactly. But a nice bounce right south of the volume weighted average price at some key support levels, bouncing from 180, 180s all the way up to 182.25. So you catch a couple points as quick as you like. So yeah, not too bad there. Let's go over the top performing sectors on today's session to see what we got cooking up, because that is what we do. Okay. They tricked us. Consumer staples leading the way up 1 1/5 there. We have the energy sector up 9/10. Financials up about 6/10. The bottom three, we got the materials down 1/4%. The technology sector down 4/10, and then the utilities down 0.5% as well, too, guys. Now let's take a look at some of the obviously the best averages here, major averages on the week, to see if we have any of them in the green, and we do not. Everything is negative. The Qs are leading the way. It's either they're at the top of the class on the downside, on the top side, or they're at the bottom of the class to the downside. That's just the nature of the beast. And then we have SPY up 1.6%.
Randy open.
IWM, talk to us.
Go ahead, Joey. I'm just telling everybody it's open.
Randy's open. All right, cool. IWM, we're up 1 1/3. We're down 1 1/3, and then the Dow holding on pretty good, only down 0.7% there, guys. So not horrible look. There's another cool tool here. Let's pull this up here, and you can just run your. Whoa! Now that's how they're doing us now these days. Okay, I see how it is. They're trying to charge you now. They're trying to charge you now, my guy. What's up with that? It was free for a long time, but now they just switched it up on us.
That's what they do.
Trying to monetize.
Remember those graphics I was using on the morning rundown?
Yeah,
from 9 to 9:30.
Oh yeah, I didn't even.
I stopped using them because we were going to pay. We were going to because it was beta, and then we looked at how much it cost. It could be thousands of dollars per month because it's by credits, and using a couple of credits to make one image, it's like 15, 20 credits.
Wow.
And if we buy like 100, it's like $50 a month. So I could go through
the credits,
a few thousand credits if I was to use it the same way.
Yeah.
It was insane. It would make no sense. There's no way anybody's paying for that thing.
Hey man, the consumption is real.
They want that money
in the Western world.
Joey, we halted down on Randy though.
Oh, at least you got out though. Good luck
I'm out.
there.
Yeah,
exactly.
but we're gonna wait for Assassino, if I can show the chart over here, because RANI halted down. But guess what? Lo and behold, the tap is at above the high of the day, right? So it showed 245, 246. It's now showing 247. So even though RANI is halted down, it's still looking really good relative to the indicators and where price action support and resistance is. I think we've we've passed $2 by enough of an amount now to say, yep, we can use $2 as a level of support. Remember from our lessons on TA, if you guys were back with us in the day about a year ago when we were doing these TA lessons, the more times a resistance or support level gets tested and holds up, the more valid, I guess that's the word I'm looking for, that level is. So we've only really here danced with $2 one time. Right? We know $2 psychological resistance, but there hasn't been too much in the way of interaction between RANI and $2. So it's not like I can say confidently that $2 is going to hold. The only thing that $2 has for it here is the psychological level of support. So let's see if we've moved by it enough in order to be able to use it. Anyway, the top now showing 224, halt level 214. So we're still above the halt price. Now, the halt time, 11:55:44, so the earliest this will be open is 12 o'clock and 44 seconds. The last few halts have all been 5-minute halts. I didn't really see the earlier halts, so I don't know if there were 10-minute halts or not. But here's a trick I'll show you guys. If you guys are on IB, then this is a trick to find out how long the halts were. You flip to the 1, and then you can count these dashes here. Each dash is obviously a minute. So if you have 10 dashes, that's a 10-minute halt. If you have 5, it's a 5-minute halt, right? So it looks like they all have been actually 5-minute halts with 2 halts up, 1, 2, up, 1 down. So 4 halts up, 2 down so far. That's all I'm seeing right now on RANI. Let's flip back to the 5. So a little trick there, if you're on IB, you can kind of gauge how long the halts have been just by flipping to a smaller time frame and counting those dashes.
All right, cool, good stuff there. Yeah, Bitcoin continuing to climb, guys. Glad we got out of that one there. Yeah, slightly frustrated, so I was like, you know what? Let's be calm and cool and not get too tilted, because when you do, when you Hulk all and you get frustrated, guess who wins? The market at the end of the day, man. You don't win. And that's the difference between the best, is that they don't allow the market to get to them because it is just, right? So yeah, that's something most definitely as of late in the month of October I've been trying to work on, because there's been some hefty days where I'm just like, oh, bloody. Yeah, it's not October.
I know.
It's not October.
I know.
Did you hit that?
Of course.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm trying to manifest it, Joey.
You're trying to.
Great call out,
there's
Lovin. Great call
There's
out.
still half of it left, so
know.
it's a game of change most of the time. Rain halted. Slow day for me, says Mike P. Yeah, don't rush it either, brother. Friday is going to be a fresh one. There goes Bitcoin, man. I think we're going to head up into that 61 level. Let's pull up the options chain to see if we got any specific levels that we want to keep an eye out on. So 61, 35,700 contracts at 14,800 volume. Now here it is, guys, 65. Lots of open interest in there. You might see this. I don't think by the end of the week. So let's roll over there. 65, boom, 14,000. That's going to be the largest concentration. And as for our gamma as well too, I think you're going to have that a gamma accumulation right there. Now to the downside for the puts, we don't look at these too often, but 43, I don't think that's going to be where that'll be absolutely disastrous for the long term if it goes down to $43. I don't even want to know what that'll put Bitcoin at in itself, but anything south of 100K on Bitcoin, I really, really love. But today's price action doesn't look like we're going to get there because it is starting to really squeeze. Bang, there it goes, man. What a beautiful, beautiful move.
RANI open.
Go ahead, man.
All right, Joey, it opened down. Still trying to hold the halt level of 214. We're dropping, though, trying to hold 2. Back up to 14 we go. Now the bid. Still a red candle on the 5. Looking for continuation above the prior halt level. Just to recall, we were halted at 221, or yeah, it looks like 221 or 220, something like that. Watching as we drop back down into 2. Now you do have dual level of support at $2. You have the 10 EMA on the 5 and the psychological support at said $2 level. Current bar low 207. Current bar low on the 5, 207 as we drop back down to test it. Buyer at 8 and 9. Looks like they're losing the bid, Joey, here as we test $2. 5's now showing up on the level 2, looking for a drop or continuation. Candle still red, guys. Packing the patience here on RANI. Don't have to be first in order to get a good move. You've seen the parabolic nature of this bad boy, so you don't have to try to guess levels. Let's see if this one can flip long. By that, I mean the current candle green, and then we'll possibly weasel back in. I'm also seeing REKR trying to take out $3 on my side chart. That's my only loser on the day. And now it's above 3, having held VWAP like a glove. I'm talking about REKR, and there it goes again to the high side. So I should have been more alive. I actually was alive to the VWAP hold here. I just chose not to get in. I didn't trust this one. So we'll see if I can execute appropriately on this one. Not at the moment, though, as I'm still watching RANI. Very much an area of indecision here. A very, very equilibrium-filled area between buyers and sellers. But here we go. The current candle turning green. 220 resistance. Seller at 20. All right, no problem. Seller at 20. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to cover this one as soon as we get back. Current candle high, 225. We're going to send it to Adair at the big desk for happening now. Then your boy Neil is going to have his lesson of the day.
Look at this market. Definitely finding some strong support around that 596.40s area for the QQQ. As you can see, we bounced off that in the pre-market right off the open, and then again around 11:30. And we're also breaking this 2 or 3 day streak where we've seen aggressive selling all the way into and past 12 o'clock p.m. So let's see if that can stay. We'll take a look here as well at TSLA. This was kind of surprisingly one of the strongest names off the open. We know yesterday they had their new FSD update and getting a admittedly not super optimistic price target increase here from Barclays. They're still equal weight on Tesla, but they did raise their price target from 275 to 350, which again, well below where Tesla's currently trading, but certainly, I guess, an improvement from their previous price target. I want to talk about Hims and Hers Health as well. So this one was down today. I did mention yesterday, U.S. President Donald Trump said that he's trying to get the pricing down here for these weight loss drugs. But also, I found out something else pretty interesting. CEO of Hims and Hers Health, Andrew Dudum, he sold roughly $11 million worth of stock as disclosed on Thursday afternoon. But here's the other thing. He actually retweeted earlier this week a post saying that Hims should be a short squeeze. So interesting, and some people are viewing a slightly sketchy activity happening there from the CEO of HIMS. In just 1 hour, we will have U.S. President Donald Trump greeting and then meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine. So stay tuned for that. I'll be covering that meeting for you guys right from this desk. Lots of excitement here. Lots happening now and lots to happen later in the day. One thing that's happening imminently, and actually right this second, is Neil and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, Neil, give them that lesson.
Thank you very much, Adara. I'll tell you this right now. If I ever say that I think a stock is a short squeeze, and in my personal account, I'm dumping it, y'all could just, like, I don't know, whatever, throw tomatoes at me. That is utter nonsense. Throw them in jail. That's ridiculous. If that's true, that I can't even, it just that pisses me off. That's absolutely insane. If that is true, I don't understand how it could, if you can get away with that, then what is the point? What's the point of having rules? Financial markets are literally the most regulated thing in the entire world. You cannot allow that to happen. It's utter nonsense. But the lesson of the day is not supposed to be that. I just heard it and it kind of made me mad. And I just have a tendency to say what I think. So there was the trade today on ASTS and something that Luis said a couple of days ago. It's going to be the theme of the lesson of the day. So I think it was 2 days, it was yesterday. Yeah, today's Friday. So we had Luis Barbado on, and he was talking about Rigetti and the back end of the trade. And I'll tell you right now, 100% of the reason that I was in ASTS today short was because of this discussion. So if you look at, just to get an idea of what we're talking about here, this is Rigetti, absolutely parabolic, right? So step one, did it go parabolic? Okay, so parabolic stock. Step two, did it make a distinct top? So if we're talking about this yesterday in the morning, the day before that on Wednesday, you had a double top. What happened to the double top? A rejection. So rejects the double top, and then here's your lower high that it's working with. You can call it whatever you want, head and shoulders. It doesn't really matter. It's more important the rejection of a high, the lower high, and then the next day, you're just looking for a continuation setup. A continuation setup to me is it doesn't break this, favor short. There's a million ways you can play it. You could play it short back into this level, like right where it was at the close. You could play just the breakdown here, because that's a big level. You could play this consolidation, which pops back into the pre-market low, and that's the support to resistance play. You're just favoring the short all the way, and you're looking for a setup. The key is the bias that you have. And the thing about the market, we had this discussion with Obi as well. When you have trade setups, they tend to apply themselves from stock to stock in the same style. So you can apply things that you might do on Tesla to maybe an NVIDIA and big cap tech names, but also on parabolic runners. So when you look at Rigetti, and then I go over to ASTS, which is not a quantum stock at all, but it has a similar parabolic move. What was I looking for today? Now, it wasn't exactly like Rigetti, but there's a double top. What made this, I think, even better is the day before, not only did it have the double top, it completely rejected the breakout of that high at 100. So yes, it formed a double top, then it trapped people and smoked them that tried to go 100 breakout long. So that's an even better reversal on the same principle. So what do? You favor short today. And there's multiple setups. There's the let it play back into the pre-market high short. Ooh, why am I still offering? Let it play back into the pre-market high. If it had broken out here, I would have waited till it got into the prior close, maybe faded it there, or I could have faded it on even a strong move back up to 93. But the key is the bias. And the other key here, to wrap things up, is you can't just look at, oh, this is how I trade AMD, so I'll trade AMD this way. This is how I trade Rigetti, so it'll apply to Rigetti, maybe it'll apply to QBTS and IonQ. Sometimes you will find stocks that are linked together by nothing fundamental except for the manner in which they move. And when you have things that move in similar ways, like it could be quantum, these space stocks, MP materials, when they go parabolic, very similar story. Some of the nuclear stocks, like an Oklo, will have these types of patterns. There's nothing about them that's related fundamentally, but they all move in a similar fashion, so you can apply the same types of strategies to them. And so when you see one do one in the group the day before, and then you see it setting up the next day on something else, it's in a different sector, but it's the same type of stock, then you go for it. And that's what trading's about. It's all about pattern recognition here. So don't write something off just because it might be a different sector than where you observed the pattern before. The key thing is, does the stock behave in the same manner as where you observed that good trade setup the day before? And if the answer is yes, then take a shot at it. So simple lesson of the day. I don't know if I'm going to reshort this ASTS because the market's about to blow out the top, which is never a bad thing on a Friday. And as always, good luck in the rest of your trading, and go Toronto Blue Jays tonight.
absolutely echo that sentiment. Shout out to the Jays, man. Max Scherzer was all sorts of dealing yesterday. Yeah, shout out to the 41-year-old who absolutely put on a clinic. Look, I know Neil had his comments about, you know, with respect to control and stuff. I think he did a pretty good job, all things included. And I definitely like the confidence he showed on the mound yesterday when when Schneider came out and tried. Well, he wasn't going to take him out, right? Neil, weasel in for a second if you can, because it's interesting. Like, I didn't know this about Schneider. If he walks up to the mound, then you're coming out of the game. Yep. If he jogs up, then it's like sort of a pitching coach talk. And then so what I noticed, Neil, is he walked to the foul line, and he got to the foul line, and then he started running because Scherzer was like, no way, what the hell? So shout out to him, man.
Well, the thing about it is Max Scherzer is actually pretty famous for having done this in the past, where
pretty intense. Like,
he is one of the most intense competitors you'll see, and so managers know if he doesn't want to come out the game, like,
they know they're going to hear about it.
He's going to let you know. But what I love about it is, and people talk about like some people have that dog in them.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, like Max Scherzer, the guy's always been that way, but he hadn't been that way this year. And then in the biggest moment when you needed him, in the first inning, it was just a different dude than you saw all season. Like, he was throwing harder, he's pacing around like he was going to snap on somebody. Man. Like, he had a look on his face after every pitch and around the mound. Like, if you went up and talked to him and said, good job, Matt, he'd be like, stare you down and be like, what are you talking about?
Don't talk to me while I'm pitching.
Like, that's what he looked like the whole game.
Brendo told me that George Springer stays away from him because he's such an intense guy. He doesn't want no part of that, you know, all that jazz. Yeah, so shout out.
All I know is we got this, man. I'm feeling confident.
We got this, man. We're good.
Oh, you know what?
Do it. Go ahead.
There was a question, I was literally about to type an answer to DJ2AM, who asked, how do you not be afraid of stocks? So no one's afraid of stocks. Generally speaking, what'll happen is you're just everyone's afraid of losing money, which is a good thing. Like, fear is a very, very good thing for human beings to have, because it's one of it keeps us out of dangerous situations, helps us manage risk, all these things that we need to be able to do in life, right? So it's about what you do with that fear. And I find, and this is just my approach, and I'll give the example of, you know what, I'm just going to use the example of the stock that I was talking about, because it's the stock that I'm looking at, and I can just give you the example here. So let's say here I'm short 86 change, and my out is like 87.5 or so. So it's less than $1.50, but let's just call it $1.50. If you have $1.50 worth of risk, however many shares you got, so you got $100 to just make 100 shares to just make the math really simple. So that $150 worth of risk, because that's where my stop is and that's how many shares I took, that's what I consider myself to be paying for the trade, right? So in order to get into this trade, I'm paying $150, let's say. So therefore, that's out of my pocket now. So before I hit enter to put that trade in, you're spending that. I consider it spending that money. So therefore, whatever happens after that, it's just, what am I buying with it? So sometimes you buy a winner, sometimes you buy a loser. But when I think of it that way, then as it's going against me and all that stuff, I've already determined how much I have to spend in the trade before I got in. So when it comes to execute, I'm either like, am I okay spending that money or not? And so once you do get in, you should have that confidence that, hey, at this point, that's my cost. I've set my bar. I'm in it. This is where my out is going to be. And I have always done that. And you know, I've sat in trades where I've had people come to me like, aren't you like, no, because this is what I have and this is where my out is, and I just now sit here. And that's because I've already considered, like, I could be out whatever. But if it's part of the plan, then I made that decision before I got in. So it's no different from buying a ticket to the game. If I buy a ticket to a game that cost me a couple $100 to go watch the Jays, I don't know if they're going to be good or not. I don't know if they're going to have a good game, but I already spent the $200 and I'm there. So I might as well just sit there and enjoy the game, and what happens, happens. I consider every trade exactly the same way, to the point that if I don't know how much I'm spending on the trade, it means I don't have an out. And if I don't have an out, then you can get really scared because you haven't really figured out the nuances of your trading plan. Where you want to get in and what it means and where it means to be wrong is how you can actually determine and control your losses. Now that I'm looking at this is getting to VWAP as the market's getting to the high. See, like, this is the kind of thing, like, So what I'm going to try to set up is where would I get out? I don't know yet. And as the futures get to the high, if they roll over, I want to see if I can put a trade on where I'd look to short to the low of the day again on ASTS. So that's what I'm going to do now. The tacos were great, by the way, just so you guys know. They were delicious. These guys are going to love them when they have them. But enjoy the rest of your day. I hope that answers your question. I can only tell you what works for me. That's the best I can do.
Thank you, Neil, for the second Neil's lesson of the day. I appreciate that. Neil coming in hot. All right, guys. Here's the deal. We got a lot to talk about right now. I'm just trying to make a mental decision as to whether I want to get more into Dusty because it dropped below 10. I lost the 10 EMA, held the 20. Now it's right back at 10, and I really don't have that many shares left. So if this is going to be a $10 area support, well, then I want the smoke. We're going to see here. What I'm thinking about is looking for the possible breakout above prior bar high, which is 10.03. So I can put that at a 10.04 breakout and then add into there. That I can do. So we're just going to go ahead and do that. And then we'll give it to 05s as well. That's a sell, excuse me. So we're going to go 10.04, Joey. And then we're going to go buy into 10.05. And then we'll do just that. So shout out to Odyssey Traders as well. So he's like, oh, bro, how do you find these stocks every day, the high flyers, this, that, and the other? So we're going to talk about it. It's a scanner. It's a stock scanner. It's super simple. Every different platform has different stock scanners, but mine has pre-programmed ones. And the ones that I use are gap scanners, top percentage gainers. That's the one that I use there. It's super simple. They're pre-programmed. It's just looking for the stocks that are up the most on the day. And the way mine populates is it's up the most from 4 a.m. So I don't tell it from after the bell. I'm telling it just on the day. And it starts populating right at the pre-market trading hours at 4 a.m. I do have some nuances here that I want to share. So in addition to using the top percentage gap scanners, I have two very simple filters that I put in. Number one, I want to know about the stocks that are trading above 85 pennies. 85 seems like a random area. It was actually suggested to me by Neil. I had a rule that I, try to avoid trading the stocks that are trading below $1 a share. But I also want to know about the ones that are making a move close to $1 a share. So I use 85 pennies as sort of that filter. In addition, I have a volume filter. Typically, it is 1 million shares that I'm looking for traded on the day. But again, I want to know about the ones that are making moves. So I drop that down to 250 just so I can see the ones that are in the process of making the move. All right, so those are my two filters. Now, in addition to having the filters there, I also have several columns. You guys can choose whatever columns you want, but here's what I use. Obviously, the price, that goes without saying. Change percentage, that means what it's up from 4 a.m. onwards. Then I have another change percentage one, but this one is change percentage from open, and that is how up or down the stock is from 9:30 onwards. And then the gap scanner, the gap percentage, that means how up it is from the previous day's closing price, not from the morning trade, from yesterday's closing price. Then I have a whole bunch of volume ones. I have the volume, like the total amount of volume traded on the day, the average volume, so I can see what the relative volume is. Are we above or below R vol? And then the 5-minute volume, just so I know whether this one was doing shares or trading heavily earlier or recently. Is it doing volume now, or did it do volume, some distant part of the day? And then I have my shortable on there to let me know whether or not the stock is easy to short or not. Here we go. We're adding now into Dusty. Shout out to my boy Dusty over here. Hopefully we don't get dusted on this trade, Joey. But yeah, we're gonna look to take profits into that 10-10 level. Adding into this one, Joseph Options. Let's see what this one gives.
We don't want to be a don't be a duster. All right, there it goes. All right, and now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3x and 3x bull and bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical skeptical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more.
I want to learn more.
I want to learn more. Always got to be learning. What's no, I'm not going to try to attempt that saying. But anyways, yeah, once you stop learning, you're essentially dead. As someone once said, I forget who it was. It's essentially irrelevant at the end of the day. Let's rock it and roll. Let's pull up the TQs here. We have failed to put in a new high, but do we want to go against this market? I got to keep my eyes on some of these big boys. What's Apple doing today? Apple. Oh, okay, starting to climb higher. Not too bad of a look there. Microsoft, what have you been up to, my friend? MSFT. Microsoft continuing to climb. A nice inverted print there on Microsoft. No volume supporting that move, so maybe we'll sit off and hold off on that one there. And now let's take a look at goggles. Take a look at what Google's been up to, Alphabet and company. And there it is, right? Like, so I'm looking at the TQs and the Qs right now for potential short, but when I go across the Mag 7, the majority of them are telling me, hey, we're not ready to fade, with the exception of Microsoft. So I'm going to be cautious on this one. I mentioned I was trying to stay away from it from a little while, but it's so lucrative and wants to just drag you in. So at the end of the day, let's be patient on that one. A nice gap up. Wow, I'm surprised Microsoft is having these liquidity issues. Is that a gap up? There's no way. All right, that's interesting stuff. Where price is currently trading at 513.04. Let's head to the 1 minute time frame. No, that's not the case. Okay, it is. Wow, very illiquid today is MSFT. Surprisingly, really? So yeah, there's not too much liquidity on that one there.
8.75 million. Joe.
I know. You'd think you'd see a little bit more cleaner PA on that one. But now there's the TQs, guys. With 53s is your top. For now, things can most definitely change as the market wants to continue to grind. If it wants to continue to grind higher. So we'll let it set its base, try to catch the top end of the range. If it decides that it wants to consolidate for some time, then we'll avoid it. Now, also, let's focus on the tape and what the book is telling us. Where is the imbalance? Is there a ladder on a specific side? What am I referring to in a ladder? Okay, well, you want to see the continuous through different area, I was going to say strike prices of increments of these numbers, and sure enough, you can establish a ladder. But then you also want to focus on what the time and sales is telling you. Are we continuously aggressively selling? Is there a lot of offers? Is there a lot of price action hitting the bid and below the bid, or is there a lot of offers on the ask and above it? So keep that in mind. Choppy right now, but those clean flushes can help us depict a lot, and that's exactly what I'm looking for, Sri.
All right, Joey. Oh, that's why, Joe. Okay. I just added twice into this, which I didn't mean to. All right, give me a second here. Where is it? DGXX. Where is it, dude? Sorry, 1 second, guys.
Yeah, you want me to take it?
I'm just like, it didn't update on one of, there it is. That's why it's not showing up. It's so stupid. That's why it wasn't updating. It was just added twice into the same position because I thought it wasn't filling. I'm long DGXX at 12s. This is holding the 10 EMA quite well. It has a breakout level. I perceive it to be about 405. So we'll see what we get on that. Show me 412s right now. Let me go ahead and place my stops. It's going to be at the double bottom that we have here on the candle at 1215 and 1220. Both the area lows on that are 409 and 409. So we go ahead. We're going to give it a little bit of room, and we'll do just like that. So that's what we're doing there. See what we get. Separately, I want to shout out Ozan. It's his birthday. Ram. She there?
No.
She's not there?
No.
All right, because she's ghosting Ozan, and he's starting to get real hurt in the chat.
She's working, man.
Yeah,
sorry, Ozan. She got to work. She's got to make sure she's working,
I got to complain for the boy because it's his birthday, you know what I mean? Are we going to Adara?
I never got anything.
Okay, we're going. Go ahead.
I never got anything there, Assassino. I'm tapped in, too, so. All right, thanks, brother.
Comments here from Fed's Muslim on watch. He was the only Fed speaker I was seeing on the docket for today. And he's being a little bit cautious here, saying that it's important for the Fed to be cautious at this moment. And then he also said that we're in a particularly uncertain moment. Lots happening here. Again, like the main theme of the day here for Muslim is going to be caution. He also said the Fed should not be on a preset course and that they need to follow a balanced approach. So Fed's Muslim being a little bit worried here going forward. He said the Fed is not going to be making decisions based on one singular data point amid the broader shutdown. We know that's been a little bit divided based on how much the shutdown is going to impact what they do here. But either way, Fed's Muslim talking, just be aware. Back to you.
for that. Adara, bang.
Bang.
Okay.
What do you got, Joey?
Skip, bang. There we go. We're tapped in, man. For the fresh cut tomorrow morning, bang. That's just like that. Things are done. There goes Google putting in a new high of the day. There goes. So I want to pick something else. The SPY heading towards the high. Microsoft not cooling down. What a rally.
Okay.
This is no free fall Friday. This is a rally Friday. This is get as much money as you possibly can on today's session. So good luck there, guys. What's Bitcoin up to? I took it off my chart. It's holding up pretty good here on today's session, guys. So we might have to start getting involved. And then I was talking to Sharif. We're at some key support levels. We're starting to see some indecision prints. And thank you for the post market, because on our close today, I might be getting in a little bit of shareage on IBIT for a potential swing trade. Long term, I'm thinking I'm going to buy some. I put an order out. It probably got filled. So we're rocking and rolling on that one. So we're cooking up a little bit more in the crypto space. I might just sell all my Ethereum and just go heavy on Bitcoin. Okay. But other than that, let's see, because I like it. Man, come 2028, the year before the halving cycle.
Yes, sir. It's over.
Oh, brother, I'm already manifesting and game planning what I'm gonna do.
Did we get a big move? We got a decent move.
It's usually like a year.
Hold on, because we got the big move in around the election time last year, so almost a year ago.
Yeah.
But the halving cycle was April, right?
Yeah.
This past April.
Yes, it was.
So we typically you accumulate into
the move.
Yeah. So what is it, like a 6 months window?
I'm going a year.
You're going a year.
Yeah. Bang,
I love
bang.
it, Joey.
Even the next couple of years, man. It's just like everything. Whatever I make in the long term is to take the investment out, leave the runner, and just funnel it into the coin to see if we can get rocking and rolling, man. I told you we're in this for it's either we're thriving or we're gonna be at shopping somewhere else that ain't gonna be very good. I'll tell you that right now for free.
Get it, Joey.
Do AMBQ. What are you up to? Let's go through some of the volume names on. Oh, this is my small cap scan. We don't want that there, Sharif. That's yours. That's your world over there, my brother. So there it is. NVDA. Let's take a look on that one. Let's see. Bitcoin 97,000 is next support, says Thomas Driscoll. Okay, nice. So yeah, BAC, shout out the Driscolls. I know a couple of them. Amazon, same thing, guys. I talked about this. We're waiting for anything south of 210. 211 we got today. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit of the price action come tomorrow morning. Oh my days, I wanted to fade Bitcoin. I had it up on my secondary chart. I know it's crazy. But it's getting that move, but who knows what can happen, guys. If the volume really wants to stay in, I think that there might be a good opportunity for the continuation. I'm looking at it either way right now, to be honest with you, so no bias whatsoever. Potential fades in the overall market as well. Let's see what the big boys are up to. If Microsoft wants to sell, Google wants to sell, then we're rocking and a rolling.
Rocking and a rolling, Bopperan. All right, DGXX, guys. We're in at 12s. We went the beak all the way up into 20. I took out some more at 17s. High of the day is 20, so I did anticipate, obviously, resistance there. We've rejected off that 420 level. Shout out to 420 Bud Monster. Once, twice. Obi, he is the one thrice. 4 times, 5 times. 5 rejections on the 5-minute chart at $4.20 on DGXX. So I'm trying to accumulate into this area. Now, in the same way that you have that resistance level at 420, take a gander at the support level that you got at 410. Look how many areas of rejection we got at 410 before clearing it. Finding resistance at 20, lo and behold, we drop back down into 10, hold 10, and that's why I got in there when I noticed that. So that's my move right now on DGXX. I'm also in Dusty, looking for more over here. Wet the beak there at 6s. Look, Dusty is much slower and more of a stair step up than any of its other counterparts today. I'm talking counterparts in terms of small cap gappers. Now, it has selling here in the 10s, sometimes a little bit below 10s. I'm talking about $10.10 with a high of the day at 10.12. So you can see that this one's having a lot of trouble clearing 10.10 for whatever reason. But I want to bring your attention to LBRT. We were doing it live with this one earlier. This one's one of my better trades on the day. This one in RANI. Look at the hold here at 4.25 now. Look, I wouldn't have gauged 4.25 as any level of support or resistance, so I don't feel bad for not executing here. But what you can do, if you lack a level that shows you a clear area of support or resistance, you can base it upon prior bar, right? So you get a double bottom on the 1210 and the 1215 candle, and then the subsequent 5-minute candle makes a new high and the closing basis closes green. So you can base it on that. To me, that's less likely or less, what's the word I'm looking for here? It has less of a percentage winner, less likely.
Lower probability?
Thank you, bro. I was completely blanking out there. It's a lower probability trade. That's why Joey Options is here to help me out, bro, because sometimes I get brain farts like that.
Oh, yeah, right.
So, yeah, lower probability trade for me at 14 and a quarter. We're going to keep an eye on this one. This one's going to haunt me at night. I'm down pennies on REKR, okay? Just want to make that very clear. But what's going to haunt me, Assassino, is this level right here. A 1, 2, 3, 4 bar hold. Are we good?
No, I was doing something in the mic. I was saying, Joey, people can hear me. I'm like, Joey Options
What
ASMR.
the hell's happening?
You know,
I'm like looking at this guy, I'm like, is he talking to Assassino or something?
No.
What the hell? So REKR is going to haunt me, guys. A quadruple bottom at VWAP, then clears the high of the day. I mean, oh, man. Anyway, it's all good. You can't win them all. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. If I need to, I'll get back into REKR. But Dust, we just took a print on there. Waiting for another on DGXX. And anything else that I want to mention? Yeah, RANI, guys. So we were yelling plenty about RANI. So let's talk about it right now. So you got to hold off around $1.75. Interesting level. But now you're getting a 2 rejection. So you're still getting the higher lows. Look at the bottom chart over here. Higher lows. But this 2 rejection puts us in peril for a lower high. And that is not what I want to see with a name like RANI. I'm not going to stand in front of this thing. It's got to be on the rampage to the high side for me to get involved. And I need to see a pattern of higher highs and higher lows, not lower highs on this one. So RANI is still going to maintain its position on the side chart. But, you know, I'm not going to be punching in unless I see a lot more than what I'm seeing right now. But go back to Dusty over here. Did we get another print on the Dusty one? 10-10 high right now. It's a 10-12 high a day. Where am I waiting over here? We're waiting at 14s. Now, we did add into the Dusty one. So let's go ahead and wet the beak at 11s since we have more shares there. And yeah, that's all I've got for now. Above in special over here was NUAI. By the way, DGXX is above in special, by the way. I didn't have eyes on that one, so I want to shout out to the OG above in. But NUAI is another one. And this one, look, it's not the best looking pattern, but it certainly has some selling here at 370. So if we can get above and hold above 370, and I'll submit to you guys this area of consolidation south of 370 is the best attempt I think we've had on the day of clearing and holding 370. Look at all the other attempts into 370. They're all wick basis and then retracements. Case in point, 8 a.m. pop, we drop right back down into 325. Again, at 9:35 at the open, we pop into 367, drop all the way down into the low of day at 321. Again, over here at 1025, we keep failing it. So this is the best accumulation I've seen on the day on NUAI into 370. We'll see what it has to offer. But for now, I'm just going to stay clear. I don't need to jump into this one quite yet. So yeah, that's my take there. So I did a little bit. I looked online on Marketplace. And they're selling Joey the 13 Pro Max. Like you can see a bunch of them over here. 600, 650 for the 256 gigs. So I might have been in luck.
Yeah, I think
they were going to give me 450.
Well, they're always going to lowball you,
which I was okay with. Yeah. Which I was okay with, but quite frankly, it's just more of a hassle now. I have to have people show up to the condo.
You gotta have conversations with people and stuff like that. Yeah,
and like the good thing is, like, I always meet people in the lobby of my condo.
Yeah.
Which is I think a decent, safe place because there's always people there.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, you got bear cameras everywhere, so it's
CCTV.
Yeah. Because people will just jump you for anything these days, you know? Like shank you and
try it.
Yeah, you know, who needs that?
No,
though, bro. I don't need
though,
that. Like, I like fighting, but
it's not even about the fighting.
It's just like exactly. I just don't need that.
Yeah, we don't need that in our lives whatsoever. But what
when I was selling the car, I was meeting people at police stations.
Yeah, that's smart, right? Because you don't know what's going to happen. Yeah.
And like, I'm not gonna say which division I go because it's super close to where I live, but the division, the police division, didn't actually have a meetup place. Like, you know how all the police divisions...
I didn't know that. No.
Yeah, in York Region Police, they all have meetup places in the parking lot.
Oh, okay.
The division that I had, it was like fenced 360 degrees. So I just parked in front of the police station.
Dang.
I'm like, all right, you want to rob me?
Well, you're going to do it in the wrong spot, that's for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, I live right beside the police.
Yeah, well, it's perfect. It's perfect.
I live, well, I mean,
who needs that kind of crap,
Yeah,
bro?
I don't need that type of drama in my life.
Mini Zaid, bro. Anybody with a weapon they don't care. You got to see the youth crime we have in the city.
Oh yeah.
Look, we have something called the Youth Criminal Justice Act. It gives different sentencing for people under 18. So if you're 14, you have certain sentencing guidelines. Above 16, 17, 18, they all have different sentencing. So what the gangs are doing, the organized crime, is they're hiring these kids, paying them money that they've never seen in their life and or giving them substances, and they're going out committing crazy crimes because they know they're going to get a slap on the wrist because of the Youth Criminal Justice Act. And so that's become our society. All the home invasions, all like the break and enters, the robberies in the malls, they're all youths. They're almost always under 18. And so it's become such a it's such a disaster. So trust me, brother, they don't really care about you or what muscles you have. They're just there to rob you, and they're paid to do so. I think we're going to Adara.
Damn, boys, we're going to Adara.
Yeah, I want to let you guys know here, Fed's Muslim still talking. He said another rate cut could be warranted if job risks rise and inflation remains contained, and that he's calling for caution in a meeting-by-meeting approach, citing, amongst other things, tariff pressures. So Fed's Muslim, I already mentioned he was kind of cautious here, but this is notable. He said another rate cut could be warranted. A lot of other Fed speakers have kind of taken more rate cuts this year, more or less for granted. So this is certainly significant. He did say that there's not going to be an imminent problem with the job market. We know the job market concerns were a large reason for that cut that we had in September. So he said it's not imminent, but he is acknowledging that job market risks have increased. So again, Fed's Muslim not in any hurry to cut rates here, guys. Back to you.
Sure. I remember years and years ago, I was just working at Bayview and anyways, Midtown area, right? Anyways, these two kids, they come running by. One had their shirt off wrapped around their hand, and we're like, hey, they look out of place. They don't look like they belong here. Anyways, couple minutes later, you see the cruisers really start zooming down the street, and later, one of the cops stopped by us and was like, hey, did you guys see anything? My friend and I were like, no, we didn't think of what. They're like, did you see anything? We said, no, we just seen two kids pass by. We didn't really think to mention it. Sure enough, we hear on the radio, these guys jacked somebody, their vehicle, a Benz, crashed it down the street, and then they're just
regular day in Toronto,
just booking it, man. I'm like, oh my days. All right, guys, let's see if we can get this working. This is iffy, man. There's a couple potential opportunities, but Apple's continuing to grind, so it's going to rain on that TQ's parade. Super frustrating. I don't know why I keep getting dragged into that one, but there it is, inverted hammer candle on MSFT, but starting to grind a little bit higher there and starting to bounce, so I'm double short some of these names. This might be a totally bad play, and with that being said, this might put me it for the day. Again, death by 1,000 paper cuts over the past couple of sessions. Full disclosure, we're not going to hide that from you. So again, trading has not been that good. We've had a little bit of better trading, but we'll hold on to these as long as we potentially can. We're going to stick to those stops and look for that potential fade. I think that this market is a little bit overbought in the short term. Joins me with the TQs. I mean, I don't love it. Trader 6-0. I don't love it whatsoever. But if it breaks down, I think we can get a move back into the volume-weighted average price. We waited for that overextension, but what I got going on, some of the big names, I don't think I'm in the right space right now. So again, got to go with the book. Continuously play it and see if we can get an additional move lower there. There goes NVDA starting to climb a little bit higher, so not too good. I have been challenging trading last few weeks. Down, yeah, I know, Hangry Wife, it has been. October at the beginning of the month was actually fuego, but now it's the opposite of fuego. It's been no-go.
Ice.
That one, yeah.
Bing. As you say in Mandarin.
Bing?
Ice.
Bing.
Bing
It'd be like
ice water.
Or like that Gorilla Muse, you know, that guy, Bing Bong.
No, but I like that though.
Bing Bong. Yeah, shout out to him. All right, so we're double short on this one. Come on. come in a little bit. We're looking for 50 cents in either direction. Let's see if we can get that. That's going to put us at approximately on Microsoft around the 60s. We'll call it 62, and then we'll take some off. And the exact same with the Qs. 70, 78. We'll take a little bit off there, Sharif, at 102.78.
All right, Yannick, I see the one that you talked about there, but I have to make a move here on DGX because it's coming down into that area that I gave it to. So I don't know why my stop didn't trigger here, but this is my out 410. Let's see what it does here. Does it continue to sell off? We took some into that 420 area, but we were unable to shake 420, even though I had an order at 420. I'm going to give this a little bit more room. I like this area over here. Let me check where my stop is. Allow me a second over here. DGX, we've got a stop at 7s. Okay. We'll let this one trigger naturally. So I left it at 7s. I'm going to leave it there. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. I had something to mention, but I totally forgot. All right, whatever. I totally forgot about what I was going to mention there.
United States.
But REKR is coming back again into that high day. 323, 322 right now. Oh, boy. What are we going to do here about REKR? Are we going to get in near highs, or are we going to wait for a pullback up almost 24%? Give or take. Certainly has support at 14, had resistance initially at 14, comes back in and tests it. I'm going to stay clear right now of anything. I'm not going to get into any more positions nor take out any positions, but if DGXX wants to stop me out for the last remaining amount, how much do we have still, man? We still have some shares. I definitely thought this one was going to run. I don't want to DCA into an oblivion. If it loses 7s, I'll get stopped out. We'll give back a little bit on it. We'll get back in at the volume weighted average price if it's appropriate, which is currently around 395. We'll see what happens there. Dusty continuing to accumulate into 14. That is the high of the day. DUST on the MX has multiple tops at 1014. Can't shake the seller into that level. 12s again. I've been watching this one reject 14s for a while. We've got shares on this one as well. So waiting for that 14 penny level to get taken out. And then we're going to wait at 18s for a possible 20 break. LBRT as well, heading back up to the upside. Where's my LBRT trade? All right, we took it off. So we're going to have to take off something else here. I want to leave Ranny on in case it gets going. I'm going to take off LBRT on the NQ. Nope, on the New York. Yeah, on the New York. LBRT at the day's high again, man. 1494, showing me 90s right now. Let's see if this can take out 15. Very strong day today for LBRT. Definitely should have been adding into this one. I didn't have 1425 as a support level, and that's where it ended up finding support. So you win some, you lose some. And then we did get stopped out, sadly, of DGXX, so we'll give back a little bit there. We'll remain positive on it. Only one L on the day, and it has REKR as its ticker. Ebb and flow portfolio. I'm in REKR. No. At 317. No, I'm playing, brother. Enjoy. Holding the 12 EMA on the 5. I love it. I don't even use the 12 EMA. I've never used that. Slow ATR, just cruising. What's wrong with that, man? What's absolutely wrong with that? That's a good look. I don't mind that at all. Especially if you're getting that stair step up, right? Because that keeps you motivated into the trade. So have at it, baby. Kill it on that. RANI, guys, is breaking trend now. Multiple higher highs and higher lows. Since we made that area low at 1210, with the price of which was 196, essentially, no, 175, excuse me. I'm talking about this candle over here. It's been a plethora of higher highs and higher lows. Now above 2, dancing with 210. It's a 239 high. Just watch out for the bag holders from this area here, 210 to 239. There's a lot of people that were in at that level, multiple 10 million share volume candles at that level. I want to say there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 between the times of 1055 and 1140. 6 10 million share volume candles. So there could be a lot of people holding the bag from this level, and all those candles are green. So, majority long positions were punching in there. So keep your eye on RANI. It's up 338%, back above $2, but below the day the high of the day. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on that. Back quickly over here to not DGXX, but there we go. We get the print on my friend Dusty at 14s. Now we're waiting at 18s. So we'll see what we get there, and we will not get upset. It's 245. Sorry, 12:45.
That's pretty. That's overtime. That's overtime, Tree.
That's overtime.
What was it? Someone said something.
What happened, Joe?
Remember to like and subscribe.
This trade has unlimited upside. All right, guys, make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Listen, they hit 99% on
guys
this.
aren't
Subscribed, not subscribed. Right?
I guess they're just used to being losers.
Not jail. Right away, you don't want to go, so just hit the like and subscribe, guys, please. It's only the click of a button.
Yeah, we really appreciate it.
I appreciate it so much. It essentially just helps the channel. And you know what? If you enjoy us, you guys are here every day. It ain't nothing to just do your friends and the individuals who love putting this work up for you.
Says Philippes.
What happened?
We don't know who they are, bro. He says ban them.
Ban them. Yeah, I know. If only we knew, man. If only the woodpecker.
No, we wouldn't do that, Joey. We're not.
We wouldn't ban. I would ban him right away. Bang. No, in all seriousness, we did get that move into 102.90s there on the TQs, getting a little bit of a bounce. We started to get a little bit of selling pressure on Microsoft as well, too. So let's go. Sports and Stocks telling me that Donald speaking momentarily. Let's cook. Let's go, man. Come on. Tank it. Tank it. No. In all seriousness, though, guys, we are looking for that move a little bit lower. There it goes, and we're really starting to bleed. We talked about 75 being that target. Let's see if we can run into that neck of the woods. That's exactly what we want to look. I didn't post anything. Not you, Donald. Not you, the other Donald. The Donald. Not you, silly. Oh, okay. Maybe he's just messing with me. But you know who's not messing around right now?
Who?
Your boy.
Okay.
Joey O. Let's go. Take a little bit off right there on the TQs. Caught that, Phil. We like that one. We're cooking up now, guys. Let's take a little bit off on Microsoft.
Take it off, Joey.
I'm not taking it off.
Like, tarp on, of course.
Tarp on. Tarp on. We keep the tarp on. And no, but I'm going to Deontay Wilder this, Diamond Hand this. Shout out to the bomb squad there. Let's see if we can get an additional move a little bit lower. Oh, Mike Peter Ryder. Guess what I'm listening to? Guess what I'm listening to in my ear right now?
What are you listening to, Joey?
We're alone. Led Zeppelin. Baby, let's go. Let's see if we can get this.
Are you actually?
I swear to God. Yeah. So here it is, 513.10s. We get that move into 68s. We almost caught that 50 cents. A little bit lower, an additional push to the downside. We're going to take a little bit off there, guys.
All right, guys, we're doing it live on Dusty. I want to show the 5-minute chart just to show kind of the pattern over here. We get in initially on that 980 break as we were bull flagging. Scalp. We consolidate in 10. Prove to me that 10 is a support level we add twice, might I add, and now we're doing it live. It's a 1021 high here on my friend Dusty. We're waiting now at 1025. 1021 is the high. Waiting at 1025 with more shares, looking obviously for a continuation. 10 1/3, 10 1/2. Packing the patience here on DUST. But look, this is an Amex stock, and I don't want to paint with, just paint with one brush like that and try to cast a negative shadow on all the stocks that trade on the Amex, but I suspect them. As a default rule, I'm suspicious of Amex stocks. I've been bamboozled by them before, so I typically, look for retracements and or the bottom to drop off. That's just kind of how I start my thinking there. Now, whether it ends up doing it or not, I'm on guard. And I also want to shout out, man, small cap millionaire. Right away in my good books. Money. Small cap millionaire. I love the name, brother. Gifting everybody 5 Trader TV Live memberships. Thank you very much. Natalia just joined as well. Shout out to you, Natalia. And here's what you can get with your new subscription. So I want to go ahead and just show everybody how it's done. So if you're wondering what I'm talking about the YouTube membership over here. And let's just go ahead and click that bad boy. Where are we going, Joey? There we go. And this is what I'm talking about over here, okay? You can click right below the video, join. Brendo pops up. You can click join right there, $5 a month. And what you get is the following. Now, this is just the first, I might add, in possibly a series of new products. They're going to be for our members only. And let me show you how to get there. So go to the YouTube Trader TV homepage, and then right under that post section right there, you click posts, weasel on down. You're going to see Sharif's morning note. You know, we kind of try to make it big so you can see that because there's other posts as well. Most notably, you're going to see that members only area in that green rectangle. That's how you'll know this is the post you're looking for. Get it, Fabian. And then just click view more, click that bad boy right there. And then it links you to the morning note. Just make sure to get that every day. If you're new to the morning note, let me show you kind of how it is. Each page has its own headline with respect to a story on the day. For that story, you're going to get 3 levels of support, 3 levels of resistance, and then the trader takeaway. This trader takeaway will focus both on an intraday and a swing trading perspective, in addition to giving you all the nuances of the story, and as well as contextual background so that you can understand the story a little bit better. As I mentioned, each story gets its own page today, 11 stories on there, and it's dropped like 8:10, so well before the open, I should say. So you have the opportunity to kind of review it and check that out. So for the people who got the memberships there in the chat, you can get that every day. And I do thank you guys for sending the free memberships there. I'm just switching back into my account because it logged me out, Joey. So we got to do it live on this bad boy over here. I'm going to click in. There we go. Now we're live. We'll load up the chat again so we can see what everybody's up to on the day. Oh, my bad. Just got to load that bad boy up.
Shorty.
And then we're going to start the news hopefully quite soon, Joey.
Start it right now, brother. I'm getting out of this Microsoft because that thing just squeezed. I was going to hold on to it, but there's no point now. It broke through that signal that I was referring to, so we'll just get out of that one as the market wants to continue to climb a little bit higher. Going to get out of this TQs, and you know what, guys? That's it, man. I'm not shut down or anything, but not rocking and rolling, so I'm just going to call it a day here personally. I know there's plenty of time left, but I don't like the way that I've been trading as of late. So come the weekend, just going to regroup, see what we can get going. But other than that, guys, yeah, not shut down or anything. I'm done. I've taken too many, again, my accuracy is getting depleted. I've traded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 names. I have 4 of them red, 4 of them green. But other than that, I could tell that I'm not in sync with the current market. So with that being said, I'm going to be a pro and sit on my hands for the remainder of the session.
Okay, Joey. No worries, brother. No worries. Sorry, brother. All right, here's the deal. I forgot to mention we're back into DGX. I got in on VWAP. So this is a VWAP retracement. We've already wet the beak there. How many shares do we have? Well, we can hold. So I'm looking for another move up on DGXX. Shout out to the OG Bovin for pointing this one out earlier to me. Yeah, we just got another. No, we didn't get the print there actually at 5. So I'm waiting for that print possibly at 5s. And I also want to mention RANI. I'm not involved in it right now, but it is reawakening. And it's about to take that 220 spot out, back up to 360% in Greensville. RANI is not done on the day, not by a long shot. Here we go. We're about 20 pennies off the day high after dropping into 180, losing the 10, losing the 20. But I still suspect these ones because of just the bamboozlement that RANI has been on. And the moves up are not as parabolic. It's steady state now, to be honest. It's more like of an escalator rather than an elevator. Dusty, how we doing here on the dusted one? Let's see, we're back up into 1020. As I mentioned, I'm waiting at 1025, so trying to pack the patience there. Nothing else for me to do. I'm probably going to regret not getting into RANI, Joey, because this thing is all sorts of strong. Again, there it goes. There's a $0.25. Seller at $0.25, but it feels like that $0.25 seller is just going to get rammed through right now as the bid is stepping in quite aggressively here on the time and sales, and there it goes into 27s. It's showing a halt parameter now at 26s, 27 on the ask, false halt. Let's see if we can reascend into that level, and whether or not 26s is going to be the halt level. Keep in mind that the halt level is based upon a timer, right? So if it's at that position for a specific amount of time relative to where it came from, there you go. So the timer starts ticking as the price develops. So let's see now, it's a 29 area high. Now we're about 10 pennies off the high. There's 30s. I knew this was going to be the bad one. There is a halt parameter again at 30 now. We need to stay at 30 at this level for 10 seconds in order to get that gray out on the level 2. 388%, 9 pennies off the day high. Here comes the halt. False halt again, Joey.
Man.
Oh, the algo's playing with us right now. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Topping tail into 233 and down we go into 223. The bamboozlement's back. Pardon me, on RANI. And I say that jokingly, of course, because it feels like we will break that high of the day. Good recovery off that 180 for RANI. Are we taking Prince here on DGXX? The answer is absolutely yes. Now we're going to post at 12s and see what we get there, and we will not get upset. Shout out to Small Cap Millionaire. What's going on with GCEI? Holding couple hundred. Let's have a look.
The TQs, what a joke.
All right. GCEI. Here we go. Let's have a look. What the hell? What? E? Brother, this thing's 5 pennies. No, what am I saying? Yeah, this thing's 5 pennies, man. $44 million market cap, 1 million shares traded on the day. Let's have a look. Put it in here so we can get a better look. GCEI. It's stuck at 75 pennies. Brother, I wouldn't trade this. It's illiquid. This is the 5-minute chart on it. What exchange does this thing trade on? Why isn't it showing me the exchange? All right, let me have a look. GCEI. Pink sheets. Ah, that's why. That's why we start trading at 9:30. Pink sheets. Look, brother, this is not for me. This is not for me. There seems to be a support level at 6 pennies. A lot of rejections there at 6, and then you got the breakout. I wouldn't trade this. This is just my own personal opinion. I don't like the liquidity. I don't like pink sheets generally. And 7 pennies is typically far below the level that I look for. You know, I'm talking about $1 here. Typically what I'm looking for, Joey. So I'm gonna have to say no to that one.
Right on. Before we go on to do something, I mean, this is it, man. This is kind of the narrative of the trading as of late. It's boom. We hop in the short. We're like, okay, we like it as a potential top right here. Boom, providing the liquidity right there, and then sure enough, it's starting to sell a little bit lower, and then there goes the TQs, the exact same thing. Like, what am I doing with Apple ripping higher and everything along those lines? But sure enough, it turns out. So, I mean, it is what it is. I'm still sticking to my guns. I ain't trading because I don't want to get into that type of mindset. Anyways, you had the levels, not the time. Exactly, that's what it is, man. Timing is extremely difficult. Can you look at GDX? But anyways, Holly, 1 second. I appreciate you being real with us on needing to step back from trading for the rest of the day and regroup to get reacquainted with the market. I'm doing the same today. Yeah, exactly. It is Friday, and you don't want to ruin your weekend. So shout out to you, and bang, 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 bang. Let's rock and roll. We ready for this, Assassino? Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing. No more moving your stop loss too soon. And you actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits, not just a couple of $100 a month. This is revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal, and keep 70% of the profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code. Now 10% off. Yeah, I mean, Target hit there eventually, but you had to sit through this. I wasn't. That's why it's important to stick to your stops, right? It's like, oh, okay, yeah, this is what if history. This is hindsight 2020. This can continue to go. That's the thing about trading. You have incomplete data. It's consistently incomplete, and you have to go with what the current data is telling me. So bang, we get out at the top, and then it comes right down into that 512.50. Not too bad of a look there. And then we had 102.60s on the TQs. Not quite VWAP, but some of the bigger names selling there. So yeah, there it is, guys. Hand sitting. I'm ready to rock and roll on the news at any given moment,
ready,
brother.
Setting up right now. Just loading that bad boy up. All right, let's get to work. Guys, here we go. So let's start with the global bank sell-off that we got yesterday after we found out that, yeah, there were some concerning loans here. Whether you want to believe this or not, it's interesting. I don't think it's going to be as wide as everybody's saying it is, but let's talk about what's going on. So banking stocks worldwide did fall sharply earlier today as well as yesterday after Zion's Bank Corporation as well as Western Alliance disclosed that they had bad loans, you know, reigniting worries about the risky U.S. lending practices. I don't think that is the case, but That is what's being written in this article here. Analysts say investors were reacting essentially to a cluster of U.S. bank issues, prompting a global de-risking. Some analysts say there's no evidence of problems at the UK or other European banks, and they're saying that it's basically just isolated to regional American banks. Expert emphasized that the current situation differs from the 2023 SVB First Republic panic. Unlike in 23, today's concerns stem from isolated loan mismanagement, not liquidity or solvency crises. So we have been hearing a lot more about this, whether it's in private credit, when we heard about Jefferies and some of the issues that they were having there, or some of the regional banks here. Joey, I guess there's a stigma to this because of what happened in 08 and 09 and the fact that people still very much remember that, or what happened in 2023.
Yeah, with
And here's what I was saying to Brendo, though, at the big desk today. So say one of these banks goes belly up in the same way that SVB and First Republic did.
Yeah.
What happened then? You had your boys that
JPM acquired the book. JPM acquired the book.
And made money off it. You know what I mean?
Check out the earnings on JPM after they acquired SVB.
There it is, bro. And a lot of people hate that because they say, the big got bigger and, at the expense of everybody else. But let's cut the crap, Joey. Those guys have a lot of money.
Trades.
Straight up.
You know what I mean?
Those guys, the banks, I'm talking about the Morgans, the Goldmans, the JPs, they have a lot of money. They can deploy that money in situations like this. Even if they don't have money, they can get leveraged up the yin-yang. Who wouldn't want to leverage to them? So even if we get these crises, I feel like there's enough liquidity within the system to absorb it and to kind of move on. I don't know how you feel about that.
We've already seen it, right? Like we've seen it in the likes of SVB. I watched that thing. I've never seen that was the first stock I've ever seen delisted. At 9:30, at 9:30 in the morning, that thing was trading.
Behind.
4 p.m. The ticker was non-existent.
It was over the weekend. It was over the weekend.
Bro, it was like, oh, that's it. I've never seen that before, and that was very interesting to watch. But with that being said, once I read up on JPM acquiring the book, the following earnings was an absolute blowout. Beat on the top and the bottom line. So, I think that's going to be the case. We don't have the same situation here in Canada. We have our 8 major banks, and that's it. We don't have the regional scene or anything along those lines. So we can't really fall into that type of trouble around these neck of the woods.
No.
Otherwise, the government will just bail them out because they're.
I personally don't want to see these monsters get bailed out. Personally, just because you're monsters, you should be banned.
So
you should be managing your books a lot better.
With the bailout tells me is that like, hey. We were extremely irresponsible with your money. We lost it, and then we're just looking for the government.
That can't be rewarded, though.
No.
That behavior cannot be rewarded in the form of a bailout. Right?
Absolutely. That's why actually, Bubba Joe, I totally disagree with what you said. We'll touch on that a little bit later. He said, come on, Joe, a pro can't stop. That's a professional in my opinion.
Oh, man.
I got to keep your head straight. I'm clearly focused. Yeah, exactly. I think the majority of people will disagree with you on that, Bubba Joe, especially the big-time pros. I've seen the best walk away, and they say, yeah, whatever. Guess what? We got Monday morning. Market ain't going anywhere. But no, as for the bank street, we don't want to see those bailouts like we've seen in Air Canada. That makes me so sick. It's not even funny, just giving the taxpayers money away.
I agree completely. All right, Adara, what do you make of this whole bank sell-off overnight, bringing the markets down?
Yeah, there's another thing we have to talk about here, too, specifically with Jefferies. I know you guys mentioned Jefferies, but I don't know if you guys mentioned the stuff with First Brands Group. The First Brands is an auto parts maker, and Jefferies was involved in this company through investment banking and their asset management divisions. Now, I believe it was about a week ago or earlier this week, too, we're starting to kind of see fallout because First Brands Group blew up a little bit. And again, Jefferies was very much involved. Now, yesterday, Jefferies comes out and says, they defrauded us. So that's, I think, another aspect of this issue here. I think, honestly, time will tell how significant this is. Zion Bancorp, they report earnings next week, so I'm really curious to see if and how this impacts their earnings. But yeah, I think Jefferies might be the one to watch here. The day that they had yesterday, their worst since April. We know April, the tariff tantrum, as it's often called. So pretty significant there for JEF, and that's the one I'm going to be watching here, especially with regards to the fallout from First Brand Group. I want to hear about this fraud allegation.
All right, thank you for that. Just looking at my position over here, we're at 1025 on Dusty, looking for that 1025 break and take. I've been waiting there for a while. We still got shares on this one. Second entry on the Dusty one. Still can't get the print as too much selling. There we go. We get the print there at 25s. Let's go on to the next story. Crypto. Oh no. Selling off as Bitcoin leads that risk off spiral. Let's talk about this. Lots of interesting information here. So the crypto market, as we know, slid aggressively yesterday with Bitcoin plunging 5.6% at its worst point in the day, dropping down to 104,850-ish with a total market cap. I hate to use the market cap for crypto because there's no cap there. Market size, total market size dropping 5.9%, down to 3.64 trillion. The lowest it's been for market size since July. The decline triggered mass liquidations exceeding, Joey, almost $1.1 billion, and it was led again by over-leveraged Bitcoin and Ethereum trades, which accounted for 55% of that $1.1 billion sell-off yesterday. Again, I talked about this last time when there was a crypto flash crash last week. You got the likes of Coinbase and others that are giving you up to 20 times leverage products. Now, I do understand, I did a bit more research into this. You have to deposit a certain amount of money to be able to get that, but that to me is unsustainable. Again, I'm more laissez-faire libertarian. I don't like the government intervening when they don't need to be, but this seems to me like a very good area for the government to get involved and put some controls on the amount of leverage you can have, especially on an asset that's super speculative and volatile to begin with. I don't want to say super speculative, but speculative and volatile. It doesn't need more volatility. So we'll see what all happens there.
Yeah.
Anyway, going on here, the sell-off stemmed from a panic in traditional finance, as we talked about, with bad loan disclosures from Zion and Western Alliance. The risk appetite, of course, when that thing happens, weakened severely across all markets. Altcoins, for their part as well, extended losses from the flash crash last week, showing high sensitivity to Bitcoin. But despite the near-term pressure, Joey, analysts specifically are saying that the broader market structure remains bullish, suggesting that breakdowns could be shakeouts before trend resumption.
Yep.
Do you agree with that?
I agree with the break. That's exactly what I'm looking for.
Okay.
I'm letting them shake out the people who are over leveraged, who are just trying to YOLO these things. I think that these 20x streak, regardless of what, how much money you deposit, I think that's irrelevant. 20x leverage is insane. What happens if the underlying falls 5%? Bitcoin's down 18%.
That's exactly what happens.
Right? So it's
because of the leverage nature,
right?
dude.
And the Kraken CEO said that there should be a crackdown. No pun intended. There should be a crackdown on this just because it's not fair.
I don't agree.
It's the sharks out there just bullying out the average retail guys and the less informed who are just trying to amplify the returns in the crypto space because they've seen other people make a lot of money in crypto. So they just think it's going to go up all the time. That's not necessarily the case. We know the volatility within crypto, and it's being displayed here today. You're down 18% off of those previous all-time highs.
Can I take a shot here as to maybe why a lot of people are jumping into leverage products on Bitcoin and maybe
fast buck?
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
I think that maybe people view that the amount of crypto millionaires that have been minted may be coming to an end or a lot less.
Yeah.
And so they're trying to make up for that with leverage.
With leverage.
Right?
Yeah, it's not the way.
It's just like, dude, that's a casino.
Again, I think that's just, I think it's just a little about being misinformed because the growth of Bitcoin, that's going to be so hard to be sustained. Like you have those thousands and thousands % of return, but that's because Bitcoin was trading at a fraction of $1, $1,000. Right? You're not going to get that now. You got to think for Bitcoin to get to $1 million, it's 10x from where we're currently trading, not thousands.
All right.
Right.
All right, Adair, what do you make of this? Bitcoin dropping to 100,000, losing the 110 level.
Yeah, I think my opinion on this is I do want to discuss, as you guys kind of did here, the fascination with leverage, because it's not just in Bitcoin. I don't know if you guys saw earlier this week, I would say the aptly named fund, Volatility Shares, they're an ETF issuer. They filed for the first ever 5x leveraged ETF for the U.S. market. Now, the SEC responded saying they're unsure if they're going to approve it yet, but really, I think that's just another sign of, as we talked about, people wanting more and more leverage as we get these intense moves in the market, in crypto, everywhere. People want to be able to take advantage of it to the greatest extent, and I think that can obviously be a double-edged sword, as we're seeing here with Bitcoin. Now, I think, you know, to get back to the issue of leverage, which may be the crux of everything here, this is where I think things get really interesting. Does the SEC approve these 5x leveraged U.S. ETFs? Because I think if so, that could be a bit of an interesting change for the market. So yeah, I guess my take is less Bitcoin dropping specifically. As I mentioned during our crypto segment, it does this and it usually kind of recovers. Often after the all-time highs, it'll kind of make an all-time high in the same week. It'll decline and then it'll come right back. So Bitcoin is probably just going to do what Bitcoin does. I think the bigger question here is, how does this increase in interest and leverage change the market? And I think we'll have to wait and find out.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people actually in the chat saying 20, Sharif. There's over 100 on some exchanges. Look at Fire, Star 66, some 50x and maybe more. And then you have Mike's Mind and Matter. 20x, people are 100 times long or short.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Bro, where are these products? They can't be domestic, right? Like, these got to be like...
Oh, these are FTC products.
Right? There's got to be for offshore.
FTX, yeah.
FTX, yeah. Like, are these offshore products, guys?
Yeah.
Because, dang,
you got to be buying that in the Bahamas.
Yeah, that's kind of, that's frustrating. And part of the decentralized nature of Bitcoin is how can you stop other jurisdictions from over leveraging? You can control what domestic SEC, right, can control that now. In Canada, it's each province has its own regulator, so each province can regulate. But Joey, I mean, what's stopping? I don't mean to single any country out. Cayman Islands, Bahamas, whoever,
nothing.
Right, on their exchanges, they give you a leveraged product, give you 100, give you 200. Who's stopping them other than the local regulator?
Look at your boy Sam Bankman,
and he did them Bahamas for that reason.
Exactly, right. So
but
with these offshore brokerages, you can run into some trouble. A lot of people talk about because you don't have the regulatory safety, right? Regulatory safety. That's what happened with Sam. Like the guy, he had something going for him, but at the end of the day, he just started taking traders' money and making ridiculous trades.
Can I say something though? Yeah. That a lot of people were opening offshore because Biden administration was coming after them, right?
Exactly.
And so they didn't want to deal with Biden and his crew.
That's fair, Sharif, but you also have to look at it as they're not willing to play by the current rule set,
That's
right?
Fair. That's
right.
Fair.
So is that not a little bit of a
good point? Yeah.
You know what I mean? Hindsight, obviously. But
I think we have to go to Adair. Yeah. No Adair? Okay, let's go on to the next story. Mike. Joe? Oh, yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Oh, okay. Guys, in Africa, a new generation of leaders is rising. The woman boss empowers them. We provide the training and mentorship women and girls need to start businesses, create change, and build sustainable futures. We've already impacted over 10,000 lives. Your contribution creates the next opportunity. Scan the QR code now. Empower the next woman leader today. I mean, there goes Microsoft. I took my screen off. We're getting that move right back into VWAP. The signals were there, timing just slightly off, guys. So we can't get too frustrated. The mentality was right. The thesis was right, timing just slightly off, and we got hit by that last liquidity grab. There's IBIT starting to come back in here, and then there's Microsoft. Did I punch again? There was another opportunity for me to get in. No, because I'm listening to myself, and I don't want to get into that mindset where I'm just frustrated and then ruin my weekend even more. So
no, you don't want that.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't mind. The exact same thing with the TQs here, right? Like we're getting right back into the volume weighted average price, prime time entry, get hit with that liquidity grab to the top side. So yeah, there it is. The move's past target. So yeah, rock and roll.
All right, let's go. No, Drufus, we are not promoting it, brother. As you can probably tell from my tone and the way that I'm approaching the story, I'm not a proponent of this at all. We can speak about it, just doesn't mean we're promoting it, right? Let's talk about Micron and it's exiting the China data center business. We'll talk, it's not exiting China for everything, just the data center business, at least for now. So Micron plans to stop supplying memory chips at data centers in mainland China following a failure to recover from Beijing's 2023 ban on its products in, quote, critical infrastructure, as defined, of course, by the Chinese regulator. The company was the first U.S. chip maker actually targeted by the Chinese regulator, a move seen as retaliation against Washington, of course, the export curbs on advanced chips. Despite the exit, as I mentioned, Micron will continue selling to Chinese clients in both autos and smartphones, both businesses that it maintains its business there. And apparently, according to sources, Lenovo, which is obviously Chinese, remains a customer of Micron. So moving on here, the U.S. currently has hundreds of Chinese firms under their sanctions list, while China, for their part, has only issued limited retaliatory measures. So we'll see if that expands. But the ban, Joey, costs Micron, of course, a lot of money to the world's second largest server memory market. And who's that going to benefit if Micron pulls out from China's data center business? Well, you're going to have your boys at Samsung as well as SK Hynix, of course, both South Korean companies, benefit. But there are others, YMTC, CXMT. I don't know those companies, but apparently they're also involved in HBM. Just to give you an idea of what kind of exposure Micron has to China, they employ roughly 300 people, not that much, in China's data center division. However, Micron is still investing in the chip packaging facility in Xi'an, signaling it's not abandoning China entirely, Joey. But we should, put everything into perspective, Joseph. Down 2.25% today, but as I see it, year to date, green 135%.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, MU's been an absolute beast. And Bubba Joe, trust me, brother, all 110 respect coming from my end. Anyways, I know you're a very respectful individual for what you said, so shout out to you. And that's an adult conversation. At the end of the day, we're not yelling at each other or anything. You say, hey, I think this and I think the other thing, and we both came to terms on that one. So yeah, shout out to you and thank you for that message. And I hope you have a good weekend, my friend, in all seriousness. But yeah, back to Micron. Once again, nice, Bubba Joe, and thank you for those messages, brother. So yeah, MU. Yeah, Sharif, I mean, you can't complain about this. I was trying to swing this not too long ago, and then I got stopped out somewhere on this potential trade. I'm like, I liked Micron. There's some indecision prints that I really liked. I think it was around July in the middle of summer or something along those lines. I can pull up my books and I can find. But yeah, what an absolute monster run. And I'm like, oh, you dirty dog. But as for what's going on, Micron to exit China's data center, that's a tough look, especially in the midst of this race, but you can't go wrong with these. MU isn't that intraday trader we talk about all the time. Sean had a long on it not too long ago, but this is an invest it, this is an own it, don't trade it type name in my opinion.
Get it, Katina, man. All right, Adara, Micron, China headline. What do you make of this whole thing?
I mean, like, they're not exiting China entirely, right? It's just one aspect. I think it'll maybe be, I view this less as negative for Micron and more maybe as a positive or an opportunity for these other Chinese companies or South Korean companies that you mentioned. So I really don't have too much to say on this, truthfully, for MU. As you mentioned, the stock has done incredibly well. The earnings day one kind of rocky because they reported fairly recently, but after that, they pushed up a little higher. And again, this impacts roughly 300 people employed. So I feel like the scope of this is relatively small for MU, and the sell-off doesn't really seem that outsized compared to the weakness we had in other parts of the market this morning.
All right, thank you. Novo and Eli Lilly slide after Donald Trump administration signals drug price cuts for GLP-1s. Let's get right down to it. So as I mentioned, Novo and Lilly fell sharply early Friday after President Donald Trump suggested that blockbuster weight loss drugs prices could come down substantially. That is a quote. Come down substantially were his words. President Trump specifically named Ozempic, which is Novo's diabetes drug, used, of course, for weight loss, saying that the fat loss drug would be much lower in price soon. Just to give you an idea of what this costs, it's about $1,000 a month. If you get a subscription from like Hims and Hers, a little bit less. But if you're going into a regular pharmacy, you're dropping band. All right, that's how much it costs. So we obviously know Dr. Oz, who's the CMS chief. Mehmet Oz, of course, clarified that price talks have not yet started for Ozempic or other weight loss or diabetes drugs under the Inflation Reduction Act. You'll recall the IRA is the previous administration's legislation, of course, passed through Congress. And they're using it. The current administration is actually using the provisions of the IRA to kind of lower drug prices. I think this is an area where both the Democrats and the Republicans agree. One of the very few areas. China happens to be another area there. So, Joey, we've been talking about, you know, the GLP-1s as, you know, the rocket ship that they've been, you know, the last year or two. Does that continue now that you've got the U.S. government putting those companies in their sights?
Absolutely. I mean, think about it. Donald was thinking about 100+% tariffs on some pharmaceuticals coming into the country, which is absolutely insane. I think that's something positive. We know how popular this is. You see the commercial literally everywhere, and then you're getting the alternatives as well, too. But as for the individuals who are coming out with the oral pill, I think that's even better because that will be substantially cheaper. So, I mean, the cost of them might even come down a little bit more, Sharif, because the refrigeration and the storage costs might come down as well. Well, not they're going to come down, but they're not going to be as hefty. So what does that do? That's going to increase the margins. I think that's really positive for the space and for the individuals who are looking to continuously indulge in this, by all means, and to each their own. But yeah, I mean, continue with what is going on. I like the fact that they might come down in price, even though I personally wouldn't use them. I like the oral pill as well because it's going to go into different countries that don't necessarily have the same storage capacities. So mass adoption across the world, and we've seen how these drugs took it by storm.
All right, just before we go to Adara, I want to shout out aggressive traders. Calling out ARTV, good breakout there. So this one was moving yesterday and the aftermarket around 410. Aftermarket high of around 684, pre-market high of 7. Both of those levels got decimated. 729 high, up 148%. Trade it very carefully. As you see, it has outsized moves both to the upside and the downside. ARTV, the ticker. Shout out to aggressive traders. All right, Adara, this is one of your wheelhouses here. What do you make of this headline?
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on this, some of which I've expressed before, but I think the main thing that I want to emphasize, I said Novo Nordisk is maybe going to be in a little bit of trouble here because they are a European company. They're not in the U.S. like Eli Lilly. And again, Eli Lilly CEO David Ricks has an excellent relationship with U.S. President Donald Trump. Now, there's a couple reasons we know that. We'll say 3. There are 3 reasons that we know they have a good relationship. 1, David Ricks reportedly was one of the healthcare CEOs, along with Albert Bourla of Pfizer and the CEO of Regeneron, who met up with Trump like before his inauguration. So that's the first clue. The second clue is when they sent out those tariff letters, those 3 gentlemen were the only people to be named with their first name. So that's how we know he likes David Ricks. And then 3, a couple weeks ago when he announced the Pfizer deal, he said, oh, Eli Lilly is doing really wonderful things. So he likes Eli Lilly. I think of Eli Lilly versus Novo Nordisk, Eli Lilly's in a much better position here. They are U.S.-based. They have committed so much money to manufacturing in the U.S., and they're much more likely to strike a deal. In fact, Trump indicated that they might be one of the next companies to strike a deal. And you can also see that reflected in the price action this morning. Eli Lilly, sure, it was lower, but there wasn't really any significant volume, and this name can do volume pre-market with catalysts, believe me, I know. Novo Nordisk, though, actually did have the volume to the downside, so I think I would view it, the market seems to view, this is a worse story for Novo than it's going to be for Lilly, but I want to see how everything ends up shaking out. Again, I think any company that can make those Trump RX deal is positioning themselves really well. Back to you.
All right, thank you. Meta making a record $30 billion financing for Louisiana AI data center. So let's talk about this. So Meta is finalizing a $30 billion financing package for its Hyperion data center in rural Louisiana. This is the largest private capital deal on record, according to our friends at Bloomberg. The financing includes the following. It's going to be $27 billion in debt, $2.5 billion in equity. It's going to be structured again through this vehicle we've been talking about. If you remember, I think we were talking about this with CoreWeave or some other company. It's going to be structured through a special purpose vehicle, an SPV, led by Morgan Stanley. Meta is not borrowing directly. Instead, it's going to be the SPV, the special purpose vehicle, that's going to handle the debt while Meta acts as the developer, operator, and tenant. What's the purpose of that? It keeps the debt off Meta's books, which is accounting bamboozlement, of course, as we know. The completion for the data center, this specific one in Louisiana, is expected to be done by 2029. Meta's partner in all this is going to be Blue Owl Capital, which will co-own the real estate site upon which the data center is going to be built. Meta is going to retain a 20% ownership stake in that as well. Just a day earlier as well, kind of to build on the insanity of the CapEx that Meta's been deploying the last couple of years, they announced $1.5 billion investment into the El Paso, Texas data center, which is its 29th data center globally, bro.
That's crazy.
29 data centers.
But why are they putting these data centers in such areas that are hot? Like, why?
I think what's happening, Joey, they're looking for jurisdictions with cheap energy. And then the cheap energy, they're just jumping all over that, right? Because you know, it's super energy.
Because it doesn't make
heavy.
much sense to put these data centers in Louisiana, El Paso, Texas.
Probably a combination of things like real estate price, right?
A lot of
energy
things that come into factor. I mean, you must take into consideration everything to maybe like say, hey, what's it like to put it in northern Alberta or something along those lines? Or that's what I would go somewhere
absolutely.
Cooler, man.
What are you talking about? What's his name? O'Leary, your boy O'Leary's building out there.
In BC, isn't it?
I think it's Alberta.
Is it Alberta? I thought it was, okay, yeah. So yeah, shout out. I mean, more data centers in Canada would be good. I mean, energy isn't that cheap.
Davey Trader, great call as well. Water to help cool.
Water to help. Okay,
which
water
makes
to
pure
help
sense,
cool. All right,
right?
cool. So contaminate that.
You gotta be near water.
Just in case you want to contaminate that as well.
Well, that's what they're doing. Remember SMCI? Part of their cooling systems for their server racks were water-based, so you didn't have to use as much electricity in the cooling aspect of things. So apparently that's how.
No, I mean, by all means, man, Marx is going to continue to sell. I mean, spend this money on his AI build out. We're seeing this across the board in a lot of these names. And there you go. He's getting a new one. Financing is approved. So once they break ground there, that's going to get rocking and rolling. And you're going to see it through a lot of these names. We have the likes of Alibaba building them in Brazil and all these other different countries. Amazon is continuously building them. Same with NVDA. They're building some as well, too. So these guys are spending the cash and will continue to do so until the AI build out starts to cool off. And I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Peter, great comment by Peter Mosbach. A lot of data centers were looking at Norway because of the cold. They build it inside the mountains for stable temperature. Thank you. Great comment there, brother. Why not use the natural surroundings, whether that's water or the regular climate to cool? And we know they probably heat up a storm. All right, Adara, what do you make of this? Yet another big spend by Zuck.
Yeah, honestly, my thing with this is, and this might be a controversial opinion, but it's mine, and I will back it up if required. I think this is kind of a nothing burger. Why are we excited about this? We're excited about this because it is the largest private capital deal in record, right? I think it's more the size of it, the scope of it, that is exciting, and less that there is another data center, because as we mentioned, they have quite a few, right? I think that's honestly my opinion. I also think this is probably a better look for any utilities plays in the area than it would be for Meta, because again, these utilities names are usually, in a lot of ways, poised to benefit the most from these types of deals. If you guys remember Project Stargate that day, sure, we had big pops up in names like Oracle, but the names that lasted throughout the day, it wasn't Oracle. It was VST Vistra, which was the utilities play associated with that, right? So I think that's maybe more the way to play this. I just checked, though, the utilities names did nothing on this. So in my opinion, not much of a big deal as of yet, beyond the fact that it is a record-breaking private capital deal.
All right, thank you, Darren. I like this because people are keep calling, and they keep making comparisons between the AI trade and the dot-com bubble. So I think the market is very sensitive to continued build-out. So even though this might not be a big deal for Zuck, because it doesn't move the needle for him on any meaningful basis in the moment, it helps investors gauge whether the money's still being spent on AI and the AI trade is still intact. So I think it's relevant for that. We'll have to wait and see if anybody else keeps spending, but we'll go on to the next
No one's saying, Hypercube is saying underwater data centers are a real
I said
thing.
LOL. I don't know if that's real.
No, I think you said they're very real. I wouldn't be surprised.
Is he actually?
Sharif, my
not
question,
joking, they're real. That's
Sharif,
crazy,
what happens to the point, I don't know, and again, I'm just thinking, I'm just trying to be forward thinking.
Yeah, man,
what happens if we find a significant way, kind of like the quantum computing, what if we find a significant, more efficient way to store data? What's going to happen to all of these?
Of course, bro.
You think it's almost inevitable?
Disruptive technology,
right?
just like Uber and taxis.
Exactly.
You don't have a right to be in business, Joey. That's what my old man used to tell me. market determines whether you're in business or not, right?
Yeah.
So you're absolutely right.
So, like,
Disruptive technologies,
and then all of this spending is essentially gone for nothing if someone just comes out with that new technology that can store 10 times the amount of data in half the fraction or a fraction of the cost or something.
Well said, man. Yeah. I did not know about this underwater stuff, bro. I need to look into this.
Microsoft
has underwater data. Guys, I've never heard of this, and I cover this stuff every day. I've never read it once. That means I need to do more work, Joey. That's what that means. So let's get to the next story. One that I brought to you guys not that long ago. Pony AI, again, making moves here. Last time it was they're rolling out, autonomous driving in certain Chinese cities. Today, they're launching with Stellantis to reach, of course, that robo-taxi in Europe. So here's what we're talking about. Pony AI announced a new partnership with Stellantis to test self-driving taxis in Europe, beginning, of course, in Luxembourg. Well, I don't know why I said of course, in the coming months, so not that long from now. The project will begin public road testing before expanding to multiple European cities in 2026, marking Pony AI's first major move beyond Asia and the US. Under the agreement, here's the deal. Pony AI provides the autonomous driving software, while Stellantis, for their part, they're going to contribute the electric vehicles, starting with the Peugeot e-Traveler. I need to see what this one looks like, Joey, so we're going to have to pause here for a second. I need to see. I need to see immediately what it looks like.
Let's pull it. All right,
we're going to do it live. Get out of the...
Doing it right now?
Here, I got it.
All right.
One of these weird European things over here.
What are they?
Well, I mean, that makes sense because it's going to be a taxi, right?
What do the UK men call it? Man, call it?
I don't know, bro.
A sprinter van?
Yeah, there's a sprinter van, but that's like Benz. But yeah, it used to be Stellantis, but not anymore. Let's keep going on here. So Stellantis Chief Engineering and Technology Officer Ned Curich, he praised Pony AI for their technical depth and cooperative model, calling the company one of the best players in the industry. We already know Stellantis has already built vehicle systems that are optimized for autonomous integration. That's a good move by them, positioning themselves as the hardware enabler and leaving that software to somebody else. Case in point, Pony. Just keeping an eye here. So Pony, as I mentioned, is based in China and the US. It's now accelerating its global expansion. As I mentioned, in Europe, next stage for them, apparently, after the US, China, and Europe, is going to be the Middle East, MENA, Middle East and North Africa, following successful deployments, of course, in Beijing and Guangzhou. So Joey, we talk a lot about Tesla.
Yeah.
We talk a lot about Waymo.
Yep.
Are we going to start talking about Pony?
I think we talk about Zoox before we talk about Pony.
I respect that.
But as for the software stuff, Sharif, I don't know. So I think it's a really tough scenario that we're sitting in right now because we know that Tesla has the production capabilities. So with the hardware, they're good. Software struggling a little bit. We had that instance where there was the recalls. They were running through red lights. You went through that scenario and everything. And it's the total opposite with Waymo. The software, much easier. Using LiDAR, it holds the ground. So essentially what it does is just maps it. It does this 3D map, essentially. It stores it, and everything that is permanent stays there. That's not necessarily the case with LiDAR, but we know with Waymo, there's production issues. Tesla can create 6 robo-taxis to every one Waymo car. $230K a vehicle, I think that's going to be an issue. Pony AI coming in with the software, that can be really huge. So for me, what I'm getting at with this is, what do you think it's better to have, Sharif, the software or the hardware in this robo-taxi?
Software, and here's why, bro. Anybody can put together the hardware.
Yep.
We know you can get LiDAR from China. You can put together.
Cheap, yep.
It's really about the software and being able to absorb the information and digest it. That's kind of how I feel.
So you don't think that the production cost is going to come into factor? It is. Waymo?
No, you're absolutely 100%. So if you're vertically integrated like Tesla is, you're making the car and you're making the software, you're not going to convince me you're going to have worse margins than a company that has to do both separately. No, absolutely not.
Like $250,000.
I agree with you 100%
How much do you think we can get those costs down in Waymo? Because right now it's around $250,000 to make a vehicle. Tesla's creating 6 of those for every one Waymo vehicle.
All right, Joey, let's just, before we go to Adara, shout out to Ben Jones. $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you for all the content. Love the analysis and the Canadian accents. That's hilarious. The big boys doing it live. Shout out to the man, Ben Jones. All right, Adara, Pony AI looking to deal with Stellantis. What's your take?
Yeah, I think one thing I do want to say as well here is that speaking of Europe, with Stellantis, UK reportedly closing on a drug pricing deal with the White House. That's reported by the Financial Times. We did get a bit of a move here from AstraZeneca on that. They're British, Swedish, though it is worth noting they already have their own deal with the US. Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, for me, with Pony AI, I think it's a good look, but it's not something, it's interesting enough, not something that the stock really reacted to. Like I saw this morning, it had volume, but it didn't really have that drive that I was really expecting to the upside, at least right now. I don't think that the market super cares about it. And I know I bring it back to the market a lot, but I think it's fair, because we're a trading show, to kind of think about, you know, is this something that traders are processing or interested in right now, right? Like this whole idea of, are there buyers, are there sellers, what's the sentiment there? I think with Pony, there's just not too much excitement around it right now. Like we already kind of gave up any move to the upside that we did have. I think it's a good look for Stellantis though too, which I know kind of an odd take. This is ostensibly a better catalyst for Pony than it is for Stellantis, but Stellantis here, I mean, it's a good way for them to expand into that autonomous driving place, right? The self-driving taxi. I would honestly think it's almost analogous to what happened between our friend Google and Waymo. Now, obviously, Google is more of a tech company than a car company, but the point stands. These companies that want to get into the autonomous driving game but don't necessarily have the technology to do it themselves, they're collaborating. I think that's a smart move, and I wonder if other car makers are going to start doing the same thing so that they compete more accurately with Tesla and its robo-taxis. One more thing that I just saw that is not super related to the market, but I think is fascinating, that I just saw, and I Googled to make sure it was real. Apparently, Mr. Beast has filed a trademark for Mr. Beast Financial, which is going to be a banking and fintech service for his 445 million subscribers. So Mr. Beast entering the fintech game, guys.
All right, F5 dropping big overnight. I want to show you guys this. 345. We were dealing, we were fine. We're putting higher highs, higher lows. I want to point your attention to these lines. The blue is the exponential 200, and the purple is the simple 200. Look at this hold right now. I'm not telling you to buy. I'm just showing you what it did during the tariff tantrum as well. Back in April, it held this level. So this is FFIV. F5, it is a cybersecurity company, and let's talk about why it dropped bigly like that. It plunged after a state-backed hack was disclosed. So F5 Networks, again, FFIV, in case you guys don't know the ticker, fell big on Thursday, marking their worst day since April of 2022. Oh no, after revealing a long-term system breach by a highly sophisticated nation-state threat actor. Who are we thinking here? It's two. I got two thoughts. And those are quotes, by the way. I didn't make those up. The hack targeted F5's big IP product development environment, which exposed the source code and information about undisclosed vulnerabilities. Bloomberg reported that the attack was attributed to state-backed Chinese hackers hit at Assassino, citing sources familiar with the matter. F5 said it discovered the intrusion, of course, in August, but saw no signs of active exploitation or further unauthorized activity since the containment. Here are the details of the attack. So hackers gained stealthy access for over 12 months using malware strain called Brickstorm, not that I know about that, believed to originate in China per Google Threat Intelligence Team. Brickstorm is known for enabling long-term undetected access, averaging about 393 days in victim systems, according to Mandiant. I don't know who they are. While F5 declined to confirm Bloomberg's details, and the company did tell clients that the malware had compromised internal systems for at least a year. The attack exposed potential undisclosed security flaws, though F5 insisted none were critically or actively exploited, Joey. All right, let's just get right down to it, okay? This is going to be a persistent problem for the foreseeable future. Maybe quantum changes all that because of
fight fire with fire.
Exactly. But for the foreseeable future, it's going to be a game of cat and mouse. You got your Pan Dubs, CrowdStrike, FNet, or whoever, Joey. The Zscaler, thank you. They're all going to be reacting and or, you know, trying to predict.
Yeah, I mean, we seen, what was it on CrowdStrike, that software update that just tanked everything at that one point as well, too.
The outage, Joey.
Yeah, exactly, the outage. Still struggling from that. I don't know very much about that company, but cybersecurity, I think it's going to be really important, as Sharif mentioned, as we're just leaning more and more on tech. Sam Altman's most definitely going to need it. He's probably going to be looking at hacks and OpenAI. But as for F5, FFIV, same thing. People are saying, why are you scared of the market? Well, again, we've seen this scenario on multiple occasions, right? This isn't like that one biotech stock that we were talking about not too long ago, but still, that's not a good thing to wake up to. You close around, what, 3:30, and then you wake up the next day around 288 bucks. It's not fun. Should that spook you out? No, it's not fun. But at the end of the day, if the fundamentals of the company still relatively strong, the hack's done now. It's over. Hopefully they got everything cleared up. This stock, I know nothing about it, but it looks absolutely phenomenal. We could go across the board in a lot of the cybersecurity names, Sharif. Some good stuff. SIBR, right? This is the ETF.
Yep.
Right, so that looks pretty good, not too bad. And then this name, CYBR.
I don't anticipate this space getting weaker, bro.
No, there's zero.
Like, what do you
there's
mean?
Zero chance. As we're leaning more digital, it's probably only going to get stronger.
Exactly.
Think about it. When the finance companies start putting their work on the blockchain, obviously it's going to be defended by the individual staking, but you still need additional security, in my opinion. Man. So I mean, CyberArk, I like this name a lot. This is on the Israeli market. I didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah. LTD is Israel right there. So
your boy Nimrod
might like that one. I haven't heard from him in a while. I thought he was coming here soon.
He said we're gonna have to send him a message.
We're gonna have to send him a message. He's probably listening right now. But no, in all seriousness, cybersecurity, I think the green light is go. If you have ability to employ a little bit more capital into FFIV, I would do so off of that sell-off. 16% down off of that previous high.
This is a pretty bad attack, Adara. I mean, they were in their systems for over a year. What do you make of this whole thing?
I mean, like I said, I'm always going to look at how did the market react to it. And honestly, it didn't really. We actually had, we opened relatively flat. Right now, kind of curling. Volume on this is less than 600,000 shares. So super, super low volume. And again, usually for something like this, specifically with a hack, we talked about this last week too with regards to Salesforce. What I like to see is the stock gapping down with significant volume? Because if it isn't, then I'm going to kind of wonder if this is something that the market is, super caring about. And in the case of F5, we did not have that. Same with what happened with our friend Salesforce, no reaction at all. So again, that's kind of how I choose to read these types of stories. Again, not saying that it's not a serious attack, but I'm saying from my perspective here at the news desk, for trading purposes, I don't think it's something that the market seems to care about an awful lot. And maybe that's a boring answer, but it's my take. And I think that's, when I'm at this news desk, I'm going to look at it from the perspective of, is this news the market cares about? So I want to let you guys know, Trump-Ukraine meeting just started. I'm going to be listening to that. I think with this, though, we're going to have to wait and see what the consequences are. Hopefully, this all gets resolved to some extent, but it is pretty scary that there were foreign actors. I think that is certainly the thing to keep in mind here.
It's down 15%, Adara. So the market did react.
Yesterday.
15%?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yesterday then.
Yesterday, yeah.
Okay, this is a day two play then.
All right, no worries. On to the next story. Let's go here. Let's see what we got with Apple developing touchscreen MacBook Pro. They said it wouldn't happen, but home robots are also coming. So let's talk about this. So Apple is developing its first touchscreen MacBook Pro with targeted release dates. The window is going to be late 2026 or early 27. That's according to Bloomberg. The upcoming laptop codenamed K114 and K116 are going to feature OLED displays, the same technology used on the iPhones and the iPads, but will be thinner and lighter than the current models. They're also going to include that next-gen M6 chip, which will follow Apple's newly launched, of course, M5. That is the latest one. The move could mark Apple's biggest Mac redesign shift in years, bridging the gap, of course, between its Mac and iPad systems. And that's kind of why they said it would never happen, because Apple didn't want that overlap between the iPad and the Mac, and now I guess they're going to get forced into it. They're also looking to expand their ecosystem. So on Wednesday, they unveiled their latest iPad Pro, MacBook Pro, and Vision Pro, all powered by, again, that latest chip, the M5, with the release date scheduled for all three of those products, October 22nd. The company also looking to expand, manufacturing in Vietnam, Joey, focusing on that next-gen smart home device. And that's what I'm talking about there. So these products is going to be, according to reports, we haven't seen anything, of course, a tabletop robot rumored for launch around 2027 that may serve as a smart home assistant and potentially, of course, integrate with Apple's AI ecosystem. I saw pictures of this thing. Yeah. Who knows whether that's real or not? Probably not real. I'll pull it up in a second, but apparently it's like a display screen.
Yeah.
With like a connecting device to a round base, and so that it sits on the table, and the screen can kind of like move around and just follow you around the room, and it displays off. It looks like the Google Nest, but a smart robotic version of that.
Okay.
I don't know what to make of this.
For all my reality TV fans, I was thinking of a Lana. For those who know what I'm referring to, Adara, maybe you do. I don't think you like that one, but it's too hot to handle is essentially what I'm getting at. Oh. That little robot that speaks to them. Anyways, aside from that, Sharif, I'd like that you brought up the point, hey, what does this mean for iPad? So if they're coming in with a touchscreen MacBook, does that really, obviously there's going to be a significant price difference, but is that going to sway people from buying the iPad and just getting right into the MacBook? Because what do you need both of them for if they're both touchscreen?
That's why they didn't want to get involved,
exactly, right? So now they're doing it. Totally understandable. I get that. As for Apple's pipeline, I was talking to Sharif about it this morning, and we were talking a little bit about it today, is that Xiaomi phone. It's literally just a mimic of what Apple was doing. I thought that was a little bit interesting as well, too. But you know what, Sharif? We said this for a while now. I think we have to come to the realization that Apple is going to continuously lack on the innovative front, and they're just going to have high-quality products. So,
I agree with that.
Right?
I don't know, but I hope they continue to innovate. But they have high quality products.
They have very good quality products, but I think they kind of lack on the innovation side. This thing looks all right, I guess.
It's so stupid.
I mean, hey, what is it?
Show this thing.
It's like an iPad
like
on a
nobody
on
knows,
a lamp.
Joey, what it's going to look like because Apple, they're not going to show it to you for their life, right?
Well, I think it's in Tim's best interest that he doesn't show us what it is because of what happened with the Apple Intelligence release. So until it's 100% ready, don't drop a thing. And could it be a needle mover? I think so. People love their smart home integrations, so I think this could be a solid addition to the home, like Alexa and everything along those lines.
All right, Adara, we know how you feel about Apple and their timing and their statements about future products. Give us your take on this.
I mean, yeah, we kind of have here at least an actual general release date. That is good. Let's see if they stick to it. I think because it's a physical product, that might be a lot easier too to actually roll out with as compared to AI, which, less physical, whatever. Let's see, though. I mean, this is just a report right now with regards to these touchscreen MacBook Pros. They haven't announced it itself, the way they did with Apple AI, so I can't get too upset with them for having a target window that's just a report that they haven't said themselves. So we'll have to wait and see here. I think the bigger issue, though, is what they're doing here with their supply chains, and I think this could be something that comes back to bite them. So we know yesterday, there were already reports of this, but then yesterday China's foreign minister comes out and says, hey, Apple hung out with our commerce minister, CEO Tim Cook, met with our commerce minister, and they're committing to ongoing manufacturing in China. Now, we know Trump already didn't like when they were doing things in India. I don't know how this is going to go over, and I certainly think that keeping a good relationship with the U.S. is in every company's best interest, but especially Tim Cook and Apple, because we know his relationship with the Trump administration, specifically the first administration, has been a bit tenuous in the past. So to me, I actually think that's an important relationship for them to maintain. I don't know how that whole China thing is going to go on, but yeah, I mean, I like that they're expanding into Vietnam. I don't think it's a bad thing to have your hands in multiple pies when it comes to manufacturing products. I just think the commitment, the vocal commitment to China could be a bit dicey.
All right, thank you for that. I want to point out NUAI, guys, is breaking out into the high of the day, 398, about to take out 4. This is the daily, so I just want to show you that this is not a one-off and it never shows up again. It's been breaking out, and basically since September, we're on a rampage. Let's just take the September lows to the top highs there, up 1,600%. Into the highs. So that is the daily. I want to show you the 5-minute here because we're accumulating for a $4 break. NUAI looking real good. Shout out to Bovin, who did point this one out to me yesterday. Not up that big, 25%, but as I tried to point out, this one doesn't seem like it's just only for a good time, not a long time. It's putting higher highs and higher lows every day. Let's talk about Oracle, man, because Oracle's been all sorts of volatile lately. Shares rose about 3.1% yesterday intraday after kind of giving that back. 2%, dropping 2% after hours. The intraday move here was executives coming out, defending their profit margins on its AI cloud rental business. And then that was during the trading day when it popped up. Then the aftermarket dropped 2%. because the long-term financial guidance took focus. Now, the rally follows Oracle's push back against a report from The Information claiming that its AI server rental business only had 14% gross margins. And you're going to hear why I say the word only in a second when I talk about their competitor and how much they're making. Oracle denies these 14% gross margins. They say that that's bupkis. That's BS. They clarified the gross margins across their full contract life cycles is actually 35%, not 14%, with the early phases impacted by what they're saying is heavy data center build-out costs before customer billings begin. And that in lies where the discrepancy is between what The Information is reporting and what Oracle is saying. Now, just to give you as a benchmark with respect to gross margins, CoreWeave, which is a competitor of theirs, of course, reported 51% gross margins in last quarter. That ain't a future date, baby. That's how much they're making in the past. They have 51% gross margins. One can only assume they stay or maybe drop a little bit as more competition comes in. Oracle, as we know, upgraded their 2030 forecast revenue not that long ago during the earnings report for their AI cloud infrastructure unit to 166 billion. That was up from 144, implying, Joseph, a 75% CAGR, compounding annual growth rate, from 10 billion for full year 2025.
Yeah, that's crazy. So before we touch on that, someone asked me about Webull. I thought we were going to get a bounce off of these levels, but you can see we're heading into some key support. So you might be heading towards that next level. It's going to be $10 roughly on Webull. And I was looking to buy it, but it's not doing what we want to. It's still continuously in the downtrend. No, but Sharif.
Yes, sir.
As for the margins with Oracle, that was the first thing brought to attention when we heard that they're going to be taking Google's backlog. It's like, what are the margins going to be like this? They have to have more of a build out. And sure enough, we're talking about it here today. Let's see come the report. I think that's going to be real important. They're going to be claiming, hey, it's more along the lines of 30%, 35%. Well, guess what? The numbers don't lie. We're going to wait for that report to come out. And most definitely, Adair and I are going to be keeping an eye on that guidance because we want to see if they're going to be still remain as bullish as they have been for the previous quarters and for the how many years did they guide out, like 5 or 6 or
30 to 2030
for another 4 years. So yeah, let's see what Oracle's got going on.
All right, man. I know Adair's been covering this, but our friend Donald making comments. Apparently he's with Zelensky, and Zelensky's wearing a suit today, so it's a good day. Apparently, according to people in the chat, I haven't quite seen him quite. Oh, there he is. Yeah, he's got a black on black on black.
Well, he learned
his
lesson from last time.
Well, he's right there. Shout out to the Z-Man. All right, Adair, what do you make of this Oracle?
Okay, I smell a giant rat with Oracle, but before I get to said ginormous rat, I do want to talk here quickly about Tesla, ISS, which is the Institutional Shareholder Services. They are a proxy advisory firm. They're basically saying that they oppose Tesla's CEO package for Elon Musk, and they're encouraging shareholders to vote against it. Did not really move the stock, and again, shareholders for Tesla are going to do what they do, so probably not a huge catalyst, but I want to let you know that that's happening anyway. A proxy advisory firm urging shareholders to vote against the Elon Musk proposal. Now, let's talk about Oracle. So this is kind of weird, right? September 9th, just over a month ago, we hear $144 billion in revenue here for cloud infrastructure by 2030, which is already pretty massive. Then somehow, like 40 days later, this number has increased by 22 billion? I have questions. I have a lot of questions. And honestly, I'm pretty shook by this because I already thought that these projections are pretty lofty, and I don't think I'm alone in that. I think the projections very much speak for themselves. But the fact that they're now increasing these projections, I don't know, I don't really know what they're doing here, but I find it interesting too that we'll get these pops in the stock on these numbers, and it'll come right back down like nothing ever happened. So I wonder if the market, like myself, is maybe smelling a bit of a rat, or at the very least getting tired of Oracle doing the same thing all the time. Now, the other thing I want to mention that I thought was very spicy was one of the things that they said yesterday that pushed the market higher was they talked about, we've seen this growth for our cloud infrastructure revenue in Q1 2026. Yeah, well, Oracle, you already reported Q1 2026. That was the quarter you just reported. So now you are re-reporting numbers. I find that to be very, very unethical, especially during the day. Why are you restating the numbers that you've already reported on earnings? Now, I know I'm getting very upset about this, but I do find it to be pretty dishonest and a little bit shady to be like, we've seen this revenue during the quarter, but you already reported for the quarter. So I don't know. I mean, we'll have to wait and see what happens here. I have not seen any analysts kind of have the same take as me yet, which is interesting. But I wonder if and when the tide turns on Oracle. I suspect it will. Let's see what happens to the stock and the company, because I don't think it's a very good look.
Thank you for that. All right, let's go on to AST Space Mobile. Downgraded after that massive rally. No, you were talking about this one in the morning. So, yeah, we'll talk about Astis is the ticker, of course, ASTS. We used to joke about this one as a small cap gapper, and then it got real. So let's talk about why Barclays is downgrading today. So they dropped the overweight rating to underweight. Keeping the price target, though, exactly where it is at 60 bucks, basically citing overvaluation after the 324% year-to-date rally that the stock's been on. Again, that percentage increase is at the time of the writing of this article. It could be a little different now. The stock's doubled, Joey, from 48 to 96. Barclays says the stock's current valuation reflects overextended momentum with a beta, this is your world right here, of 2.41, indicating high volatility. Despite the downgrade, Barclays estimates a potential upside of about $125 a share. I guess that's their bull case, without maybe saying that that's their bull case. If the company, again, if the company executes on its roadmap, but warns of execution and valuation risk, of course. Let's talk about the satellite launch and their expansionary plans. AST Mobile confirmed launches for its next-gen Bluebird 2 satellites starting, yes, this year, targeting 45 to 60 satellites launched by the end of next year, 2026. These satellites are larger and more complex than the previous versions, but they're untested in orbit, so there's more risk there, contributing, of course, to that higher risk to reward cost. The company's limited current fleet, which is only 5 satellites right now, means revenue scaling remains contingent on future launches and performance. Some major telecom partners there that are coming in, though, they've made a deal. They struck a landmark deal, Joey, with Verizon to offer direct-to-device satellite connectivity in the U.S. starting next year, allowing your smartphone to connect directly to satellites without extra hardware. It also completed successful tests with a company in this country, Bell Canada, demonstrating 4G voice and video calls, Joey, plus broadband. Bell, for their part, if you're Canadian, they're planning a $10 to $15 a month customer offering using AST's network. Before we get your take, Joey, let's send it to Adara first.
I want to tell you guys here, a bit of a push up here for the market as Trump speaks positively about China and also President Xi. He's saying that it looks like the meeting's going forward. He has a very good relationship with Xi, and that the U.S. is getting along with China. So Trump's saying, again, things seem to be all well with China, and he confirmed they are going to be doing that meeting in a couple of weeks, as far as he can tell. Back to you.
Hey, Joey, so do you like this space to phone business? So I guess let's just do a thought experiment here. Okay?
What's Elon's company? Starlink.
Yeah,
right?
of course. Yeah. It's fantastic. But we're talking about terrestrial towers. Like if anybody has seen what's it called, AST, I think it's a tower REIT. So they just buy land, Joey, or they lease land, and they put the towers on them, and they sublease them to your Bell and your Rogers and everything. Does that business go away, or does it kind of coexist with space? So that's my first question. Second question is, right now, this is the best kind of mobile device, personal use device we have. That doesn't mean it's going to be that in the future. We talked about wearables. We talked about other form factors. Do you think that space-to-device technology is also possibly transferable onto other wearables, not just the smartphone? So even if the smartphone goes, the idea, the concept of having connectivity wherever you are in the world.
Well, to answer the first question there, Shreve, I think the cell phone towers, you will start to see a decrease in that, right? Because we already have the likes of Rogers who's offering that service already. So you can get the direct to satellite, you can be wherever you want on the planet and still have some connectivity. So what is that going to do? Yeah, it's going to probably phase out the typical cell phone tower and everything along those lines. Second question, is it going to translate to wearables and other devices?
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's
Makes
just
sense,
that's
right?
the thing, right? How are you going to make more money? How are you going to intrigue? What is that next wave of the consumer going to be? What is that next wave of products going to come out with? And hey, if it's going to be directly from space to your wearable, to your watch, or to your sunglasses, best believe if they have high margins and they can profit off of it, these companies will do it.
All right, before we send it to Adara, I just want to give you two other pieces of information here, Assassino. The company filed a secondary Class A share offering of $800 million. I think that I don't know if they offered it quite yet or they have the ability to do it. So they're obviously looking at raising more money. It's a capital-intensive game. And the short interest still sits at 16% despite the big move up. All right, Adara, give us your take on this headline.
I really don't have too much to say about AST Space Mobile. I'm going to be really honest here. It's not a space that I understand super well. I think the fact that they kept the price target the same is fair, and I think it shows that, like, hey, we're not eating on the company. Just like right now, valuation's a concern. It seems pretty cut and dry, and I just don't have anything to add. But I do want to talk here about AIRO, which is moving up a little bit here. Now, AIRO is moving up here on speculation with regards to Ukraine and drones. Trump made it clear that he's interested potentially in Ukrainian drones. And we know that Aero Group apparently earlier signed a letter of intent Bullet to form a joint venture advancing Ukraine-developed interceptor drones for the U.S. So AIRO could be a benefit here with UK drones. Also, we just had Scott Bassett making some comments about China. He's also a little bit more optimistic than he sounded previously, including earlier this week when he was quite hawkish with regards to the relationship with China. He said that he's going to be speaking to his Chinese counterpart this evening, echoing reports from earlier today.
All right, thank you. Interactive Brokers reported earnings. Calm down, Joey. Posted earnings yesterday, and it was a strong Q3 earnings report on trading surge. So let's talk about IBKR. They reported a sharp increase, guys, in client trading activity. Surprise there, with stock volumes of 67%, and Joey options volume is as well, up 27% year over year in Q3. Futures volumes, though, slipped. I guess people don't like the future. 7%, but overall client engagement remained high amid a volatile yet upward, of course, trending market. Customer accounts, Joey, jumped 32% year over year on the quarter, up to 4.1 million, while customer equity, the amount of money that they're depositing with IBKR, surged 40% up now to $757.5 billion. That's how much money they're holding for clients, of course. Management described Q3, Joey, as a wall of worry rally, with traders actively buying dips and showing resilience to macro uncertainty, such as, of course, the U.S. government shutdown. They observed consistent buying pressure, though, among top active names, reflecting confidence in a market rebound. The executives of the company also noted rising retail interest in, of course, you guessed it, AI-related stocks, fueling the higher trading volumes and commissions. In case you're worried, or you're interested, I should say, in their actual earnings report, net income, $263 million, up from $184 last year. Adjusted EPS came in at 57 pennies, beating the 54 expected by the street, and revenue climbed 21% year over year, now coming in at 1.66 billion, beating the 1.3, Joey, on the quarter. So beat on the top and bottom line, and a lot of other good metrics there that we mentioned.
Yeah, listen, I can't speak highly enough about it. Sometimes the platform will frustrate you. It sucks. But as for an actual brokerage, fees and everything along those lines, second to none in my opinion. Growth across the platform. We've seen customer accounts go up to 4.1 million. That's fantastic. It's not the growth that we've seen in Robinhood, but it's still substantial, right? You're in the double digits. A couple quarters ago, Robinhood was putting in triple-digit growth across its platform. But IBKR, absolutely fantastic. And that's, again, I can't praise it anymore. I like everything that's going along the lines with this company, and I would personally love to get to own it because I use it as well, too. So,
all right. Adara, what do you make of this IB report? Good look or not so good?
Yeah, I think it was a great report. Sometimes, we think stocks go up on earnings, they go down, or they just don't react too much. This has been not super reactive today. But yeah, I mean, honestly, this report I found to be really, really impressive. Now, the one issue is there was a decline year over year, a slight decline with their futures trading volumes, but options and equities higher. So it seems like, again, volume has been pretty strong. Customer equity, as we mentioned, they're up 40%. Net interest income, which I think is one of the biggest things that we look at for banks, was up 21% year over year. So it is, hitting all the milestones that it should hit from a financial institution perspective. Again, market reaction here doesn't quite make sense, but it doesn't have to. I think this was a solid report.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Adira said. And with reports like this, I was telling Sharif, and I hid the ticker on it. I said, do you buy a name like this? With a report, you've seen the growth in options activity, trading volumes, accounts growing as well too. The only, I guess, if you want to say the wrong thing with it was a small decline in futures trading. That's small potatoes. That's irrelevant because the growth is substantially larger than what the decline is in the futures trading. You buy the dip on IBKR every day of the week.
All right, guys, it is 2:02. So your boy Obi and your other boy Neil, they owe us a couple of minutes.
On Monday, we're gonna tax Katina Man.
I know. It says Katina Man right there, Assassino.
Getting taxed, brother.
All right, guys. It's been real. I hope you guys had a fantastic week. And yeah, Joseph and I will see you on Monday. I'll see you guys very shortly at the big desk. Send him off, Joey.
Joey with the...
Okay.
There it is, the stone cold Steve Austin music. Oh, I should have asked you if you even knew who that was.
I've heard the name.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's a decent
That's
chance.
the music he enters to. Come on.
Yeah, of course. It's stone cold Steve Austin. The market is stone cold rallying right now. I mean, at least relatively speaking. Like, you know what the good news is? The good news is we're not falling all over ourselves in the afternoon.
Not yet.
Whoa, hey, whoa, come on, man. Positivity.
Anything is possible. In this market, come on. We got headline risk, Neil. You know what, like this market, there's a lot of headline risk. Come on.
Try to be positive.
We don't know what's going to happen like in the next minute.
Try to be positive.
I got to make sure, sometimes it's moving so erratically. Sometimes I'm trading without stops because I'm just like, I don't really feel comfortable. I know where I need to get out.
Oh, okay. You're trading without a stop because you're a robot. That's why.
There's sometimes. It's funny that this morning. That was
I'm going to tell you. No, I have definitive proof why he's a robot.
I'm just like, I have to have something strong, like an edge A, maybe with like a crazy cross in, just to make sure it takes me out in case something happens, right? Especially if I'm trading something that's extremely like, market related.
Oh, that's right. Artemis in the chat. Around here, we call that raw dogging it.
Oh, boy.
If you trade without a stop, you are.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a different connotation. I have no idea where you get these references.
Like, when the stop comes in, like, trust me.
You shouldn't raw dog.
Like, I just pull out, bro. Come on. When it goes through the stop, like, I'm out of that position. Why should I be in the position? Just pull out of your position.
Yes. That's exactly what you should do. And now I will awkwardly change topic to something that I teased a little bit earlier. No, it's definitive proof that Obi is in fact actually a robot. So I'm going to ask a question to everyone in the chat because by now you've matriculated in. So everyone's logged into something where you will see a CAPTCHA and it asks you, okay, well, how many of these pictures have a car in them? Like something ridiculously silly that even a child can answer to prove that you're not a robot. And every now and then, maybe once or twice, you might get it wrong. It's like, well, this cell has a car in it, but you missed it. It's fine, it happens to us. But how many times does that actually happen to a normal human being? Maybe once or twice you have to go through the CAPTCHA. If it's 3 or 4, okay, for argument's sake, maybe you haven't had a cup of coffee in the morning and you're missing things. If it takes you 20 times, and I was sitting right here when this was happening, if it takes you 20 times to do a simple CAPTCHA.
Dude, I was doing it. It was like, click all the motorcycles, boom, 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 boom. Click all the buses, boom, 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 boom. Don't click verify until there are no more crosswalks, boom, 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 boom. Wait, boom, boom, boom. Nothing. It just kept on going. I've never gone through that kind of a stringent CAPTCHA sequence.
Neither has any actual human being because they're made to be easy. The entire point is that they are very, very easy. I'm just saying. I'm sitting right here and I'm like, what are you doing? And I can't get past this CAPTCHA. It's like
literally 20 CAPTCHAs, like not even, no joke.
20.
No word of a lie.
Oh, what is this?
I was like, well, like how many times is this going to let me go through this? Yeah, no. Crazy more. No, but what were we talking about? We're talking about a headline risk, right? Yeah, this market, you definitely have to watch out for.
I am not a robot.
Yeah,
Level 1. See, it's one of these.
Okay.
How hard are these, Obi? Now, I don't know if you can handle this, but can I show this?
No,
I can show this, right?
I think it's
nothing crazy. This is not that difficult. Select the squares with a stop sign in it.
Okay.
So, okay. Boom. And this
I might have been doing it too fast.
I'm
no, you know what it was?
It's easy. I'm chilling. What? Whoa. What the ass?
Whoa. Wiggles.
Anyways, we got stocks to talk about.
Let's go.
What? We should be talking about the market. Why did that get all wavy and all nonsense?
I don't know.
I was talking about clicking on signs and obvious stuff, and you're gonna shoot me with some wavy lines when I'm an old man. No. Nice try there, Fabian. You can trick me. I'm not a robot. But we can get back to the market. The market's at those highs. The only thing, and Obi's right about this, we have had sell-offs every afternoon. And you are just at the precipice. This is the Qs here. You're at the precipice at the top. And it's not just the Qs. So the Qs are at the high. Tesla is back at, remember this morning, that 440 level? Right back at 440. And just slowly starting to pull back. NVIDIA's not at the high, but NVIDIA looks pretty good. So NVIDIA turned corner at 183, and it's trying to now get into the 183.5, which is the top, but this supply zone is breaking. So there's a lot of things that are right at the top. You almost want confirmation that we can break through, or, as Obi said, you might have some resistance, unfortunately. If you're looking for shorts, I think you're looking in the same place I am. We had discussed it. Like when the market's at the top, and I'm looking for rejection. Sometimes I'm looking for something that's already weak. Okay, granted, I haven't shorted Intel today, but rejection of the high on good news, lower high, and trying to put in another lower high as the market is at the top. That's why I'm looking at it. It's underneath VWAP, which is something I usually like. So if we fail the high of the day, I'm looking at Intel for lack of something better, and I've got eyeballs on Ronnie because it's Friday, and sometimes on a Friday, if the market decides we're not going to break out and we're not going to flush, and neither one of those two things happens, I want to eyeballs on a stock that's doing crazy volume that might give you some action. So don't want to overtrade if nothing happens in the overall market. So RANI is on my mind this afternoon.
Yeah, I know. I think some of the things on my mind right now is the market's slowly kind of creeping up. And so are some of these stocks here, just a slow, steady grind up. So I just want to point some of those out right away. Tesla, I know we're watching that 440 mark. Remember, that prior week high was at 440 halves. We only got about a quarter away from that, and we're building structure pretty well, and the market alongside with the market as well. You can see strong volume maybe just there on that push as of right now. What else we got? Apple, hello. Apple's pretty strong as well. VWAP is where buying kind of happened in the morning and midday session in and around those areas. Reclaim, and then strong bids kind of follow through over that. This is interesting right here, Neil. Look at that. Wick high in and around the 250-30s. This pullback pulls into 250-30s and then continues 252s now on Apple. So absolute strength, reverting a little bit of the sell-off that we saw coming into this end of the week, right? So TQs haven't really gotten up to their highs yet. Neither has the SPY gotten up to its prior day's high, but we've reclaimed a decent chunk, about 50%. And guess what, Neil? That 25K, once again, maybe a little bit of a magnet on the NASDAQ. I don't know.
No.
It's just showing.
Should Neil finish the caption? The whole point is for Obi to do it. Obi's the robot.
Dude, you guys want to see
Go into the chat. You're the one that's supposed to do it,
I have it pulled up. I have it pulled up.
It's not.
You know what?
He's
All
the
right,
robot.
Let's see how fast I can do this. Maybe the thing was I was doing it way too fast, right? I think.
That actually is fuzzy.
You know what I mean? Tomato's not a vegetable, it's a fruit. That's a trick question. That's a trick question, they know.
Why is there Mr. Potato Head?
Because he's a potato.
But he's not an actual
potato.
No,
I think
he's
that's
not a
fruit
potato.
as well. Onions, I don't know.
It's not.
I'm not too sure.
It's Mr.
There
Potato Head, not Mr. Potato.
Intersections. Which one of these? None of these are intersections. This is an on-ramp. That's an off-ramp. This may be an intersection. I think that's what they're going for. Oh, resemble. Oh, I have to make the puzzle?
What?
Oh, dude, come on.
Reassemble the intersection?
Maybe
that's what it is.
Yeah. This is so easy, though.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, come on. There we go. There we
Obi's
go.
not a robot yet.
What?
You had it the last time.
No, it's this.
Yeah. What?
This one. What?
That's cap. You have it.
Oh yes, never mind. That's what it is. There we go.
Huh?
There we go. Tic tac. Oh, I have to play, dude. This is we're gonna board
Okay,
these
no,
guys
this is a problem.
To
Yeah, it's a
death
problem.
here.
That's a problem.
You know, this is probably going to end up. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I
Boom.
think Nvidia's making
Win
a run.
at tic tac toe. It's never good. I think this is the stall.
You
This is the
can't
stall.
lose at tic tac toe.
What do you mean?
What do you mean you? What do you
What
mean?
do you mean?
Oh, I lose to my daughter all the time because I'm
Oh,
being nice
come
sometimes to her,
on.
but that's about it. All right.
There we go. I won. That's how you do it. There you go.
Oh, you have to.
Okay. I think we're done with
No,
this.
that is just gonna get stupid and worse. Where did you even find
Select
that thing?
all.
It's
What?
Clearly,
You know what? Forget about
clearly
it.
a problem.
That like you give up on a trade.
Okay. Here's the thing. I don't know.
The market's literally at the high of the day right now. We're literally at
We're
the
not
high
giving
of the
up on
day.
any trades, bro. We're missing. I might miss some trades. But hopefully, we're not missing anything because you guys chose some names for us.
Yes.
And we're ready for the rundown. So let's take it away. No more fooling around.
Sharif wasn't ready.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi in for Sean. The big boys are locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers right there, guys, is to get into the chat and vote every day. You got to throw in that $sign, though, before the ticker of your choice, but make sure to vote. Let's have a look, guys, at all four major averages. And unlike, the last few days, they're strong. The ES here up 0.44%, really just below, 2 points below that 6,700 point area. So trying to take out that critical 100 point 6,700 area. Likewise with the NQ up 0.57, the best performing of all four major averages, just a smidge below 25,000, trading at 24,966. And the Dow also positive to the tune of a little bit below 0.5% here, up to 46,370. The only, though, major average negative on the day is the Russell after making all-time highs earlier this week, down almost 1%, almost below 24,500. Let's start, though, with the first ticker as decided by you, TSLA. Great day today for Tesla. It is, I believe, the best performing Mag 7 name on the day, followed by Apple up 1.7. So let's talk about what's going on with Tesla. Barclays raising the price target. We're maintaining the same rating, though, but raising the price target from 275 to 350. Good look for Tesla there. Separately, as the shareholder vote gets a lot closer, proxy advisors, ISS is recommending shareholders vote against the $1 trillion Elon Musk pay package, guys. What's the look on Tesla?
440 right now is the look, because that is the brick wall from the entirety of the week. My head's sort of in the way, so I'll do that for a split second. And you can see every single day we have failed. If it's gotten to 440, it's failed 440. But what's different about today, as you might be able to tell, of all the rejections of this level, like if it did it early, that didn't get back there late. That's a Fugazi candle. If it failed 440 early, we never got back there in the afternoon. This day kind of stands out because we kind of closed underneath 440, but the fact that we're back here again, I don't know that it's going to be the same short. And if we break out 441, I think I'm taking a shot at a long. The thing to consider is that because we've sold off every single day, late in the session or at some point in the middle of the afternoon or late in the session, it's like the day that it doesn't happen, maybe we get a bit of a breakout, and there's a gap to be filled here, at least for Tesla. So if we can get 441 and higher, I think there's a potential breakout trade. For now, I like Intel because it's underneath VWAP and all that good stuff, but I don't know if I like the 440 short again, to be honest with you, just with what the market is doing. I'd rather have a weak stock because it's a boring market, and like shorting a stock like this in a boring market seems like the wrong idea. So we break 441, I think I take a shot at this long. The actual high is like 440.76. So if you're long just underneath 441, it's still a breakout of the high. All of that said, Tesla, when you look at it from a higher time frame, this is all consolidation. Like it's a bit messy up here, but effectively 440 outside of a couple of days has been a top. and then about just underneath 420 has been the bottom. And you've been chopping up this range since we ran into it in the middle of September. So you've got to pick your spots with Tesla. It's great if you can, but you really do have to pick your spots at key levels. This is certainly one at 440 here.
Yeah, when it comes to Tesla, I'm looking at how the weekly structure's kind of been building up here. We broke out of this 360 just to, it seems like if it was just yesterday, but just a few weeks ago here in September, the beginning of September, first week right there. And we're consolidating higher. So I like that look there, maybe poised for a push for those all-time highs at 488 halves. Now coming in to the 15-minute, you can see how we've been building this week. Yeah, that 440, Neil, is definitely standing out right off the bat. That is the week, that is the prior, was it the prior week high? No, that is the week high here. And then prior week, we got some strong wicks all the way up here in the 460s. I don't know what's happening there with that 4 a.m. candle, but you can see intraday kind of structure coming in at 450s, 451s. Let's see, if we do break out of this 440, and like whoever's been sitting here, there's a seller, 440 here last Friday, 440 seller again Wednesday, yesterday as well, 440 seller. And the first attempt we push into that 440 today, there's a little bit of selling happening here as well. So unless and until the selling can kind of lift, let's see if that kind of happens, because we did reclaim this breakdown of the range. So back through 420, we were talking about that this morning, back through prior day's low, back through prior day's close, back through prior day's open, and now attempting a push towards prior day and weekly highs. So very, like I say all of those things in confluence because, yeah, the buildup is very strong, the market is very strong. We might get that push going into the end of the week, but it is what it is. We got to wait and see if that seller actually lifts.
Rani Therapeutics, guys, up over 300% on the day. This is one that I traded on the midday show. Great look for this today. Still above 300% right now with a 239 high. Trying to get back above 2. I'm seeing lower high here, guys. But the reason we're up so much is that the company secured up to a $1.09 billion deal with Japan's Chugai Pharma. So we'll have to keep an eye out on this one, guys. But it was all sorts of strong in the pre-market and during the midday.
Yeah, and that's obviously that's a very, very significant size deal. One thing to consider, like it's up 300%, but it was a $22 million market cap to get over $1 billion potential deal. So if this was like guaranteed to be that much, the stock would be up more than 300%. Like that already tells you that this is not that simple. That said, it's incredibly impressive to do 400 million shares and do almost all of it above the volume weighted average price, right? So that's immediately, I want to have this up for an opportunity at longs. I guess it's not going to be any more clean on the 15-minute. I was trying to show you something a little bit more clean for like the kind of wedge that it's forming, but you can't really do that. I just think on the last halt down, it held $1.75 and it just wicked $1.75. So for the purposes of this afternoon, right, there's Tesla testing 440, Nvidia's testing high of the day. For the purpose of this afternoon, I'm just looking at that one level at $1.75. So long as that holds, we get a little bit of a semi-trend break in here. I'm looking long on this Rani. And if it loses 175, like all bets are off and who cares? But this is a stock. Impressive, the rally. Like I said, the volume is very good. I expect even if the market doesn't do a whole lot, there's going to be shots on this just on sheer volume alone.
Yeah, I think this one came on my radar a little bit this morning, that dollar push, and a push all the way up into 150. So we got that dollar reclaim, which is a little bit of an interesting level when it comes to stocks, and then pushing up on top of that 120. So you can see stair step, it's kind of in a stair step fashion here. So holding this pre-market structure, breaking out, holding structure a little bit higher, maybe with kind of some toppy highs at 239s. Let's see what kind of volume we're doing in and around there. Okay, so nothing too crazy. Even though volume has been kind of decreasing, we're sustaining pretty decently as well in terms of relative volume. You can see that, yeah, relative volume is 3,000 times normal. Yeah, that's because this thing on average, guys, does about, I guess, under 15 million. and we're doing about 430 million, right?
Goes
So it's
NVIDIA.
crazy amounts of volume on this name today. I'm going to keep it on watch. I haven't really traded it, but if you were on this, yeah, structure holds. The momentum was absolutely great. When the momentum dissipated to the upside, momentum came into the downside and then found some base as well. So in terms of a trading vehicle, if you're into this, I know that there's a lot of stuff to be had here. There's a lot of trades to be had in this one. So didn't really watch it, but definitely a good vehicle for some trading.
NVIDIA broke high today.
Oh boy.
Baby. Yeah, the market's moving here, guys. NQ above 25,000, ES above 6,700. The market's making a move up, but let's talk about AMD. Looks like B of A analyst Vivek Arya, he maintained the position buy on AMD, but did boost the price target up nicely from 250 to 300. Despite that, guys, we're down about 1% today on AMD.
So quickly before we go over to AMD, I would just point out that NVIDIA broke out the high of the day. I'm trying to pull back into this one if I can. Like 183.35 is going to be the look for NVIDIA. AMD, I just felt was, regardless of everything that's happening with AMD, fundamentally and all of the good news and how bullish the chart looks and the potential for like an extended breakout, like all of that is fantastic. Today was just, it got the resistance, failed to break out of that resistance yesterday, like 2 parabolic days in a row. Like look at the difference between 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago, yesterday, where it was a chop fest, mostly to the downside. So I was just looking at fail break and then continuation short because it couldn't break out the top. So this stock is very different to NVIDIA. Like it's got a wedge forming, like lower high, so it could easily break out here. I just think with NVIDIA's strength right now, NVIDIA's breaking this channel out, so I'm trying to get involved here, nibble in front of 183.50, which I have not been able to get filled yet, into this breakup because it's got room to 85. So I think this one to 185 from here is going to be the play instead of AMD. Like I just feel like AMD's gone so parabolic. I don't know how much more it can go. It's relatively weak today because of all the heavy lifting it's already done.
Yeah, so for AMD, I was looking for something a little bit more this week, and that didn't really come in. We know we had that aggressive push earlier on, that 35% pop, and we've been holding structure. So that's what I've been kind of observing. I'm like, all right, we gap up through those all-time highs, and now we're holding. We pull back decently. We take some profits. We rip. We're consolidating in the bigger picture, in the grand scheme of things. Even going up to the hourly, you can see how this trend is kind of holding pretty well here as of right now. Sure, the range has been pretty wide, understandable with the kind of environment that we're in, but basically what I'm looking at is that the structure is still holding, right? I think bigger picture structure holding is what I want to see as strong confluence for a potential continuation. So I was looking for that 244 to come in this week. Didn't really come in, but we're still holding levels. So that's why I like this. Gonna keep eyes on it, and even for like intraday momentum, if and when those levels do come in on AMD, we know that it's been a great vehicle as well.
Hey, Fabian. All right, guys, NUAI up nicely, about 24%. After they announced this, they're ending their plan, guys, to raise the authorized shares from 250 million to 3 billion, and the market liking that to the tune of 23%. This is the daily. I want to show you guys this to start because I want to show you this is not a one-off name, a small cap gapper that's around for a good time, not a long time. It's been making higher highs and higher lows since essentially the middle of September. Today's chart also looks good. Let's flip to the 5, making a nice move up here. Just got into $4 into that 390 area, guys, up about 24%.
Yeah, impressive rally. Unfortunately for NUAI, New Era, oh, it cannot seem to break out the top. It's got top like William Kassouf. You won't know who that is. He's a poker player. But 3 days in a row, market the third day, let's go to 4, fail, 4, fail, 4. Remains to be seen, I guess. So much like NVIDIA, ooh, Ronnie's going again. Ronnie, is it Ranny or Ronnie? I don't even know what I'm supposed to call it. But unless you're breaking out 4, if anything, it's pretty light volume right now. It's done tons of volume, but if anything, like slap a trend line, 4 is a hard top, it breaks the trend line, throw a stop at $4 and short it to VWAP. Like it breaks this trend line, you're short in the high 80s, risking to 4, and VWAP's at 60. That's actually pretty good risk to reward. I'm going to make the assumption, yeah, we'd have to pay for locates on this. So even if I wanted to take that trade, I'd have to go pay for locates and then be distracted by this stock, which I'm going to elect not to do. But because it's not really moving, that's the play. And maybe it can break out 410 and you're looking at the other direction. But since I pulled it up, there's nothing but D prints on the time and sales. There's really not even a heck of a lot of volume, real lit volume going through. I'd rather take a shot. And I understand Ronnie may not be moving, Ronnie might not be moving a ton, but it's starting to ramp up a little bit. And I should have said this with regards to Ranny. The halt, like it'll halt really, really quickly because of the price. So it doesn't have to move a lot in terms of pennies. Like this can move 20 cents and go into a halt on you. So scalping inside of a 20-cent range and having tight stops is just part of the game if you don't want to get caught in a halt. So no matter where it is, like I can have a stop at a prior bar on a stock like RANI, but if it moves up in the money, I have to move my stop because I don't want that stop to be underneath where it could halt down. And then I'm trapped in a halt because obviously you can't get out during a halt. So that's just one little adjustment I'll be making on Ronnie. As it moves up gingerly, I'll be constantly moving a stop from prior bar, and then if it breaks out above $2 and like 210, I'll probably have to move that to break even and just so on and so forth.
Yeah, so this one I haven't really had eyes on. Not really doing relative volume either. I think there's a lot of other stocks kind of more in play. But if you've had eyes on this name, I think bigger picture, it is kind of holding structure pretty well. Bigger picture, you can see all the way coming from sub dollars and stepping up. But this kind of step up is happening over multi-weeks. Intraday, I don't know really what to kind of do on this, but I like that it's stepping up on the higher time frame. Could be interesting.
It's a tough day today for Hims and Hers. Sorry, just wrong screen over here. Allow me a second. Hims and Hers down about 14%, 13.86%. We know a large part of their business is that GLP-1 subscription model. And a lot of the GLP-1 makers, most notably Lilly and Novo Nordisk, also down. Same thing here with Hims after President Donald Trump commented that the fat loss drugs will be a lot lower in price as the U.S. government starts to negotiate with these biotech companies using the Inflation Reduction Act, guys. Hims down 13.86.
This is a bad one because it's got a few things. Like A, you have the bad news. B, you have all these, the more parabolic, short flow, like running type stocks have had a rough go of it the last couple of sessions, regardless of what sector they're in. And so Hims kind of falls into that category. So it's getting hit on multiple fronts. And this continuation did not find support at all at that 50, about $52 was support line. It's trying to hold a 50 period. This could really be the start, I shouldn't say the start of it, because it could still hold the 200 period moving average, which if I extend that line out so you can see a little bit further, how well this stock has respected the 200 period simple moving average on the daily. And this is now lower highs, all these peak tops. If you lose the 50 here, you lose that 200, yikes. So when people talk about things getting toppy, yeah, that's getting a little bit toppy up there. And if you lose the 200, you have problems. In the short run, I think the 50 period's the way to go. Maybe a 50 breakdown even today could happen. So it's worth having eyeballs on, just not to the long side. I feel like this is a stock I'm looking breakdown next week. It doesn't mean it's going to break down, but if it loses $50 next week, then I'd short it.
Yeah, right away I see that little bit of a push through that consolidation range. This is a 15-minute chart over the course of the past couple of months. This is the beginning of September. You can see we've been kind of
what was that?
Holding these areas. Range highs at 60s, and range lows at 50, so about a $10 range. And then you can see this Wednesday actually, we come in and we break through it. We have an aggressive break with volume. A breakout is definitely there, all the way up to 65s, but then it's pretty much, it looks very, almost capitulatory, straight line up, pretty much parabolic exhaustion right there. Next day coming in, gapping down relative to the prior day's closing price, and then taking back all of that end of day rip Lower highs coming into today as well. Look at that. Can't really break down or break out of prior day's consolidation lows. Those sellers step right back in for some fresh lows, back down to the range lows that we've been holding for the past couple of months. So we've gone full round trip here through this range. And right here, that failure to follow through the highs, maybe, for me, potentially increasing chances of us really coming into these range lows and potentially testing those as well, because we failed to break out.
Before we go back, just to show you guys the Ronnie experience.
Yes.
Remember I said if it gets to 210, I'm going to move my stop up in real time into break even. Well, it flashed to 210. Thankfully, I had an order there. And then instantly, I put a new stop, like I moved my stop up. I'm getting filled at 210, and then I'm getting stopped back underneath break even at 195. Like almost instantaneously. It's like it goes up, flashes 15 cents to the upside, flashes 15 down, and I'm in and out just like that. But that's the reason why you put orders out, to be able to get picked up. And I might do this again. We'll see. As long as it sets up something for a long, but I'm always going to, as it goes higher, move my stop. Because what I don't want to happen is that same candle that wicks me out break even, let's just say it halts down. And then instead of moving my stop up, it halts down, and then I'm stuck, and it's down here at like $1.80 or so. So just have to be careful with a stock like this. As I see, I mean, the market's gliding higher and really trying to go. It's just not going crazy. But I think just to go to, because we were talking about a theme this morning of like getting to a top or a capitulation top or like a temporary top or things like that. I just feel as if any stock that you think has been frothy, next week or today or whatever, I'm thinking shorts. I'm also jumping out of Intel for a couple of reasons. One, it's above VWAP, not at VWAP. So my black chart says it's at VWAP, and this chart says it's above, and I trust this one. So I'm just going to punch out of it. Like, okay, fine. It made me get in here when I thought they were consolidating VWAP on my other chart. And then I got out here because I saw support, but that was actually above the volume weighted average price, which is not the reason I was in the trade. So I jump out of it because it doesn't make sense. And I don't know if you have the look. I don't think we have the camera shot for this anymore. But like when we're trading and I'm showing you like our layout, like we don't sit there and stare at one chart. Like Obi's got way more charts than I do. Like I look up and I've got like 4 charts above. Like he has like 1,000. I have 4 black charts. So I'm really only ever tracking like 4 symbols at a time. Obi will track like 1 billion because he has way more. Like you can see my level 2s and the chat and stuff. But like this is when I look up, I'm looking at my charts. And every now and then.
At any time, I'm looking at 16.
16?
Roughly. See, 8?
Individual name, but some of those have to be the future.
No, yeah, of course. So right here on this display here, I can show my, there's nothing.
That's a lot. I don't look
here. So this is kind of one of my main layouts here, where I have the SPY, I have the TQs, I have Nvidia, Tesla, Microsoft, Apple, Alphabet, Amazon. I know that Meta is part of this list too, but I'll pull it up every now and then. And then I also have what I like to call my tech basket, which is just certain tech names that I like to watch. That's going to be Nvidia, AMD, Intel, SMCI, VanEck, that's the SMH, the Semiconductor ETF. I'll watch TSM, Micron, and ARM as well. So that's my basket of tech. So more often than not, I'm watching those two as like a general, just watching large cap sector plus tech sector, and then I'll have another 8 for my personal watch list for today. So that I kind of mentioned it earlier, and that can change during the day as well. Here, let me turn some.
Did you see? Okay, just
indicators off. So this was my watch list for today, right? So this was my main watch list. So I'm watching AMD. So there's some repeats. Watching AMD, watching CRML. I'm watching Oracle. I'm watching gold, right? I'm watching Prax. I'm watching this one called ARTV. That one was moving around. Rigetti. And I'm watching PRGY, yeah, because yesterday it was moving around on, because the president had the talk with the new in vivo fertilization, something, I don't know. There's something going on with that.
No, we know. IVF was going, by the way, that.
I was just like, okay, those stocks were moving around.
That didn't end well for IVF.
No, it didn't. So that was the other one, and I was like, I don't necessarily want to trade IVF. I want to trade PGNY instead if it shows me something.
So real talk?
Off the open.
This is absolute hindsight. Like, there's a lot of good stuff this morning, like almost like Tesla 440, like Intel at the top. If you were shorting stuff, there was a lot of great shorts early in that first pop. Like almost anything you took, if you got the right entry, you could bank on. But this is the easiest one, and it was because of what it did at $1. Like the stock, every now and then, people, if you're into this sort of thing, like it's right at $1, right before the open, it tries to break away from $1. It loses $1 at the open, and then the next candle tries to break it again and fails. And then this candle right here at VWAP is exactly $1 that rejects. So like you had like 10 minutes to get short at like 98 or 99 cents on the stock, and it went all the way down to like 76, like straight shot. And that's just using the $1 level. So every now and then penny stocks will do that to you. Tesla might be breaking trend as well. That's what I was just looking at. So if you go from the first, like the 440 dip the first time, that's the bottom. This is the trend line, and I'm going to zoom out so it looks cooler. If you zoom out, the trend line looks better because then you can see that trend, which I drew from here, actually holds to the open. So you could actually call this an all-day trend line on Tesla, and it has a chance to break. So it just rejected breaking with this bottoming tail candle. Now, if it can break underneath, I'd look to short this to the volume-weighted average price. So that was a real, Dr. J in the chat, this was a real wick. This happened. It wicked down about a couple of dollars, tried to snap back up, and if it breaks down again, like the sellers take back control, I think it's a short to VWAP. Of course, it has to actually happen. Adara?
Yeah, so I'll let you guys know here, keep an eye on Sonder Holdings. As you can see, getting a slight uptick in volume, just over 1 million shares traded on this one. I'm seeing some speculation here, reports suggesting that this company, which does short-term rentals, is working with Kirkland and Ellis on a potential restructuring. So possible restructuring talks for SOND. Definitely a more inexpensive ticker right now, trading around $1.35. Back to you.
Sonder, SOND. I always want to have a small cap. Oh, that's not that liquid. Not as liquid as one would think. Yeah, sometimes there's like 1 million shares. Here, I'll show you guys the level 2.
It sounded good, but
oh, it did. Yeah. It did. But like, this is what I'm getting. If a $1 stock has this on the level 2, what are you supposed to do with that? You can't. Like, you're not scaling. You can't scale any strategy on a stock like this. Like, look at the spread and look at it move. It just opened a 6-cent spread and no shares. Look at it go. Like that is like that's okay. Well, I guess
right now. I guess we're early. We're definitely a little early.
As I was saying, there's no liquidity. Someone just bought it up.
All of it is in there.
Fair enough, but like try to imagine you're long and someone does that the other direction. Like your ability to get out if you try to take shares. To take shares is very, very difficult because of lack of liquidity. But man, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be. Like, Adara just said this story. I'm like, well, this isn't really doing much of anything. One buyer steps in.
Is it halted up?
No, this is the spread. The spread right now, see 45 to 50,
yeah, 45
51?
To 51, yeah.
That's the spread on the stock. How do you, like, you can't trade that. What do you do with that? You want to punch long, you're hitting 50, you're hitting 53.
Yeah.
Like you go long, if you're actually grabbing a long, you're long at 53 for real, and you're out of the money 8 cents, and then there's nothing on the bid to get out on. So you're really out of the money. What are you out of the money if you hit the bid there? Yeah. Another 10 cents down? Like, that's nonsensical. But, I mean, you can gamble with it, too, and just hope that it doesn't go down on you, and then you're fine. But I think that's crazy. Tesla is breaking that trend, so I got to... There it is. It's gonna close this bar.
Short. I think that was a great reason to sell. I mean,
Sorry,
I got out on my long. I was long up there, and I got out because I was like, yeah, this is very likely to come in if we're get anywhere back near 439s. Right? We're so close to that 440, but yeah, exactly. I think that's a great place to look, and you can see the volume coming.
Oh, they're just hitting the bid. Yeah. Don't break 38. Don't break 38. Don't break 38. Still 50s.
Okay, wow.
It broke 38.
All right.
It broke 38.
No, it gave you on the back through, no?
No, I didn't
give it to you.
No, I got filled under 38, but I'm going to leave some room so that I can pick something up over 38.
Yeah, no, I like that push. I like that push.
I just saw ZL1 guy
see what else
in the chat, which I'm supposed to. Oh shit, I'm supposed to use this thing. I'm pretty sure the AMC Netflix news is old. Wasn't that yesterday? I think, yeah, that's at least a day or two old. AMC and Netflix, AMC deal with Netflix. There it is. See, I was trying to use that button in the chat so I could do that, but then I kind of couldn't find the message. So that's old news. AMC did move a little bit on it, and it's probably not a bad deal for them. It just wasn't doing much for the stock, unfortunately. So anyways, I'm in Tesla. Prior bar is going to be the out because that's pretty much how I always do it. And let's go to the desk. Adara's got something for us. What do you have?
So, yeah, the AMC Netflix move, if you zoom out, it happened yesterday around 10:45 a.m. Just before then, we had the CEO of AMC, Adam Aron, post on X confirming that. So yesterday, so that would have been Wednesday, this was announced, that AMC and Netflix are in a very nebulous deal. It's worth noting the words that were used basically were that the companies are deciding to work together. So not a lot of clarity as for now, but again, that happened yesterday when we got the stock reaction. News itself announced on Wednesday, guys. Back to you.
Oh boy, there's the sellers coming in. See that?
Oh, yeah, they're starting to come.
They're definitely hitting the bid through 437s. They picked you
Oh,
up on the way
Nvidia's
back.
going too.
Yeah, Nvidia's
no,
going.
I didn't get the fill higher.
Hopefully Apple's going too. That's what I got involved with here on this little bit of a pullback, because I was like, yeah, Apple. I like Apple a little bit better. TQ's looking nice too, but I'd rather either Apple or Microsoft maybe there. But
Microsoft.
Yeah, it fits.
That's a name I have not heard in a long time.
Yeah, no, Microsoft maybe, but Apple looks like it's had the cleanest kind of a trend to the upside. So
he's literally Obi.
That's one reason why I like it a little bit better here. Is Tesla was absolutely solid, man. Great flip, hangry wife saying they got short on the back through, and I was like, I saw it in the chat. I was like, yeah, that's a great place to sell. Fortunately, I'm already long, so I did sell. But gotta hit that key one more time, you know. Gotta hit that key one more time and just flip, being like, yeah, this is a strong enough reason to flip as well. But good scalp there, coming right in, almost $1, almost $2, pretty much instantly, right in your favor, in your direction. I'm still waiting for Apple to potentially hold some structures and pull in a little bit harder as well. No idea if it's going to come in or not.
I literally quoted Obi-Wan Kenobi next to Obi. Did you?
No, I got it. I repeated. I was like, in a long time. So because he says it twice, right?
Oh, I didn't think.
He says it twice, and then I finished the bar. What do you mean?
No, I feel better now. I didn't realize that you actually got that.
Sorry, I might have mumbled, but I was just like, in a long time.
Hello there, for sure. Look, there was
these are not the stocks
at least a few times today I've been asked about Webull, so let's get to it. Webull is getting its butt kicked today, down 5% as the market. I get it, the market's back up at the highs, but if you look at what's been relatively weak today, it has been some of the frothier type, and this is not, I'm not saying it's frothy, but like it's the Qs that are back up and it's the index that's back up, and some of these names are still getting punished. Remember, this is where the base is. It's slightly underneath 10 or 11 where it formed the base before, down at about 1050. And nothing about this has proven to me that anywhere but 10 is still the base. Like, it's still downward trending. Yeah, personally, I still like it. Like, I still own it at 1069 because that's how I roll. You could have it at any price. I'm going to buy it at 1069 because what difference does it make? It's breaking out, and you can get it at 69, so why not? But you could break $11, and I still think there's support down there. Now, today, 11 is holding. So what I would look at for today is the 11 hold as potentially something for you at $11. But it's at the bottom. This is where it bounced before, but keep in mind how long it was down here and consolidating. Like, it was down there from the beginning of June till the end of June. An entire month it spent consolidating at that level. So I'm not in any rush to feel like it has to bounce super quickly for me. I'm willing to be patient with it, personally. Still hold it. I haven't added yet because I'm kind of waiting for it to break 11 and maybe get something in front of 10.
I'm doing my best to sit on my hands right now and watching this Apple. No, it's actually not cold. I actually layered very well today. So no, that's the thing.
My hands are cold.
I understand. So I knew it was going to be cold. There's no doubt that it's probably cold. But this morning, I looked at the forecast and I was like, today for me is a layer up day. So I got this sweater on. I got a layer underneath. I got these jeans on. I got layers underneath as well. So I'm chilling. prepared?
I would
manage
hope
that
so.
risk?
I mean, I have layers on underneath the jeans. I would hope so.
Oh.
My brother, but
You know, there's like long johns. I'm talking about long johns.
I know you have long johns on.
Yeah,
It's not, dude. It's not winter.
There's like fall. No, there's fall. There's different grades of long johns. There's aggressively thermal long johns, and there's light long johns. You know, come on. I got to be comfy when I trade. How am I going to trade uncomfortable? Don't trade uncomfortable, guys.
No, I'm not saying.
Get uncomfortable in your trading for sure, but don't trade uncomfortable. Don't do that.
It's literally, it's October, man. Like if you wear long johns now, like what do you do in Canada in February when it's
so
like
I put on another
25?
pair of long johns.
Crazy.
Double
bro.
stack, or get a thicker pair of long johns. There's ones for extreme heat extreme cold as well. You know. I
mean, fair enough.
You just gotta sometimes you know just to.
As I blow into my hands, I'm so cold, right? Like I'm talking all this mess. I'm literally, my hands are freezing in here because they're doing work and the back. I think the back door gets opened or some nonsense. So like we're exposed.
Yeah.
To the elements.
Maybe. Yeah.
Oh,
it was kind of raining a little bit earlier as well.
Raining?
Yeah, it started raining. That's why.
Oh, for real? I don't think I have
it
my
did
umbrella.
say in the forecast it's a bit rainy as well, so that's why I got the rain jacket.
I probably should have paid attention to the damn forecast then. So I have like my coat has a hood, so I'm good to go.
I mean, that's one of the first things. Part of my morning routine is before I head out, I definitely have to plan for the weather.
Yeah, but I had it up. I don't
like to
recall
be
it showing
comfortable.
rain. I'm gonna fade CP24 because I had that on in the morning when I was getting ready.
Forget about CP, dude. You got to use weather now.
No, I'm just. I have it on in the background as I'm getting ready, and the way I see it is like if it's gonna rain, I'll see it on their thing, and I don't recall seeing it. That's all. That's really not important. But Tesla, it just came. It tried to break prior bar. It almost did, but it did not. So we're still in the same range we were before on Tesla. What else we got going on here? I'm looking over, like Nvidia's not doing much. Ronnie's not doing much anymore. Ronnie, whatever the heck we're calling this. I keep wanting this to set up for a long again. Like there's your capitulation bottom, some higher lows, and work into a long, and maybe it blows out. It's just not doing anything. So Ronnie is not the one, unfortunately. It's 248. Let us know what else you're watching. Here's what I'll do. What I'm going to do, and then we'll go back to Obi for a second, is I'm going to remind everybody, type your symbols in using $. I will say $, Ronnie, but it won't matter because I'm going to refresh it. And then I refresh, and then all the new symbols come in, and you guys can tell us what is happening and is interesting, because my scanners are not exactly blowing up on a Friday. I'll just be real with you. The scanners are doing anything but blowing up this Friday. Obi?
So guys, we got some exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple ETF leverage ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize US dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying US equity indices. If you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn some more. All right, so market catching a little bit of a bid here. So I'm watching this Apple. Didn't really finish printing this 15-minute candle yet. I'm asking how much time is left to finish printing this 15-minute candle. All right, we still got 10 minutes. Relax. This red candle here, the first red candle after 3 on the NASDAQ. You can see what happens here. You got strong green, first red, boom, 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 boom. Strong green, maybe slowing down, first red, boom, 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 boom. Green, red. I don't know what's going to happen next, but there are some probabilities that I might be thinking about.
For you.
I could very well be wrong.
First, I want you to confirm something. Right now, I have Ronnie up on my chart.
Yes.
And I'm not looking at the stock visualizer at all.
Okay.
So what I was just showing you, whatever the top symbol may or may not be, I don't know what it is right now.
Okay.
So I'm going to pull the stock visualizer down.
Okay.
And then once it's up, you get 5 seconds to look at the chart on the daily and say long or short.
Okay, let me
Challenge?
pull up a chart.
Okay, so have your chart ready.
And I'll put it on the daily.
So watch. I'm gonna.
1 second.
Oh, I've already looked, so I have to do it right away. It's Palantir. So pull up Palantir.
Okay,
PLTR.
1 day, Palantir. I don't even need to.
Palantir on the daily.
Long.
Oh, it's a long. Yeah, that's. Oh, that was too easy. Dang it. I was hoping you all would chip it. Like, it's literally bouncing off 170 in the 50-period moving average. That's not difficult. I suck. I was hoping the top symbol will be something a little bit more challenging, but everyone seems to be voting for Palantir. See? Palantir, Palantir, Palantir. Robinhood, SMR. Those are stocks that would probably be a little bit more difficult. Like, I bet you pull up SMR, you can't just as easily say what the chart looks like. Load. Yeah, Friday charts, baby. Friday charts. That's trickier. You know what? That's sneaky. That's sneaky long too. I know it looks like a top short, and it is. Like, it's a rejection of the high, and maybe it's a short. But you've also got this little trend going on here, so it's almost better risk to reward long in front of 40. Not that I'm going to actually do that. Right, it was a heck of a lot easier with Palantir, because Palantir was just an easy support line. But I'm kind of thinking you're like almost dead cat bouncing in front of the trend line here on SMR, just as an example. I won't lie, I find that kind of crap fun. Like,
let's go to the next one. Let's go. Give me another one.
Robinhood.
Okay, Hood.
This is you though. I'm not.
Yeah, Hood. Ooh, short.
You sure Robinhood?
I like that.
Okay.
I like that.
That's your funeral.
All right. I mean, as long as I manage. Here's the thing.
It's Robinhood.
Here's a beautiful thing about being a trader. I'm more than okay with being wrong. I don't care.
That's true.
I really don't care.
If you're not okay with being wrong as a trader, you're in the wrong business.
What do you mean?
You're in the wrong business.
I'm more than willing to be wrong on this. Roughly about 70 to 90% of the time, maybe.
Dragos is not happy in the chat. Drago said, "You don't short my hood." I don't own Robinhood, so like I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm just saying, like, that stock has a tendency.
I don't have
to
many
burn
indicators,
some people to the short side.
but I have some indicators on this chart, and I think just from a mean reversion perspective, if we are going to sell this aggressively, what is the probability of us coming in to this consolidation?
1 chance in 3.
I have no idea. But I think
the
it's
answer is
pretty
always
easy.
1 chance.
I think that if this anchored if we give up on this anchored, the probabilities definitely start stacking in favor. But I don't know. That's just how I like to think. That's just maybe a little perspective into my current brain, which I have no idea what's going on in there half the time. So,
well, I can tell you what's also not going on.
To take that at face value.
Look at the NASDAQ. Okay, so here's what's bullish. I just scalped some out of Tesla, and I'll give you the reason why right now. I'll get to Tesla in a second, too. You're consolidating above the highs, which is bullish. See, that's above the double top from earlier today. So while it's not doing much, it is doing enough. So when we hit the bottom again, like Tesla gets to 437 and bounces, it's like, okay, we'll take some off. And then I'll try to reload that in front of this 39 again and maybe scalp inside the range just in case the market breaks at the high. The reason I like Tesla, it broke trend. It's not at the high, so the market's consolidating over the top. This is consolidating underneath its top, which makes it, while being strong, in the current moment, it's kind of relatively weak. So that's the process I'm thinking about. Jameson asked about UNH. Haha, you can't trick me with the stock that I'm in. No, I actually look at UNH every single day because I still have a piece of a swing trade in here from 300. So I know what the chart looks like, and I know that it resisted, but it filled in the gap. So as far as I'm concerned, like if you long this consolidation and it fills in that gap, or even if you long the bottom, same thing. Like you're taking profit in front of this anyways. Like that's it's just obvious on UNH. Where's my 200 period moving average? There we go. And if it were to break 380, then I'm just staring at the 400, which is a 200 period moving average. So there's still a chance. It's making sort of higher lows after that consolidation break, but I have to worry about this losing the 50 period moving average, which this time I've told myself, I'll probably get it out. Like I was ho-humming whether I'd give this to break even or, let me just get it out if it loses the 50 period moving average. It's not really moving enough on UNH. For today, it's kind of okay. Like it's up a little bit and it's trending up.
Yeah,
It's not bad, but it's going right into a prior supply zone. And it's not an afternoon trading stock, but that's one that I have been watching, everybody.
Yeah, no, I haven't looked at that one in a while. It's good to kind of look back at that. I was looking for that to potentially break out higher time frame, but it seems like it's just kind of consolidating.
If it can get past that 400, things get really spicy.
Yeah. I think we've got to see
you're
more.
Kind of holding for now. I think you're holding.
We definitely want to see some more price acceptance above those lows, and then stepping up higher. Like the better, I think the stronger it consolidates and looks like it's gonna, it's stepping up a little bit. I like it. I like it even more for that. We know that there's definitely some players that are involved.
I might literally get a tea. My hands are so cold, just to warm myself up. It is.
The fan is running.
No, it is
I'm
actually
it
is really cold in here. It's ridiculous. But we can't even get the heat up in here. We have all this.
All that.
Do you see? Like, first of all,
look at that. Oh, they took the screens off, the panels.
Is absurd.
Okay.
Everyone's like, what is that? Don't worry about what it is. Don't you worry about what's going on behind there. Just wait and see.
Look at that. Someone said we were hanging meat on thing because it looks like strips of meat that are like curing. Yeah, I kind of see it from a distance. What do
you mean you know what it is, David? Oops, that's the wrong one. I just hit the wrong one. Sorry.
Oh.
No. See, I can't.
That was from earlier.
Yeah, there it is. David, I know what it is. No, you don't.
What do you know? Let us know.
No, you don't. I don't think so. I'm guessing you don't know.
I think we've mentioned it.
Have we?
I think we've mentioned it.
Oh, Sean probably mentioned it. I wasn't here.
Yeah, there you go.
It also probably could have been mentioned when I was gone. So, yeah. Someone just said, "Oh, big or Alpha knows." Oh yeah, I guess you guys.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so
right.
they know what's up.
Y'all
know what's up. It's a big screen.
Dr. J. Giant LCD.
There's LED panels or LCD LED. I don't know what they are. Probably LED panels.
Well, someone probably said something when I wasn't here. I didn't think we said it. That's all I'm saying. Harpreet Singh, what happened to stock list?
They're well aware of it.
What do you mean by stock list? This thing? Which is now Robinhood way ahead.
Oh boy.
Why does it
Amazon's up there?
I didn't even hit the zoom. It's like zooming on its own.
All right, so
why it does that?
See what's going on. This market.
Yeah, but it was resizing by itself, Fabian. There, I'll leave it there. So Robinhood leading the way. I'm just going to throw that away and let's pull up Robinhood. What the heck is Robinhood doing? Outside of Obi wants to short. For everyone that owns Robinhood, just understand that Obi doesn't like you.
I mean, I didn't say that.
I mean, you
listen. I am very impartial to the counterparty.
He don't like you. That's fine. You don't have to like everybody. You just don't like you.
Very impartial.
But is it not a short right here, right now?
Maybe it could be.
Bang,
I like
bang,
it.
Bang.
I mean, you told me to look at the daily. You're looking at the minute.
Oh, I know.
Chart.
This is a 3-minute chart, and that's a trend break. But I'm already in exactly the same setup on Tesla. Literally the same setup. So you can't take them both. That's it. No, I'm just joking around. Obi loves everybody. Except for
right, so some bid coming in here on the.
What do robots hate?
I don't know.
He hates that, whatever that is.
I'm not supposed to say that. I'm not a robot though. The capture almost caught me, but you know.
Hangry wife.
Thought.
This bar high is my stop. See right there. On the 3-minute, so if I'm ever in it's very different. Like when I shorted it here, I got in when it wicked the top. So my stop here was a high of the day. So it was like $40, I think it was $40 and like 76, oh sorry, $440.76. In this particular case, and I still haven't been filled up here in front of 439, by the way, which is ridiculous. In this particular case, when it breaks the trend, so this is the trend break, and this is the prior bar. So until something else happens, the prior bar high is my out. There's only 2 places I'm putting out on a trend break like this. I'm either giving it to high of the day, which I don't like doing in the afternoon because you don't have enough time, or I'm giving it to the prior bar high on the 3-minute. So the trend break is on a 3-minute, prior bar high on the 3 minutes the out, and I don't really deviate from that at all. Like if I was doing Robinhood, then it would be something like it's broken trend, I'm short here, but then in this case, the stop would be at the top because the prior bar is a high. So if I took this trade, I'd have to, by rule, be giving it to 131. But that's just how I do it. Everybody's different. Julian, robots are real. Is there news on DJT? I don't know. I mean, de facto, there's always stuff going on with DJT. Yeah, I'm gonna, hold on. Yeah, let's also look at that too. Because this would strongly suggest that there is news on DJT. But I didn't hear anything, and Dara is going to look right now as well.
I have seen absolutely nothing on it, and I checked Benzinga, and the last story is from September 23rd. So nothing obvious or even unobvious.
So fade? I mean, the chart looks like this. What would you do with it if it's barely moving? Yeah, fade a pop on no news? Really, you know what, though? Hear me out on this one. Because probably no one actually wants to ever go long this stock, is my guess. April low, it's just doing nothing into this. This is not a bad like squeeze setup. And that's actually a pretty good looking candle for a squeeze as well. Or a start of a squeeze. Like it's making wick bottom. So wake us up when this breaks $17, and there might be like kind of like a pseudo squeeze play. Like no one's paying attention to it because nothing is happening, and then it makes a little bit of a bottom reversal, and there's room to 22 bucks. You can set an alert for DJT, but I'm not trading it today. No news on that. I think you usually want to short those or wait for some kind of a gimmicky squeeze setup to happen, which is perfectly fine. You can't get attached to the whole. I'll give you a story. On, I think it was day 2 of DWAC, I just had it in my head that it was nonsense. Yep. On straight up. And I think, I don't remember the day, but whatever the day 2 explosion was on DWAC, go back over the weekend and watch Trader TV Live that day. I was short 32 times on DWAC. I was short 32 separate entries, and I think I won 5 of them. And luckily for me, one of them was huge. So I ended up flat on the day on DWAC. Now, admittedly, it was arguably the second dumbest day of trading that I've ever had in my entire career. When I look back at it, I was like, well, because it happened to fall on like the second to last or the last, whatever it was, and I got the reversion finally, it was stupid. Stupid, because it was just uptrending all day long. Every single time that I was getting, I'm like, oh, it's starting to work, and I'm taking fills. If they had all been longs, biggest day of the year. Biggest day of the year. Just stupidity. Utter stupidity. So with those, you got to be willing to just participate if it's going stupid as a trader. I'll never forget that day. 32, and I counted them up. I was like, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, it finally worked. Boom, look at me. I'm like, what the heck? And on the train home, I just wanted to kick myself. So dumb. So dumb. So stupid. Anyways.
Was it, I remember there was
the other one was on Sundial. Because I'd been crushing I've been crushing short Sundial, and I literally destroyed it in the morning. Yeah. I'm shorting through, like, I think it was like $1 or something. And then it comes back to $1. I'm like, well, I'm up on this stock. It's back at $1. Let's just go all in at $1 because it happens to be V-shaped recovery. Yeah. And I'm shorting $1, which you know it's going to break in that situation. Because you can see people getting back into it on the way up. So I just leveraged like 70% of what I made in the morning to short it at 99 cents. And what do you think it did? It ran the stop. I lost 3/4 of my day like an idiot. And then just look back at it, I could have just walked away, but I was like, Sundial's a piece of you-know-what, because in my head, the stock should only go down. Yeah. So therefore, if it goes to a level, I must short it. And that was the mentality. I also then probably shorted it like 9 out of the next 10 days. Anyways, see, here we go. David's got one. Silly trade of the day, Hood closes down 1.5% and looking forward to the video wall. I think we're all looking forward to the video wall.
I think it's going to be epic, man. Like, curious. I don't know. Is it going to be touchscreen? I have so many questions. Touchscreen.
Touchscreen?
Yeah.
Is it? That's not going to be.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's not going to be touchscine.
I'm just.
I don't even know who I'd ask about. I don't think it's touchscreen.
Asking questions.
I'll ask Brent. I don't think.
But regardless, I think it's going to be pretty awesome. I don't know how many inches in total. It's a lot. The whole wall, basically. Forget about.
Does it even matter?
No, it doesn't. You've just plastered the whole wall with a.
Way more than we need is the answer to that question.
I'm just excited to see like charts.
It's too boku.
It's gonna, you know what I mean? Like I can
too damn boku.
I can see the momentum. I might even be able to ride the momentum myself physically. You know.
Oh, we got another super chat.
All right, let's check out the super chat here, guys. Safe.
Oh, you're supposed to use the button.
Oh, I don't have the button yet, but there you go. Thank you. So, which stocks do you choose to swing, trade versus long-term invest in? Oh boy, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Here's
you wanna
start
off.
Shoot, I was just talking about something. It was a swing trade. It was UNH. So for like UNH, where I don't necessarily fundamentally believe in the business much anymore. Like, I just don't care. I don't care to own them. I don't like what they do anymore, and probably its value. And I used to own this stock for a long time. UNH was in my retirement account for a very, very long time. I don't even remember exactly when I first got into it, and it was great. I think I was even a few times back in like 2023, maybe I was buying off 440 and sort of rinsing it and just already had a position. And then when all the madness happened, I said, I'm done with this stock. And now to me, like that's a swing trade. I don't want any part of it anymore. I don't like the business. Webull is a bit of a mix. Like I consider this like both a swing and a long-term play where like, yeah, I kind of like the business, but it's purely technical what I'm doing in a bad looking chart. Like, it's a bad-looking chart where I'm just purely technical trading it off the $10 level. And if that's the case, then to me, it's more of a swing than anything else. I'm looking for an exit. If you see me trade Rivian in my long-term account, that is 100% a swing trade. But if I'm buying the dip in, I don't know, NVIDIA, it's never a swing trade in NVIDIA. Like, things that are core holdings where I believe firmly in this company in the next 5 to 10 years. I mean, I couldn't say I'd never swing trade NVIDIA, but I'm buying it because I have zero intention of selling at the top. I have zero intention. If I buy the 50 period, I'm not getting out. Like Amazon. Like Amazon doesn't look very good right now, so I bought it at the 200 period moving average. I actually bought it after earnings. Did I get out at 240? Absolutely not, because I'm like, I don't own enough Amazon. This is an excuse to buy. End of story. I'm not taking it when it gives me 10%. No, because I just want to own more of the stock, and this is giving me an opportunity. And maybe it's about to give me a real opportunity to have a full position in my long-term in Amazon. Maybe it does, but that's my attitude. So it usually has to do with my confidence in it as a business to be a core holding. Otherwise, purely technical, it's a swing trade. Anything that I don't want to hold for 10 years is a swing trade, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think
that's what Yeah. I just wasted your time. I could have just said anything I don't want to hold for 5 to 10 years is a swing trade. There's no in between for me.
For me, swing trades are more just like as of right now, if I see structure on like the weekly or the monthly, that's like, holding, breaking, or in trend. I like that a little bit. But in terms of swings, I was just talking about a swing trade of mine from, from 4 years ago, Bombardier. I think I showed the chart. I showed the chart just last week to the chat.
Yeah,
and,
that was
yeah, we can talk about Bombardier. But dude, I sold some finally at 166s just a few weeks ago. It's at 200. So
I have a really funny story
about parabolic move.
We had a trade. We're gonna go to Darren and come back. But there was a really hilarious story about Bombardier and a former trader on the floor.
Yeah.
Anyways, we'll go to Darren first in case you guys want to hear it.
So to let you guys know, our weekly calendar for next week is live, and it's going to be a huge one. We actually have our first Make 7 earning of the Q3 2025 season. That's going to be Tesla reporting after the bell on Wednesday. Netflix the day before it reporting after the bell on Tuesday. We also have earnings from GM, Philip Morris, GE, and GEV. We've got 2 of the 3 communications names here, so T-Mobile and AT&T, and we have Intel after the bell on Thursday. We're also confirmed to be getting CPI data coming through on Friday, so lots of excitement. Make sure to check this out on X at TTV Research. That's just been posted, and the daily calendar for Monday is coming out soon. Before we send you back to the guys, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Woman Boss. Empowered women change the world. You cannot make it happen. The Women Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, we have reached over 10,000 women and girls. And your donation today can launch the next great entrepreneur. Scan the QR code on your screen now and join us in building a brighter future. Back to you.
Thank you, Derek. Great cause. This is the chart of Bombardier that in Toronto that Obi is talking about. Pretty impressive.
Weekly,
but you have to remember.
Weekly.
Oh, there's no week, just monthly and daily.
Oh, okay.
Like, I could go to eSignal or something else, but I'm not going to.
Oh, this is the monthly. Okay, that's
This is a
perfect.
monthly,
No,
but
that's
it's
perfect.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
But at the time that it was a $3 stock, it used to trade maybe 20-cent range during the day. And we had a trader on our floor who had come from, let's just say he had come from a Canadian bank prop desk for 10 years. So look, man, he knew his stuff. And when he was trading Canadian stocks, he didn't mess around. And I'll never forget the day. Like, it's this $3 stock with like a very, very, very tight range, and he's just sitting there. Tesla's starting to move. I'll finish the story in a second. I can talk. I can walk and chew gum at the same time because I finally got that fill up in front of 49. But there's a buyer at 438. Where is that guy? 438.40 or so that was just walking it up. So I don't like that, which means I want to trim if it so much as shakes him a little bit here. All right, so that's the idea. I finally got that fill. I should be moving. I should maybe move the stop. I'll leave it in. It's only about 30 extra cents. So anyways, it's trading in the 20-cent range. It's a $3 stock. And there's a certain dark pool gateway that you can use, and just won't make sense to everybody. But the way that it fills in the midpoint is the larger your order, the better chance you have to get filled. So like if it's what is going on in Tesla? There's a good part of me that just says take it out close to break even the way that this is moving. Right? That is heavier buying than it was before.
Yeah, I mean the market's.
I know I just ran 39 and came back down though.
Yeah, the market's kind of pushing, so it might be a little push of that. We're also like
I'm like
consolidating
thinking out loud.
25.
We had this discussion before about moving stops, like what makes you move your stop or what doesn't make you move your stop. And I'm trying to decide if I want to move my stop on Tesla or just let it go. On it. Like that is a reason to get out of Dodge. Where's my fill? All right, there it is. I'm like, why did I not just get filled? And then I just got picked up after. See, there was something distinctly different about Tesla there. And you could kind of see, you could see it in the tape too. Anyways, I'll get back to that story in a second because I want to see what the market's breaking out the high. Where's NVIDIA? This might end up being the breakout on Tesla. I can finish that story anytime. This might end up being the breakout on Tesla. Something is distinctly different. Like you go from consolidating, giving yourself like a buck, maybe a little bit more, and now you're breaking out that top. Let's see what it does with the 440 again before making a decision. If it starts, if I see the same kind of price action above 440, then I'll take a breakout. Because we still have 50 minutes to go in the market. There's plenty of time for a salvo, which means I can still short it back under 39, or I can go long above. Don't want to diddle at exactly 440. Is that Adara? Okay, Adara.
CCO halted here. Clear Channel Outdoor, that is CCO on the NYSE. This one halted amidst reports that Mubadala Capital is apparently exploring buying CCO. So again, yet another potential take private deal happening. This one for CCO, Clear Channel Outdoor. Reportedly, Mubadala Capital considering acquiring this one. They are actually halted to the upside right now, guys, for CCO.
Okay, that's on good volume too. I literally wrote that one down because that might be something, especially on Monday as well. Let's be real. Like when they, like to me, anything that cheap, even if a deal isn't really announced, like look at what this is doing. It's just basically holding $1 and is kind of a breakout anyways. So you kind of have the cover of if there isn't a deal, you're going to have like these support levels. This is a stock that ends up being tradable. Sometimes I really like the cheap buyouts because you can do a heck of a lot more with them. Yeah, Tesla, it doesn't want to break 440. I might end up hopping back into this, but I don't want to rush into the trade.
Check out AMD right now.
Wow, what's AMD doing?
AMD is ripping for its highs, like straight line up. Almost at its high a day. So closing pretty strong. I'm looking at the 15-minute candle here as well.
Yeah.
Pretty aggressive. And something I do want to point out is that we're holding that consolidation on top of that 25,000 here on the NASDAQ, 67 on the ES. And buyers are kind of stepping in across the board pretty aggressively. I'm watching, I'm waiting here. I kind of getting chopped up a little bit on the Apple short as it was slowing down, but here I'm just like, all right, well, it's very, very clear that buyers are stepping in pretty aggressively through these highs, so I'm pretty much going to be more patient. That one there. Carter is saying circle. Okay, let's take a quick look at
Circle gets the square.
Circle gets a square. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what Circle is up to as of right now. Circle will go to the 15-minute chart. Okay, a little bit of green. Is that bidding up as well alongside the market? Okay, maybe a potential push for highs as well. 128, 127.75 is the current day high, and couldn't really get past prior day's close or prior day's lows here on Circle. We know that this thing's been selling off pretty nicely. We attempted to push a little bit higher, didn't quite make it there. 159s was the last prior high. That was pretty significant, and sellers are stepping in since then. Yeah, I like the hold. I like the hold of that prior level here on Circle, but if you're looking for the breakout, maybe that's potentially coming in with this market ripping to the upside on certain names. We got Micron as well.
Does this not feel trappish on the market right now?
It does feel pretty trappish, man. That's why
look at the week on the
Nasdaq.
But,
yeah, exactly.
Supreme Court says it expects to run out of funding. Oh, that's government shutdown related. No, but look at the chart on the Nasdaq. This doesn't feel a bit trappish. Like, just because we broke 25,000, like, really? Everyone wants to be. We want to be long on the weekend in here? In here? I don't know, man. It really feels difficult to want to participate Friday afternoon long into this. After, this is what happened the last time we were at this price. All week long, it's resistance. You're buying the top of the resistance on that V. I don't know. I'm pretty skeptical on it. Mike Peter Ryder is yelling my name. Why? What's up? Mike. What up, Mike? You're going to watch that CCO. Oh, shoot, it did open back up. It just opened up like 2 seconds ago.
Oh, boy. Oh, wow.
Oh, what the heck was that? Yuck.
What the hell is even that?
Like, it just rinsed 190 to 170.
We have that.
Yeah, that is hilarious. No, that is pretty funny. But they really rinsed it. Come on, find a bid. This is not as liquid as you think. Yeah, it's trying to find a bid here. This one needs to settle down. Now, the opening candle after the halt is not a place to look for the entry here. I just feel like I'd get chopped up if I tried to trade this. That's not what I was expecting. I was kind of expecting you could open higher, maybe break out too, show some buy. Instead, this is looking like utter nonsense. So I'm going to stay away from that CCO. I'm going to guess, to each their own. I just don't really like it.
I'm trying to look for. Is that thing continuing to hold?
It's trying. I wanted to.
$2 could be something.
That's what I'm looking at. I kind of thought maybe if you could break $2. The halt was at 188. That's not a lot of risk to go $2 break to like 85 or something like that. Might still happen because this is this is the level on the daily chart we're looking at. Look at the $2 level on the daily chart, and there's already a buyer. That's that SOND. But if you look at CCO here. I don't know why that one doesn't automatically link. It's weird. I do have it set up. Yeah, it's 5. My chart's 5. But this is what the $2 level looks like. You already see a little bit of size. Just flash, 250,000 shares there. It's done 10 million on the day. So there's going to be some size in front of that $2 level. Just keep in mind, if it breaks and you're long at 1 or 2, if it loses here, you could just be halt down. So that's a hard stop. Whatever you're putting in, it's like a risk. I'm risking 15 pennies, and I know I'm getting out if it breaks down. I'm going to have eyeballs on this bad boy just in case. Just in case. The news being potential deal speculation. Poonam in the chat just asking about this for CCO. Just rumors right now.
Those are kind of tough when it's like you don't really have a strong catalyst and it's just on rumors. That's why, again, I think that at the end of the day, price action is definitely always going to be king. And if a lot of time, if you're already looking at it and it's moving around, and you know that you kind of want to be in, but you want to be sure. If you're asking what the catalyst is, it might more often, especially for those breaking news ones, it's already kind of late. Yeah. But yeah, looking for the continuation might be the next kind of thing to do here. Yeah, breaking news trades, I think absolutely solid, but you gotta. I think in this day and age, you got to be on the algos. You got to have that stuff automated and ready to go. Getting some of the you got to be one of the first ones.
Or you just play, or you can play the reversion.
Or you can play. That's what I like. I'm just like, all right. Well, this is clearly bidding up. It's a little bit overextended. I'm gonna wait and be patient for whatever it is to be done.
We saw that Google did that twice in 1 week, where there'd just be some minor headlines. It was maybe a couple months ago, and it would just flash down at least a couple of bucks, and you just take the reversion. It did it twice in the same week, or it was maybe more than twice actually. I know we were actually talking about it the day Sean was gone. That's why it's coming to my mind. And so when you saw it happen the first time, well, the second time you're like, well, if it does it again, just be ready to pick it up at the prior day low, because that's where it was bouncing. That's what you can do. Sid, what do you think? Oh, I'm supposed to use the button about HIM's earnings. Can't find you in there. HIM's earnings. I think fundamentally, I do not want to be a part of this stock. I'm just going to get that one out. And that's just me. Don't at me.
What's your reason?
Oops, I'm still on the monthly chart.
What's your reasoning?
Here we go. Because what is going on with my daily chart? Okay. See how it just all of a sudden decided to work and when it wasn't before? No, I remember Steve was in this one, Steve Talman, and we were talking about this. How it was trending. And then you just get that Novo headline sort of out of nowhere where everything is going well. And I find there's a target on the GLPs right now. Yeah. And I don't think you want, right now, do fundamentals matter so much when this is supposed to be driven by demand? I mean, not just only in GLPs, there's other stuff too, but that's a big portion of it. And if prices are gonna come down, I don't want a piece of this pie. Because when I look at it from a pure technical standpoint, I'd be scared of all you-know-what that this is breaking down. And we already talked about this. I do not like that whatsoever. And when a floor like this is threatening to break, I have to really, really love a company to want to buy that dip. And I just don't. I don't know enough to feel confident about it. So unfortunately, when it comes to earnings, it's like hands off, because I think this is technical, and I'd be scared what list if it breaks down. But that's just me. I don't know enough about it. I'm a set it and forget it and Eli Lilly kind of guy as well. So yeah, this one ends up being a pass, and I've already said I'm looking for an opportunity to short this stock. It just hasn't really come yet. And it might be next week, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I liked. You know what I liked for potential.
Oh, that was the other thing too. I was whining about. I wasn't whining about. I was opining about the HIM CEO selling shares after allegedly calling it a potential squeeze. It was this one, right, Adara? You there? I don't know. Maybe she's not there. Oh, she's not there right now. See, usually I'd just be like, am I talking about the right thing? And then Adara tells me if I'm right or wrong. No, which was disgusting. Yeah, I mean, if you have the gall to call your stock a potential short squeeze as you are dumping a boatload of shares, jail. Jail. Like seriously, what would happen? I can tell you right now, straight up, 100%, if I pulled stuff like that on air with YouTube, I could lose the ability to trade. The regulators should be all over that, and they rightfully should be. That's utter nonsense, man. Anyway, that really pisses me off, because the average person or the average Joe like us did something even remotely resembling that. You're done. Absolutely done. You cannot do that nonsense. But if he gets away with it, I don't know. And I don't even know if he said that. I heard the story. I just heard the story. So whether it's true or not, I'm not even sure. But,
I mean, you have these guys that, the other side of the coin as well. You have these guys that are just like, oh, I'm along this stock. Who are these? I mean, I don't know their names off the top of my head, but they'll be like, oh, I'm along this stock, and it'll just run like crazy. But they've already positioned into it.
Oh yeah,
that's almost along the same lines, kind of, right? Is it not? I think so.
But at least they're speaking positively about something that they're long. There's a, no, but here I think it's a different story if at least I'm saying I believe in this stock because, and you've already bought it and you're saying this is my case for it. It's like short seller reports, right? They're already short and they drop a short seller report, but at least that's all in the same direction. They're not out here saying the other direction, oh, this is a potential squeeze, you should be buying it, and then they're literally selling the stock to get exit liquidity. That's the height. That would be the height of
Is it not technically still kind of concocting your exit liquidity? At the end, that's how I see it. Regardless, I can get long, I can accumulate shares, and I can be like, hey guys, I'm along this, and it rips, and guess who I'm selling?
But that's only right? That's only if you're immediately selling. I see what
you know what I mean. You're still creating the exit liquidity.
If you sell right away.
Yeah,
but if that person's like, I'm long, but I'm not selling it for a year, then you can't really blame them. But if they sell it as literally the days after, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but they always say they're long, but they never say when they're out.
That's fair. That's fair.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I just see it all as the same kind of game. It's at the end of the day, it's a market. You're going to be marketed to. And you're going to become exit liquidity one way or another if you are being marketed to or there's one way or another. I don't know. Tinfoil hat, tinfoil suit. That's how I think in terms of just pure basic transactional, just shares. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not too good with my words, but the same. You get what I mean. They're marketing a position to you, and then they're using that volume that comes in to maybe prop up the trade or even exit the trade as well. So, whatever. Not good business regardless
Come on,
of what that is. So maybe a little bit of a pullback here. So we pulled up all the way to 52.
Tesla tried to break 441.
Oh boy, did it go through?
Oh, it did go through.
Not yet.
I did get triggered. And when I say triggered, I just mean like, well, you guys know what triggered means. It means that you get like a stop fill. And then I ended up also, well, I got the right price anyway. So I got 441s. What's the prior bar here? 439.76. 439.76. Well, I said I wanted to be long if it broke 441, so I'm long 441. The irony being, when it didn't feel right, that was actually a better long. Remember what I was saying? It's short didn't feel right here. Why am I getting back into it and then jumped out? That actually was the right space to be buying. I don't like this break. There's a certain lack of follow through happening in the tape right now, but whatever. The stop's in place, so I'll kind of let it go. Like I've been saying all week, if it breaks this price, I have to have it. But it's breaking it at 326, which is not giving it a lot of time to work. It's so frustrating. This has looked like the best possible breakout price all week long, and then it's going to end up being a fail, in my opinion. But I have to have it. I had to have it. Yeah, I got to jump out of this one. Sorry, everybody. I'm bailing because I can't get trapped. Like, this was the short level this morning, and the way I always look at something like this, like, I never want to have, like, if you got a good trade here, you don't want to fight this to turn like a loss that's as big as what you were shorting. It doesn't make any sense, right? Like, you just got to try to keep it tight. I really want this stock to go. I really do. Trust me, I do. But I'm not going to try to will it into existence by trying to buy this dip in here. The sellers seem to still be winning, man. Tesla, it's just been a 440 short all week. Sorry, everybody. It still seems like it's a 440 short.
This it held off for there. We kind of
yeah, exactly. Like, it was trying to go. It broke out, grabbed the long, even got to the point where, like, oh, I can get some more because I had some underneath 441s. I took that fill. It never went more than 441.50. Like, 50 pennies was the best, the absolute best on that top break, maybe 60 or 70 cents. So am I really going to lose like $2-3 on it? Nah, that's not my style. Nah, I'm not feeling it. And the worst thing about this is if we end the week by failing this break, then you're almost like default bearish on Monday morning for Tesla. It's frustrating. I should have held that short earlier, by the way. When I look at a 15-minute, which you should always do, like when you're reviewing your trades or like looking back, make sure you're looking at all time frames. Because the outs this morning, if you're watching the morning show, I felt like my outs looked really good on the 3-minute chart. But then when I look back at where I was covering on a 15-minute chart, I actually didn't like it so much. Like, I feel like I should have been holding to here, and then I should have been holding to here when you look at the 15-minute chart. Like, it was just a little bit deeper of a retracement on the higher time frame. And the entry is based on the higher time frame too. So like the 15 minutes why you're getting in, the 15 minutes should be why you're getting out.
Reasons to get in, reasons to get out. Like it like violates your reason to get in. That's what you mean?
What I mean is I was trading, like I was using the 3-minute chart for my exits. Yep. Like I got in here and I was like, I'm getting out here and I'm getting out off this level.
Right.
But the actual entry was based on resistance on the 15-minute.
Right, okay.
And if I look at where I should have gotten out on the 15-minute, it's a little bit deeper and a little bit deeper, like right into here. Like it's 431, and then it's like first exit right in here at 437. Like the first exit only, it's like $1 difference, but the second one, that's like a $5 difference. And that's, if the trade's based on the 15, then the trade's based off the 15. If the trade's based on a 3-minute, then the trade's based off a 3-minute. Is there news on MindMed? It seems to going squeezed. I think I don't have any more of those shares. I think it's, I know for sure Michael Noss owns shares of this. 99.9% sure. I know I used to own shares, which would probably be cool if I still did. I'm certain I sold at a loss though. Anything? Yeah.
As far as I know, there's no news on this, though, that I could find.
Just like a pure squeeze. Lee's like I've been in MyMed over 2 years. I was in it for a while, and then just took the hit eventually. And then, of course, eventually they go. But, you know, sometimes you have to give it up. It's a little bit much for no news, because the volume's increasing as the day is going. That's why you got to figure there's news on this thing, right? I don't like trading blind. And I'm still looking at Tesla. I don't want to overtrade. It's 3.30. Let me give a quick look. What do we have for imbalances? Oh, early look on HIMS. 2.5 million to sell. Early look on HIMS. FNB. That's 4.7 million. That's rather large. That's a huge size for FNB. That's 1/4 of the daily volume. It's more than 1/4 of the daily volume in sell imbalance there. GDX, ETFs don't really matter. What else we got going on? Not that they don't matter. It's just that imbalances on them have to be really, really big. So yeah, really it's just FNB and HIMS for the early look imbalances. HIMS sell imbalance, 2.5. FNB is a buy. I'm not really moving off of that, but I'm going to watch that FNB. That's a lot of volume. A lot of volume for that. In any regional, if a regional bank has a massive imbalance today, you got to pay attention.
Yeah, I think so, especially with what's been happening with them over the week. But you're saying, what are we seeing on them? FNB. I'm curious to know what KRE is up to. A quick look.
Decent rebound on KRE today.
Yeah. So yeah, a bit of a reversion happening there. I want to pull it up on a chart to show you guys at the same time. There it is. So I was looking at IONQ a little bit earlier, just looking at potential backsides on the bigger picture. But yeah, KRE. Let's see what that's been doing on the day today. Strong sellers yesterday. We talked about about a 50% reversion of prior day's action in the pre-market, pretty much sideways on the day today. So nothing too crazy. Bit of a VWAP chop here, attempting to push a little bit higher coming into the end of the day. Tailwind maybe, but kind of doing its own thing here on KRE. But yeah, maybe something to watch out definitely on some of these imbalances if it does show up. Let's take a quick look at some of the stocks that have been doing some significant volume on the day and see how they're ending off. Now let me know if you guys have been trading these or participating in any of these. Could be interesting as well, just to figure out how many of you are actually involved in the top volume leaders. So BitF, strong selling yesterday. I know a lot of people were talking about this, and it pukes into the pre-market as well. That's pretty interesting. NVIDIA, of course, eyes on NVIDIA. Interestingly enough, coming into a bit of a level here, we attempted to break this trend. This breakout was quite nice, flushes right back in the next day, and then kind of just reclaiming. So was this a false break of this downtrend? That's what I'm thinking. Maybe, I don't know, but this right away is looking like maybe a potential area for supply to step in once again, as it did on Tuesday, as it did on Wednesday. Does it do it on Friday? We didn't quite get up there yesterday, kind of a consolidation day, but we're pushing up into it going into the end of the week. Bit of an interesting look, I think. I forgot that was even in there, but okay, we'll see if that holds any sort of significance. I'm going to keep my mind on that as well. BBAI, a bit of a downtrend going into the end of the week as well, and that's been doing okay. So more in terms of okay, I just mean kind of pulling back into some prior levels and holding this $7 level from the pre-market as well. That was a prior level you can see on Monday or last Friday with that solid down move. That was pretty aggressive as well. Intel kind of pushed up all the way up to its highs. I had the reversion here back down to VWAP. Hasn't really done much since. Bit of a sideways chop, but you can see in terms of a higher time frame, we're kind of in this range. So we attempted to break out of it. We broke all the way down, kind of reclaim and just holding this area here, 38s. Buddy's at 38s to 40s. You definitely have to lift if this is wanting to look a little bit higher. I'm watching this structure build. I know you're in the Intel as well, and oh boy, has that one been a game of patience.
Definitely
a game of patience.
Long term. No questions asked. But you know what, everybody? I haven't said it in a while, but it's still true. E-Signal is free for a month. Free. Free. Get a professional charting platform, which allows you the ability to customize, adapt your own trading style, back test, forward test, API access, any market you can imagine. It's entitlement based as a system, so you can add and subtract what you want. You don't want to look at level 2? You don't need level 2. Fine, you only trade on the chart, you don't need that. Fine. You can attach to over 30 brokers and trade directly through the platform. I can look up my monthly chart. I can look up a 5-second chart. I can do tick replay on it. So scan the QR code you see out in front of you. It's a great opportunity, all in one platform with reliable data. And the first month is going to be free. And I can do double duty as well, because I'm literally going to use my e-signal chart to answer this question. And Sam, I hate to tell you this, but it's exactly the answer I gave before. I am not ready to buy Lulu. And the last time we talked about this, on a monthly chart, on the monthly, it's double tapping the 200 period moving average. But the month has not closed. If this breaks the 200 period moving average on the month, I don't like it. If it holds, I do like it. So there's still 2 weeks to this. It's still 2 weeks for this candle to close, and even set something up for next month. So if I do buy Lululemon, it will most certainly be with confirmation of a buy month after here. So at best, November, possibly December. It could easily be next year. I'm just willing to be patient with a falling knife. Like, look at how many months in a row this has been to the downside. So not yet. I'm a very patient trader. That's just how I roll. I believe no position is a position. Let's go to Adara.
Let's talk here about Tesla. This is unlikely to be super market moving, but I think interesting nonetheless. I mentioned earlier that ISS, not the International Space Station, but a proxy advisory firm, they issued a statement basically saying that, hey, vote against Tesla and their shareholder package for CEO Elon Musk. Well, Tesla just responded in a fairly scathing post on, you guessed it, X, saying that ISS, quote, completely misses fundamental points of investing in governance, saying that Elon Musk has earned this pay package or will earn it if he helps shareholders win big, so that the package is completely fair. And then also saying, I guess they have some issues with arguments that ISS made against Ira Ehrenpreis, who is the chair of the Nominating and Governance Committee and an independent director for Tesla's board. So Tesla defending Elon Musk, his pay package, and Ira Ehrenpreis of their board, ending by saying, quote, vote with Tesla on all caps proposals. So Tesla really trying to get these shareholders' votes here. It is less than a month until that November 6th shareholder meeting, where we will find out if shareholders vote in favor or against this Elon Musk pay package proposal. From what I've seen, all shareholders are very much in favor of the package. Back to you.
There you go. RANI, by the way, is halted. It just opened back up. I put it in the chat when this happened. So this was one I was kind of hoping would go again. It doesn't look like we're going to get obliged with a breakout above that $2 level, unfortunately. And then the other one I was looking at was that CCO, which kind of waiting for it to calm down and catch a bid. But calm down, it just still has not caught a bid. So if you're looking long, I just haven't found a long in it. And I wasn't going to pay for shorts to trade it. At the end of the day, I was looking for a long setup on CCO because there was a potential deal in it, ultimately. So with only about 20 minutes to go here, FNB still has an imbalance. HIM still has an early look sell imbalance as well. As I said, I'll probably have FNB up of those two because, so first of all, they did report, as was mentioned to us, their earnings, but it's not moving a ton. And if a stock is condensing and it's got a big imbalance, which is like a quarter of the volume, it's a buy imbalance, it just breaks the top on a buy imbalance. So you might be able to just smack 11s and maybe get 30s, or 20s and 30s instantly. So that's probably what I'm looking at next. I just want to make sure that when I'm looking at the imbalances, right now it's a 4.7 million buy imbalance. It's done 18 million shares. If this goes from 4.7 to 3.7 to buy to 2.7 to buy, well, I'm not going to like the long at 350 MI or slightly before it. But if I see this growing to larger, sure, that's a different story. So I'm going to keep my eyeballs on that. That's what's worth watching for me going into the close. And let us know what else you guys are watching. Every single time I look up at the stock visualizer, it's Tesla and Robinhood, as if those are the only two symbols that are allowed to lead the top. And we looked at Tesla plenty, and we certainly looked at Robinhood. And for everyone who's a Robinhood trader, Obi wants that stock to go down.
I mean, I didn't say I wanted to do anything.
I mean, basically, kind of.
I mean, I just said I like the downside potential. I like the potential for short on it. has nothing to do with whoever, like, I don't care who's holding it long or short. That's irrelevant.
I know.
That's irrelevant to me. But yeah, no, I mean, I explained myself. I could be wrong as well, right? I could very well be wrong. Just like how I've been wrong on this Apple multiple times over and over and over and over again, as it just grinds to the upside. Just slow, deadly grind, which kind of just keeps getting me involved, Death by 1,000 paper cuts here on Apple as it continues to squeeze up. And I'm just thinking, like, what if it was like, oh, everyone maybe expecting a strong selling on the Friday like we have had in the past couple of weeks. But guess what? We kind of did some strong selling this week. We talked about the one on Tuesday, a little bit yesterday as well.
Yeah.
And if everyone's expecting a little bit of a sell-off today, which I definitely was, we're squeezing up. We have a slow and steady, methodical grind up. Like, okay, maybe I could be wrong. This is pure speculation.
Well, no, I was the same way. Every good trade at Tesla 440 was a short. ASTS was an all-day short. AMD was in a short off the open. The market's trending up. Like literally everything I made on today was short, and yet the market's been trending higher. Sometimes you get away with it that way. And like that's my terminology for it. By the way, if you did short. I mean, I'm just going to throw it out there because you're the one that doesn't like Robinhood. If you had shorted the high here at 131, that's also the prior close. Look at that. That actually was a good short, believe it or not. Not that I was thinking short on Robinhood at all. What else we got going on here? Please tell me that seriously? I keep looking up at it. Oh, at least it was the right decision to get out of it. But this is what I mean. Like on a day where Tesla did this, like, I was, but then why did I want to go long there? It's like, it's a short, try the short there, but then go long as it's retesting the top? Nah, fail. 440 has just been a short all day long, or you had to have this one off the open. And to this point, Jaguar Nut in the chat, I should use the tool. Where is it? Anyways, okay, fine, I can't find it anymore. Jaguar Nut was just saying Obi loves to short stocks. I'm going to speak for Obi here because one of the things Obi does best is mean reversion trades. And so the market is generally doing what? Trending up, right? So in a general sense, the market's usually going up, which means if you're a mean reversion trader, you short stocks. Period.
More often than not.
No, it's in your tool. You can't be a mean reversion trader that doesn't like shorting stocks on a daily. Now, I short stocks all the time. I've never shorted a stock in my long-term account. I don't swing short because I believe in a general sense, if the market usually goes up, then if I only swing long, I'm just by default have a better chance of winning. That's my that's a bulk of my logic why I wouldn't swing short. Doesn't mean that you can't. I just feel it's a lot easier to find swing longs than it is to find swing shorts. So I do the thing that's easier to me. But if you're mean reversion, you have to go short sometimes.
I mean, here's
otherwise,
the thing.
What are you doing?
Depends on where you're looking, right? Like for some swing shorts, like you have these runners that literally pop up 400, 500, 600, 700%, waving at you, being like, "Hey, I am overextended."
Those ones are,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I understand, like, but like when everything is all is said and done.
But those things you have to.
When everything's all said and done, the backside on those are actually absolutely beautiful.
I just don't want to be I don't want to short that on the first day.
Yeah.
Like,
no, first day shorts, absolutely.
The stories that I've heard, what was that last one a couple of weeks ago that went absolutely ham? For a couple of, it was they just said they're doing one of those like treasury, whatever coin treasury, and it went ham. Like
there's been so many.
I can't say the specifics because it was kind of said in confidence, but let's just say that I found out from somebody that I know in the markets that there was one dude who was so in, and I remember we were talking about that stock, and I found out after market when the stock was going nuts, like 300, 400%, and we're like, where is the top? Where is the top? And 180 top, and Sean's like, this might be the top. There was a dude who was a friend of somebody we know well who was short the boat, millions. And like the next day, I'm like, it's what they do when it went against them. They just kind of averaged in because they could, because they're rich, because they could. And then, of course, when the back end came, great, they won. But we do that. The average person, you're blown out and you're screwed. So don't do it. By the way, just a quick update. FNB, that 4.6 ends up shrinking. So this is going to be a nothing burger. I'm not punching long. I wanted that to grow going into 350. It did not. Did the absolute opposite. However, What were we just talking about? I was just talking about all those crypto, whatever, treasury plays. And then BMNR has a 2 million sell imbalance as well. So I'm now looking at BMNR for a potential 350 play. I just realized if it's a sell imbalance, I don't even know if we can short this. We cannot, so I have to go see how much it costs to short BMNR.
Shouldn't be too bad. I think
it's probably
it's an Amex stock. I think those tend to be a little bit not too bad.
Oh shoot, Schwartz! I didn't finish that story. My bad.
What's up?
I never finished that story from earlier.
Which story?
The one about the trader on Bombardier.
Oh, on Bombardier.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to hear the end of that one.
I'll squeeze it in really quickly before the imbalances. If you weren't paying attention before, Bombardier is a $3 stock. We had a guy who was a very experienced Toronto trader, and so he aggressively trades Toronto stocks. Let's put it that way. And it's a $3 stock, and there's a dark pool in which you don't get filled in the dark pool first come, first serve. It swipes the entire book for everyone that has an order. Preference by the larger orders get a bigger chunk. But that's how the book works on the dark pool. Meaning, if you want 10,000 shares of it, if you put 100,000 in, you might get 10,000 in a chunk, and the larger the order, the better. So he wanted to build a big position and thought, well, he wanted a few 100,000 shares. But I'll just put in like a milli, and then when it swipes the middle, I'll get my chunk of it, right? Because that's how it works at the midpoint. What he didn't know is somebody apparently actually wanted a lot. Yeah. And so he put in all that extra shares to get the piece of the pie. And then because I'm the risk manager